everybody I wrestle.
You know, it's something that I take very seriously. It's the way I make my living, and he comes in making a joke out of it. He did it all for publicity. That's why he's still wearing, I don't know if it's a neck brace or a flea collar. I mean, you know,
I am sick of this bullshit. You are full of bullshit, my friend. I will sue you for everything you have. I will sue your ass. You're a motherfucking asshole. As far as I'm concerned, you hear me? A fucking asshole. Fuck you. I will get you for this. I am sorry to use those words on television. I apologize to all my fans. I'm sorry. But you're a fucking asshole. A fucking asshole.
Here he comes right here, greeting the fans along the way. I think you're going to like this little guy.
Yeah.
Did I say little guy? I think you're going to like Mario, Super Mario, I guess he is. As he greets all the fans, he's from Italy.
Glad to be in the USWA. I'm over here because I feel very strong. I eat the pizza, lots of pizza, I feel very good.
Hey, wondering when to eat Fingos? The wholesome cereal made to eat with your fingers, at home, at work, with friends, alone, watching TV, on the train, in the car, and of course, right now.
You got the birdie mouth, boy. Sure do.
Look at that go.
Sure got the birdie mouth.
Let's go to the ring. Go to the ring. The best of backyard wrestling has been banned from television. Secret underground fight clubs are risking their lives, and we have it all caught on tape. This wild footage is so extreme, we can't even show it to you in this commercial. We guarantee this video contains the world's most outrageous footage or your money back. And when you call now during this special TV offer, you'll also receive free forbidden bonus footage that has been banned in 5 countries. Plus, pro wrestling's sexiest supermodel, Tylene Buck, like you've never seen her before.
And they wouldn't listen to me, just like you're not listening to me. I could go out here and grab somebody out of the audience to run a better wrestling company than you. What you want is you want to sit down here in Hickland, in Memphis, with all of these footballs, all these rednecks.
You went to Louisiana, you went all over the world. Now you think you can come back after we've all, including you, Dave Brown, and you sweated blood, sweat, and tears, and you just take 50%, me giving.
Young and sweet, sexy, and oh so petite. Wouldn't it be neat to have a girl like this as your very own to talk to?
What are you waiting for? Call us right now. We want to stay up late tonight with you.
Your girl is waiting for your call right now. Don't keep her waiting. You don't want someone else talking to your girl, do you? Call 1-800-FREE-LOVE.
Come here, Corey. Shoot this over here. If this is the best Memphis has to offer, then we need to get us a ticket out of town, baby. Pops, let me ask you, how old are you, Daddy? 83 years old. You know, I think you started the movie The Living Dead. You had to. Have you still got a heart here?
Hey, Jimmy.
You still got to do it as your doctor. Does he go with you 24 hours a day to make sure that anything doesn't happen to you? What's the deal, man?
Why don't you go and tell your mom if you want?
Well, looks like someone's going to a big party tonight. You should pick up a chicken strip party pack for all your friends. Here's a coupon.
Whoa, look, pal, I don't take coupons from giant chickens. Not after last time. Oh, yeah, and that nice chicken outside gave me this coupon.
I'm sorry, this is expired.
You son of a...
The long-awaited debut album from Memphis' own Grenade Posse is here.
Killers told them Berettas and yo, we down for whatever. You wanna get on our level, well let these real niggas know. We take you out for the count, a sacrificial KO. A murder one, my nigga, aka Shawty. Living in West Memphis, man, where them young niggas ballin'. Straight up Arkansas, Razorbacks, baby, anything goes. Where a killer hit you with the heat and try to loosen up your soul. Cause ain't no jokes here, nigga, you best to listen close here. Make sure that when you make your move, player, the coast is clear.
Alright, here we are, the 30th EP of the OGP, and where else could we go but good old Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, this was my idea. I'm no expert on it, but I love the vibe, the mixture of the best wrestlers ever and absolute shitters is very intriguing. With very little in between.
Yeah.
It's kind of a my bad situation again, because it's one of those things where I was like, I like setting up projects and stuff. I was like, yeah, too much here and there. It kind of only dawned on me that we're watching like almost an entire year's worth of television within like a month and a bit. Big whoopsie from me. I'm gonna have to rein myself in for my future picks, I think.
Well, you know, like there's definitely been those times of like just like burnout, as we've both mentioned, of just like, oh my god, there's so much here. But then like you get those second wins, and
yes,
you know there's ones that like we'll get to in like in the latter part of this, where it's like, oh man, okay, all right, I'm good to go. Oh, I'm good to go. Oh yeah, and then from what you say, it seems like that will be stopped out for like Terry Golden, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. Like, I think CWA had a good balance with its wrestling. Obviously, they're trying to sell bigger shows on the actual TV show that you see, but you actually do get a decent amount of that arena wrestling showed to you. Yes. I assume that's why we have so many, you know, like Lawler Classics and stuff available, because they were put on the TV.
Yeah, like they weren't so.
You should have been there, mate. You missed out.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's 30 seconds of it clipped.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can turn on any of these Memphis promotions. We have 7 of them to bring to you here, and you never quite know who you're going to get. And I've tried to center this project around some of the fascinating names you get to see in the various iterations of Memphis wrestling. Lots of matchups, which is like, oh, this could be the best matchup ever. I know it's TV, but it could still be Frida, and then it'll be like a 90-second DQ after interference.
Yes.
Okay then, Memphis. You're the boss. I know I should have been at the arena show, but I was 1 and I lived in Nottingham.
You should have been in Memphis, and you should have bought this car. We got cars. You could get a great deal even if you're in Moscow. But no, I think I think the Memphis territory. I'm glad we managed to figure out some way, even if it is like maximalist in nature, to cover it, because you know obviously the way we have like the structure we fall into obviously is centered around pay-per-view cycles and all that, or compilations, and so we had to get a bit creative with how to do this, and I'm glad we did, because I think I wouldn't say it's really unique necessarily, but I think Memphis is a territory that really epitomizes the territory, you know, where like obviously there is all of this to and fro of people like going around everywhere, but it also focuses on like the big fishes in the small pond, you know, like the people who do not go on to like fame and fortune in New York, but they're happy with their little fiefdom, their little country pumpkin fiefdom in Memphis. And you know, like the ways in which that evolves, and I think as well, like the way you've managed to structure it is a very interesting look at the evolution of like the Memphis territory from its days as like that Memphis territory that becomes legend, into this thing of like developmental territory. Meanwhile, also like still maintaining its identity as well, in spite of that. So yeah, I was very excited to like watch a lot of this, and yeah, we can start with the Continental Wrestling Association, with its Memphis TV in the studio. That big pissy yellow studio is so beautiful, and we have here Lance Russell and Dave Brown, just two guys on the fucking news. That's all they are, and they're the best commentary duo ever.
Yeah, this stuff is starts at the 27th of February in 1982, and we watched up until the 17th of April.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I chose this block was for a look at the first match between Jerry Lawler and Andy Kaufman. I'm sure it was probably like a year of bickering before they actually get to the match, but
yes, that's right.
But yeah, we see that stuff building into their first match. I've seen some of the classics in CWA, but I'm not nearly enough probably. Like, I'm familiar with the Funk and Lawler stuff mostly, and yeah, that is some of the best stuff I've ever seen. Big punches, legitimate blood feuds, rabid crowds, or in one case, no crowd, and that's awesome too.
Yeah. I think it's a great TV block for Jerry Lawler. He's always going to be one of the main guys that we talk about. Of just seeing him in, I guess you could say, his prime of just being this talent that's selling out everywhere, and just has a complete mastery of his sort of skill set of the sport. And I guess we can start on before his Andy Kaufman feud gets blown off, he has another feud he has to get to, and that's with another person who I was really glad that I finally got to see him substantially, and that's Dirty Dutch Mantell. Them two have this motherfucking feud, which I think more than the matches, I think on this 27th February show gets established immediately. And those that establish the feud, it establishes the supremacy of the Memphis TV presentation, because they show, hey, here's this Lawler versus Dutch match for the Southern Heavyweight title that happens, and they show to this this video package, and it's this half speed slow mo thing of them fighting, and it's set to ABBA. So it's you're just immediately grabbed by this thing where Dutch is slowly punching Lawler. I don't want to talk about things we've gone through, and it's wow, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think the first thing we see from Jerry Lawler, he's the babyface here. He says he doesn't want to end up like one of those guys who's still in the ring at 45, 46 years old, the old bastards. He's 32 now, and in the limited time that he has left, he wants to win that belt from Dutch Mantell. Imagine telling this guy, okay, your last match is actually gonna be against the Beer City Bruiser in 2024.
Yeah, and then you will suffer a stroke, and then after recovering from the stroke, you'll be like, yeah, let me get back in the ring. Yeah, so he says, if I fail against Dutch again, I will fucking retire. And yeah, it's just a big sell. I think it gets across so well, just that the sports sort of quality of it, where it really sticks in my mind how Dutch gets the pin off of a roll up, and it shows the sweet highs, the bitter lows of sports, where it just shows Dutch checking with the ref, was it free? Yeah, and you just see Lawler's head hanging in bitter disappointment. So yeah, it immediately made me fall in love with this feud. And then the nature of the beast here is, as we sort of alluded to, we ain't seen pay-per-view. What that? Me no know. This is the age where they built to the show at the Mid-South Coliseum, and if you didn't go, better hope they show some tape on next week, buddy. Otherwise, you're fucked. You don't know what's going on. So, the next time that we get a peek into this feud, it's Dutch Mantel getting into the feud without the fucking Southern Heavyweight title, because he fucking lost it. Lawler beat him. Lawler no longer retiring. And they show footage of the win itself, where I think I'm sure we get to some more detail with like Twisted and whatnot, but they just have such a wonderful sort of brutality. I think a lot of people will, they'll see the sentiment about Lawler, where many people champion him as an all-time great, and they'll think, well, what the hell did he just do the punchy? But it's not just the punchy. It's how, it's like how you do this like style where like you're just punching, you're just kicking, or just like throwing in a chair and all that, but there's a great understanding about every single thing you're doing. Like there's a lot of weight behind everything, and I think it's Dutch does that so well. He feels like such a devil in there, just like being a prick. And then like in the interview, he's got a fucked up eye. Why is that? Oh, he got punched in the eye. And he's like, oh, my eye. Yeah, and then we then that takes us to this should be one of the ones that was just a separate upload outside of the TV, the March 22nd Mid-South Coliseum Showdown, where there's no stopping the match. Well, that's good. Yeah, I thought like the way they portrayed the story was very, it's very nice in how like there wasn't a clear thing of like both guys are liked. The crowd loves Lawler, and they love Dutch too. Like there's not something where like, oh, one of us has to become a bad guy and ambush them and go, ha ha ha, you people. There was none of that. There was just this thing where, they were really competitive, and then, like eventually Dutch is like, I'm sick of you, Lawler, but otherwise I am a good guy. It was nice.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Like the thing that puts this so far above the rest of the iterations of Memphis wrestling is like almost this like a wistful emotion for the Southern Heavyweight title, which you don't really get. It's more like, "Mwahaha, I have title," and the good guy's like, "I will win that from you. I have way."
Yeah,
you don't really get a sense of what it means as much as you do here.
Yeah. Like wrestling is something where like it's an illusion, right? Like you're making an illusion here, and the important thing is to distract the viewer from that illusion. And I think so much of wrestling can kind of fail at that, where you can see the strings, you can see the seams, and like something like Lawler and Dutch, it engrosses you so much with that emotion, where like you don't pause to think like, hold on, this is not some real sports. There's not some like Champions League going on here. You don't care about that. You just see, you can just feel what they're feeling. And yeah, I think it's a real testament to the CWA approach. And then like so they have their well, it's a trilogy as far as we know, but in case you could probably see it have like 20 matches, and all of them is of Coliseum. And like then after that, like Lawler goes off to like other things, but Dutch is still around, and he ends up finding a purpose in the young upstart Roy Rogers, because you see Roy Rogers has run afoul of the Midnight Express. And it's funny. See, when I was like configuring all notes here, and I was separating it into like, okay, there's this story and that story and that story. I was surprised to find that like the Midnight Express, who felt so like such a revelation to me, they weren't ever really like a main antagonists in a given story. Like, there's a Steve Kern thing, but aside from that, they're there, but they're not like the driving force behind things. So it ends up being like Norville Austin, a guy who I really liked, is just like showing up in places as opposed to, oh, Norville Austin's on top, you know, which is really interesting. Thing about the depth of the roster. But yeah, Norville Austin beats up Roy Rogers, and then so does Dennis Condrey and Randy Rose, and then here comes Dutch to equalize. He's a house of freaking fire, and then oh no, Randy Rose and Dennis Condrey beating him up, and oh my god, we know that music. It's Jerry Lawler. And, you know, Lawler had sort of made allusions in his promos of like, okay, look, you know what it's like? It's like literally that cutscene in M. Dickey where your rival comes up to you and like, okay, come on, let's stop this before we kill each other. and so Lawler and Dutch left in the ring after that. Jerry Lawler puts his hand out, and Dutch is like, fuck you, I don't need your help. And yeah, then then that basically just happens again the next week, and Jerry Lawler is like, oh well, okay, fuck you then.
Yeah, we don't get a huge amount of Jerry wrestling on the TV. Although one match he does have is he squashes Gypsy Joe.
Yes,
who has dark hair, but the exact same body type he has in like 2003 in the New Jack match. What an interestingness in that place.
Yeah, like it's crazy to see like the Lawler TV match formula where like legit a heel gets on him and then he punches them and then wins. It's awesome.
And yeah, Gypsy Joe had done quite a lot at that point. I'm surprised he's like lower down on the card than the Monk, but
I don't know.
Maybe he's not as known to the territory. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps. Like I like he did. It was interesting every time because like maybe that's part of it is that, you know, you look at Gypsy Joe and you see him lose so easily and it's like, I didn't think that would happen. But then, like, you keep being surprised like that because I suppose his aura does not suffer so much from such squashes.
Yeah, he's like fucking Lance Archer or something.
Yeah, exactly. 1-to-1.
So, this Dutch feud gets kind of put on standby to bring the attention to the Andy Kaufman stuff. And they are on David Letterman. Do you know about this man?
David Letterman. I've seen him quite a bit. I've grown like an appreciation for his dry sense of humor. You know, it's the sensible chuckle school of comedy. You know, and I quite like the sensible chuckle.
Yeah, I haven't watched like a huge amount of like the US talk shows or anything, but he seems kind of like unfuckwivable.
Yes,
for lack of a better term. Like, yeah, okay, he's the OG or whatever.
Yeah. Like, you compare it to like say like Jimmy Fallon nowadays, and I think like, wow,
they've given James Corden one of those shows. Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, that is fluttering. But yeah, so Lawler and Kaufman. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen like Andy Kaufman in like, I've never watched Taxi, and yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen anything that he's in aside from the Grapply.
Yeah, I just think of him as the most popular vanity pick for the GWE.
Yeah.
He's just a wrestler. So he's been disparaging wrestling essentially for a good while, and having matches with ladies in which he is very mean to the ladies.
Yes.
And he is beating the ladies because the ladies are ladies, but then he sends in a clip where he's found this larger lady named Susan who says she's 6 foot tall and weighs 327 pounds. That's a lot more than Jerry Lawler. Gets straight in a headlock, goes into a hammerlock, and mounts before just taking her head, smashing it into the ground. Like fucking Homer does to the burger mascot.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's like crazy because you think of it as like a comedy gimmick, and it is, but like I don't know if I was expecting after all these years of hearing about it that like it'd just be like kind of like brutal, like you're just beating up a lady, you know? And then like a guy pulls, like the cameraman pulls them off, and he goes like, "She's poor, she can't sue me. I can do whatever I want." And then like it cuts back to the studio, everyone dumbfowls because that's really funny, I guess.
Jerry Lawler's just, upon seeing this, she's just like, lol.
Yeah, he says like, "Oh, I can't let this last very long. It made me look bad. I've got to hurt him. Anyway, I'm concerned about the monk."
And yeah, that Letterman segment was very well done, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
It's fascinating to see, like, it's like a territory war. You know, he's in the wrong turf. He's in New York.
Yes,
this is Kaufman country.
Yes,
and so he comes out and he gets a boo. He's deemed as being an unfair bully to Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, yeah.
Even though Andy's clearly like, you know, trying to be the biggest pussy possible in his neck brace from 2 months prior or something.
Yeah, yeah. Like that probably is like the larger conflict at play, because like it's one thing to bring a wrestler on to say that wrestling's real, but then like that, you know, because obviously that, as we'll get to, that's the main conflict in USWA. That probably is a part of it too. And yeah, like you say, like, you know, David Letterman. It tells them, because like the match was like in April, and Letterman sees Andy in the neck brace and goes, "Oh, it's August. You still need a neck brace?" And Andy's just like you say, just a complete pussy bitch. Like, "Yes, I suffer greatly due to these injuries." And I think the crazy thing is like just seeing how naturally, like, how Jerry Lawler is just like this, where he just like rattles off like when he's like, "Oh, I'm not friends with Andy. His father wanted a boy. His mother wanted a girl, and they're both satisfied." Ah.
I think I can smell what Andy had for dinner.
Yeah, so you know they show like the promos of, you know, Andy Kaufman, you know, going like, "Hey Memphis people, this is soap. You should use it because you stanky." And then they also show like the match, which I'm sure we'll get to in the Twisted and whatnot, where like Andy just gets pile driven and dropped on his head. I liked when it was a signature Letterman dry wits, because he points out, "Oh, that second pile driver was unsportsmanlike." and then like, you know, Andy was like, I was just teasing. I was just making fun of those promos, and you broke my neck for it. You broke my neck for it, Lawler. And then it was great when Letterman goes, "Did you want to hurt him?" And Lawler goes like, "Yeah." Which was great. And I actually have this clip here, because I did recently watch the Stone Cold podcast with Jerry Lawler, so I have this little clip here where they talk about the exact plan for it. So let me cue this up.
So how'd you get the call to? He says, "Hey, let's go do Letterman."
Well, actually, I got the call not to do Letterman. Letterman came almost 6 months after that original match. So we went on and on and on for months, about 6 months. And then he calls me one day and says, "Hey, you want to do the Letterman show?" And I said, "Well, let me think about that." Yes. You know, I mean, good grief. Here's a kid from Memphis, Tennessee. You know, at that time, nobody could get national publicity, especially not from Memphis, to be on a show, you know, a network TV show in New York. So yeah, that's how that came about. We went up there, and still, once again, had no clue what we were going to do or what they wanted us to do or anything until, that's one of the things that most people just don't realize. Almost every bit of that was just ad-libbed.
Yeah.
We got called into, each one of us got called into the production meeting, and Robert Morton was the production guy then at the time. And he said, you're going to be on 2 segments. The first segment, Dave's going to show you pile driving Andy. He's going to show Andy making fun of wrestling. And then we want you guys to be a little bit antagonistic, a little bit heated, but then Dave's going to take a break. And then you come back for the second segment. You'll be on 2 segments. Second segment, Andy will apologize to you for making fun of wrestling. You apologize to Andy for hurting his neck. And then Andy's going to get up and sing what the world needs now is love, sweet love. And so I'm sitting there, and I said, fine, it sounds good to me. Okay, thank you. Shook hands. I go back to my hotel, and Andy calls me in my room. And he said, well, did they tell you what they want us to do? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, what do you think? I said, it'll be funny, but always thinking about Memphis and myself. I said, but you got to realize, once we kiss and make up on TV, that'll be the end of us getting to wrestle against each other down in Memphis. And he said, man, you're right. Then he stood there a minute and he said, wonder what would happen if you just hauled off and slugged me. And I said, oh, Andy. I said, first of all, they'll never show it. We're taping this. They'll never show that. I said, second of all, I'll get arrested. And, I got to be back in Memphis tomorrow. I can't do that. And he said, yeah, but wouldn't that be great? And I said, yeah, but we can't do that.
But he's planting a seed.
Yeah, he did plant the seed.
And then they did it.
Yeah. Wow, imagine he did the first thing. He breaks out into song.
Yeah. And
Jerry Lawler would be banned from Memphis for life.
For being a fraud and selling out to New York. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm very glad that they just kind of shots in pursuit of a work. I don't know how you would call that. As is outlined there, they do not apologize to each other, and I think Andy has such a great acting thing here of just eventually getting so fuming, going oh, you're lucky we didn't sue you. I could have sued you, but I didn't. I'm not that kind of a guy. And then Lawler pauses. What kind of a guy are you? Oh.
Yeah, he does really put himself back in charge a little bit in this foreign territory with the one-liners.
Oh, yeah.
Let a man dings a fake wrestling bell.
And then, it's as they're about to go to break, Lawler just gets up, whoops, and sends him out of the chair. And then they do go to break with Paul Schaefer playing them off. And man, I love just the remaining segment where Andy's just stomping around. Letterman is not entirely sure what to do, but he's remaining professional. And then it's you're a motherfucking asshole. Fuck you. I will get you for this. I'm sorry for swearing, but you are a fucking asshole. And then throws coffee at him as well. And I what do you think of when Letterman shakes hands with Lawler to booze?
Wow, the great betrayal by Letterman.
Yeah. It's really something.
But yeah, this is very good television. Even with the sort of tee-hee atmosphere that it has going, I think it would have convinced some people that there was something actually there.
Oh yeah.
How many slaps do you see on talk show television?
Yeah.
Probably not that many.
I mean, we saw a slap at the Oscars, and it broke the internet.
Yeah, they're just working the match for the Coliseum. Don't buy into that shit.
Okay, we got a keep your wife's name out my mouth match coming up at the Coliseum.
Man, wrestling really should have got involved in that somehow.
Yeah. They've lost their fastball.
Yeah.
And I guess a bit of a coda to this. Sometimes with the way the TV blocks are, we end up seeing the next thing on the horizon as we finish out the block. And the next thing for Lawler was Sonny King was coming back after getting fucking stabbed and being in intensive care. And there's this big emotional interview that Sonny King does where he's with Lance and he's saying like, oh, you know, like my 7-year-old son was really worried about me, and you know, maybe I do need to retire, but I just need this one more match against Lawler or the belt. And I think Lawler's response is really funny, but also good. Where you know he sees this like really sentimental thing, and he's going like, well, okay, look, guys, I want to win. Don't call me a bad guy. I just want to win the match, which is really good.
Yeah, I'd say the other main talking point in CWA at this time is Jimmy Hart's boys.
Oh yeah,
the Hart family.
The first family, I think they're called. Yeah,
first family. Yes.
Yeah, basically everything else like is involving them. The main like head they take is that of superstar Bill Dundee. Bill Dundee gets mugged to fuck by the first family. How much of Billy Dundee you seen before this?
A little bit. I was actually trying to go through some sort of like vaguely chronological stuff in the months before doing this podcast, and I saw one of his Lawler matches. It's good.
Yeah.
Also, we saw him on, of course, Jerry Springer.
Yes, Jerry Springer and the Power Pro Commissioner. A very memorable role for him. And we first see him here. He's involved with Steve Keirn, as we'll get to later on, as the AWA Tag Team Champions. But then we see him against the Invader, and he eats the Invader for breakfast. And I think it's one of the best things about this period in Memphis, and it's probably indicative of the whole period as a whole, where obviously as I just mentioned, there's this thing of the AWA being the promotion that they're tied with, and I think with that comes just this idea of what the grappling is, what the priorities are. Where even superstar Bill Dundee with the big sequin coat is eating people up on the mat, just stretching them the fuck out, doing a fucking backslide that makes him into a pretzel, and then he just gets up and does the dance. Which I think is really great. And the thing I loved about this match as well, is the way the Memphis TV is, they're quite conscious of time, they've got everything formatted out. So that match happens, and it goes to Lance and Dave at the table, and Lance is like, well, that was very short. Another match. But then
they're like the fucking, what's he called, the Green Lantern fan.
Yes.
Sending it over to Matt Max.
Well, it's hard to say. Nothing on this episode is going to qualify for the match card. We'll see you next week.
That's quite right. And but we were no strangers to Bill Dundee, but it's still not sunken in what an inscrutable fucking accent that is.
Oh yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
So let's tally it here: Australian,
yes;
Scottish,
yes;
Tennessee,
yes.
All mixed up. What the fuck? And so, by this point, the AWA Southern Tag titles are up for grabs in the tournament. And Lance, he brings Dundee back out. He's got his fancy suit back on. And, Lance is like, you and Steve Keirn are going to be favourites to win the tag belts. And Bill goes, hey, thanks. By the way, Monk and Angel, you guys are so ugly. And then here comes the manager for the Monk and the Angel, Jimmy Hart, with everyone, all of his first family people.
Yeah, he's got everyone.
Yeah, and the main figure here is Bobby Eaton, where Jimmy comes out and he starts talking to Bill Dundee, and you see it's like a fucking shark fin peeking at the water where Bobby Eaton just like walks past the camera, and it's so like, you know, you think like, oh, get out of the shot, then you realize, oh my god. So you know, Jimmy Hart, he like talks to Bill Dundee. He's like, why don't you be with the family, baby? It's 1982, 1982, baby. And then, as that's happening, Bobby, who has managed to go up to a platform, bumps him, the double axe handle, and then Sweet Brown Sugar, his tag partner, also dives off the big platform, and they just fucking break his damn arm with this shit. They're just all beating him up, and eventually Lawler makes the save. Babyface's file out to help Bill Dundee, whose arm is forked, and you know, Lance Russell, a very unflappable personality, because like, you know, these terrorists make their way past him, and he just goes like, oh yeah, it took 4 of ya, real great, yeah, get out of here. Which is just wonderful. And then we get an update next week that, like, you know, Bill Dundee, he got murked and ligaments have been torn. We don't know when he'll be back. Perhaps never. Here's a Barbra Streisand music video. Misty watercolor memories of the way we were. It's so fucking sad, right? Like, it makes it feel like he's fucking died.
Yeah, he may have his arm in the sling, but he still ride horse and be very thoughtful in the woods.
Oh yeah. Fucking like.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, like, so before the horse even, like, he comes back like in the next week after that, like, beautiful music video where like you know, he comes in with his arm in a sling, and he has this very odd sort of angle he's going for, where he tells Lance like, you know what, I'm gonna be at the matches, and do I need the sling or not? That's the question. Jimmy Hart, you're gonna be thinking, oh, does he really need the sling? Oh. And then the next week they show footage from the arena where Bill Dundee's there with his arm in a sling, and he does need the sling, and they beat him up in the sling and make the injury worse. And then here comes the horsey video, where Bill Dundee is just riding a horse and then like walking around in the forest. And if I am correct in my thinking, this will probably be Jerry Jarrett's backyard, because that's where they would have filmed all of these vignettes. So Jerry Jarrett just called Bill Dundee up and like, hey, you want to ride a horse in my garden? And they're playing the Willie Nelson cover of Blue Skies, and you know, that's just playing, and then Bill Dundee comes in. Blue skies shine on me. That's what the song's saying. That's how it usually is for Bill Dundee, but not anymore. And yeah, he decides that he will wait until he's 100% before coming back. Anyway, next week he is here. And like, he is getting involved in like a bunch of the brawls that I'm sure we'll get to. But yeah, that's one facet of the Jimmy Hart involvement, and the other is motherfucking Danny Davis. You ever seen this Danny Davis before, who is different from the Danny Davis in the WWF?
I don't think so.
I think I'd only known him as like the namesake for the OVW arena.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Danny Davis, he has been in Jimmy Hart's pocket for all this time. Boo, we hate him. And, you know, like, then it gets, on the 6th of March episode, it gets advertised to us that the Gibson brothers will go against Nightmare and Speed. And I'm like, wow, that sounds great. But then, wait a minute. It's Gibson versus Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar. What the fuck? Why did they swerve me like this? And then they tell us that Nightmare and Speed had car troubles. And then, you know, later on, we get, you know, Lawler interviewed. This is him after he got the summer title back, and he goes, "Oh, I got Norville Austin coming after me. Well, I called a guy, and people might not like this, but he's coming here, and I trust him. It's Danny Davis. Jimmy Hart tried to get rid of him. He made him wrestle his Nightmare. Well, guess what, Jimmy? The Nightmare did not have car trouble." And so, Danny Davis with his big fancy dicky, he's coming here cap in hand, and he's managed Hulk Hogan, he's managed Wayne Ferris, so now Jerry Lawler being added to this great roster, and then Danny Davis is in the background for a lot of Lawler's things, but Jimmy does not let these things rest easy. He is gonna fuck Danny Davis right up, and on the 27th of March, Danny and the Gibsons are together, where they remark upon the previous Arenas match where Danny Davis got beat, but it was due to interference. That damn Jimmy Hart. There's a part where he goes like, "Jimmy Hart don't do nothing but tell lies," and the crowd's like, "Oh, if that ain't true, as God is my witness." And then there's this I think that the crazy thing about Jimmy Hart is he's like a fucking honey badger. You see him in WWF where he's an annoying manager, and it's yeah, that's one thing, but he is trying to kill people out here. Where there's this expiration of time match, a 6-man with Danny Davis and Robert Gibson and Stan Lane versus some the Angel, Lou Graham, and Dream Machine all in Jimmy Hart's corner, and the whole time Jimmy's fucking shit talking him. Davis is on the apron, so Jimmy's out there going, "Come on, Davis, get your feet wet." And then as soon as he tags in, "Oh, here comes the midget," and then they fucking the first family just interfere, and then there's only 6 minutes left in the fucking episode, and they're all just beating people up, and Jimmy Hart's getting himself his pound of flesh. It's utterly wild. And then then after that, Jimmy so the one that I'm thinking of here is the angle where there's J.R. Hart as well, who is it was just a young boy named Shane or something like that, but then he becomes Jimmy Hart's main guy, and 1 week they're he's Junior Hart now, okay, and there's a scuffle similar to the one that I described, and this is where Dundee comes out, where fucking they all just gang up on this poor young man and give him 3 pile drivers, and then Jimmy Hart is incredibly mad about that. But yeah, I think as far as heel managers who dominate a lot of the program, Jimmy's probably got to be one of the pioneers of it, and to my mind, one of the best at it. What do you think?
Oh yeah, it's cool to see that. Like you said, more vicious side to him. I like the segment with the monk. He says the Booker Eddie Marlin is holding back the monk.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the monk has only just debuted, but okay. And he riles up the monk, who's this. He's a big freaky bald guy. May also have no eyebrows, ECW Snitsky or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's also got his pal the Angel, who looks very similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, he starts riling up the monk, twats him in the tummy with a bat, and then he gets the monk to deflate a basketball with his biceps.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
This is what's going to happen to you, Lawler. It's over. You are basketball.
But he doesn't just love being vicious and having bald friends and also friends with hair. He loves rock and roll, but he hates school. You see Jimmy Hart rocking out to a single.
Yeah.
Didn't you say someone else? Is that Terry Funk did that first?
Yeah, when Terry Funk did his Vanity album in Japan, a cover of that came on there. Jimmy Hart a bit more musically talented than Terry Funk, I would say. But yeah, like I think because he makes a point of like, oh, Jerry Lawler without my writing credits is going nowhere musically. I'm the real rock and roll star. We hate school. Yeah, it's really quite something. It's crazy to think how like, because if I remember right, so Jimmy Hart was in the music business, and then Jerry Lawler comes along and is like, oh, you want to get involved in the Memphis wrestling? And then like, not only consider how like this became his entire life for like an incredible amount of decades, but also he just so immediately went full on into it, you know, and became like this incredible figure in it. And I fuck with the Monk and the Angel.
Yeah, they were pretty alright.
Yeah, there are a couple tag squashes like this where like I think nowadays the expectation with a squash match tag is that like, oh, you let the other guy tag in so that he can get TV time and he can put on his bio, I worked for WWE Raw. But here, no sir, 50 seconds and the guy doesn't tag in, and sometimes you can see the guy in the apron get actually like, come on, tag me in before it ends. And then the Monk is like, no.
Yeah, the Job Boys are quite entertaining. I've not made a note of like top 10 Job Boys funny names like we have on other stuff, but it feels like face or heel that they could put a guy in a very simplistic mask and he'll be like the Chuckle Fuck, the Warrior, the guy, probably because it's someone who lost the previous match as well.
Oh yeah,
they need him to go out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think my favorite is the Invader, because his running thing is that he has this mask with like no eye holes in it, and every time he pops up, Dave Brown's like, I don't know how you can see out of that mask, and then he loses.
You should consider being able to see. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and
yeah, I'd say the other main thing going on with the First Family is the feud with Ricky and Robert Gibson.
Yes.
No Ricky Morton, it's Ricky Gibson.
Yeah, no Ricky Morton yet. And like, so I've seen like a wee bit of like Memphis from around the time before. So Ricky Gibson isn't new to me, but even still, I look at him and I'm like, wow, it's crazy how he is not as prominent as his brother, because he is real good.
Yeah, I saw him in the Alabama project that I'm doing, which I'll drop in like 15 years.
Oh yeah.
I was like, Ricky Gibson. What was Robert Morton available? Oh wait, okay, that actually makes perfect sense.
Oh man, Robert Morton. The fucking like Robert Gibson here. I have this image of Robert Gibson in my mind as being like, a kind of an easygoing guy. You know, he's got the lazy eye and like he smiles. Here, he looks fucking stark. He's got this huge ass mustache. He always looks fucking like really mad. He looks like fucking Frank Zappa or something. It was really odd to see, but I liked it. So, Ricky and Robert, they're the beloved tag team of brothers. But then, Ricky Gibson gets mugged by the First Family. and then, like, so on the 13th of March, it's Bill Owens and Ernie Kirkland versus Robert Gibson and Stan Lane. Rick Gibson injured, now Stan, my brother. And, it's interesting, like, the timing that you picked here, because this basically ends up being the end of Ricky Gibson in Memphis. Aside from, like, some matches, like, in the coming years, like, he goes on to, like, other territories to seemingly just, like, kind of dawdle about, which is very interesting.
I was looking on his Wikipedia, and it says he was, in fact, in a car accident this year. So all this like facial injuries and stuff.
Right, Jesus.
And all these brutal beatings that they're giving him could be part of that.
Yeah, yeah. So like this match here, real quickly, I think one of the, I think one of the great things is like the baby faces are also mean fuckers, because Robert Gibson, he doesn't just look the part. Like he, like eats these jobbers alive, like works their leg and they go like, oh, do something in the tummy, oh, and like really definitively trounces them. And then here's Rick to be interviewed about his murking, and it's so innocent the way they do it, because they played a clip of Jimmy Hart coming off the top rope and hitting him in the sternum. So he goes, he hit me in my sternum, and for those out there who don't know what a sternum is, like I just imagine a wee boy at home who's like, Paul, where's the sternum? I don't know, son. And he says like, oh, it's a very terrible injury. I can't eat anything or move fast, and I'm so sorry that I cannot make the shows. And then here comes Jimmy Hart to accuse his mama of being developmentally disabled.
Paul, what's sternum? Shut your ass up!
How the fuck should I know? Oh man, and so then later on we get like another interview with Rick Gibson by Lance Russell, and his face is fucked up, and this probably is, like you were saying, like related to the car accident. And Lance in his way goes, gee, you're in the running for the Tough Luck of the Year award. And so it's said that Ricky was dropping Robert off at the matches, and then someone in another car blinked their lights at him, and he pulls over, and he got fucking mugged again. This happened again. And he positively identifies that it was Jimmy Hart, Sweet Brown Sugar, and Bobby Eaton who did this. They beat him black and blue. And Lance Russell goes, Ricky, this is grounds for a lawsuit. You should sue them. And Ricky's like, eh. which is quite something. And then
and Robert's probably thinking, I should find myself a new Ricky. This one's faulty.
And then fucking Jimmy is here to say no, we did not do that shit. And it's so great because they started by denying, no, we did not assault Ricky Gibson, and then they end with, haha, we are assaulting Robert Gibson right now. And I love the fracas that erupts here, because Bill Dundee it comes out to help, and he might still be wearing the sling, but he just fucking comes in like a fucking pinball to tackle the first family down, which is great. And then this will be where J.R. Hart is stretchered out for getting murked, and Lance laughs at this, and the big booker Eddie Marlin is like, oh Jimmy, you will have to have a match that is disadvantageous to you, and Jimmy Hart's like, no. And a very good story that quite intertwined. I think that was a bit of a head scratcher with taking notes of this, just the way that guys will kind of intertwine with each other. It's hard to figure out where one story could be said to end and another story could be said to start, which maybe hard for note taking, but it's great for watching it. As far as other notes on this, and this will be a general thing. How about the expiration of time match?
It's kind of fucked when especially when they're doing like 2 out of 3 falls. And it's like, oh, they're leveling it up. This one's fucking cracking match. Never mind. They've gone to a break and it's over. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Yeah. So like the way it works is like, you know, for my whole life, there's been the ring announcement of this contest is scheduled for 1 fall with TV time remaining. But I've never seen this before watching Memphis, where it's like it's literally just like an Iron Man match, except it's only 6 minutes long. And there'll be plenty of times sometimes where like you know, a fall will occur. And they'll go, okay, we're going to take a break and we'll see if we can have another fall when we come back. And they'll come back and like, okay, we can't have another
We
fall.
can't.
Which is wonderful. Oh yeah, like the last main thing for me was we mentioned like the Steve Kern thing. We get to see a lot of him, and it's crazy because like recently watching it from my dad, I've seen a lot of Skinner. And it's like, wow, they are the same person. It's crazy. But yeah, like Steve Kern, he hates the Midnight Express. He hates Norvell Austin. And he is so mad about this. He really wants Norvell Austin. And then Norvell Austin comes out and he is like, hey, if you want to face me, then how about you put those AWA Southern Tag titles on the line? And everyone's like, "Oh, come on, with that, you can't do that. It's a singles." And then Steve Kern is like, "Okay," and then it's like, "Oh, come on, Steve, you can't say that. You're tagging with Bill Dundee. He's got to have a say in this." And then Bill Dundee comes out, "Okay."
Okay, Bill Dundee. Okay, Steve Kern.
Okay, Eddie Marlin.
And as you can see, they're having a no punches beat Norvell twice singles match for the tag belts. Kind of a weird thing to just swoop into for this, but it is fun. I will elaborate on the Twisty listy later. But Norvell spits in Kern's face, which made him do the punch.
Yes.
Aha! You did the punchy. I got it out with you. That means I win. Actually, no, the AWA board is like, hold on, that's a look crap. Title's vacated.
Suddenly, Blackwell is furious.
New tournament for the vacated belts. I don't know what happened to that. I don't think it got that far.
So it's odd how the tournament happens because it's like Steve Kern and the Midnights caused this, but then neither of those groups factor into the resulting tournament. Like Bob Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar win the belts, so like it's odds. And then you know Steve Kern, aside from like a wee squashy and like maybe a tag match later on, he's just kind of gone. He goes.
Yeah, it's a shame because I was very into him from this particular episode. Like what I loved about when Norvell gets one over on him, he just goes back over to the booth area and is like, "I'm really upset now. He played me. I can't believe I fell for that." Like he's just expressing his emotions. It's good and very underutilized.
I really got into as well like his reasoning of like look, I know the kids in hospital who can't make it to the matches. I want them to see it. I want to do it on television. And you know, like Norvell Austin plays him like a fiddle. His damn emotions get in the way, and it's really good stuff. So there must have been some goddamn better contracts, which is why they don't use them much here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, overall, I think this is probably pretty close to like the perfect form of wrestling TV for me. I think that the legacy of Memphis as a whole will be that like, oh, it's known for its like really wacky characters and angles, and of course it's a lot of that. But I think it's such a grounded presentation here.
When people talk about the greatness of this era of Memphis, it's mainly the arena stuff, but you can't really Don't skip past the TV just because it hasn't got the foreigners on cage match and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's so much charm to it. The baby faces, they appeal to sensibilities, common man shit. And meanwhile, I think the heels do so well to contrast this by being just fucking the personification of sins, like some real motherfuckers. And I think it gets so well the balancing act that I think wrestling has to achieve, where like we say, there's all this wacky stuff, right? But that's not what they're intending to do in storyline. They're just holding matches. They're trying to arrange these exhibition shows for a sports league, and then here comes all this shit to disrupt it, as opposed to oh boy, I'm gonna turn on the TV and there's gonna be a 20-minute promo and better expect the run-ins. And it's obviously at a certain point, kayfabe is just completely yanked out and it's gonna happen. But for this little chunk of time, it's perfect. It was just perfect.
Yeah, it's great wrestling. I think obviously the TV stuff is really fun, but I think it's definitely helped by the fact we were able to see some of the Coliseum classics with Jerry, because I'm sure there are other months where the arena stuff that you can find now got to be a lot more sparse.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not every month is going to have a classic trilogy with Dutch Mantel and the Andy Kaufman match.
Yeah.
So some of it is just going to be TV, but yeah, I mean, even just judging the studio stuff, the brawls to set up the matches are still insane. The beatdowns are brutal. The promos are great. The little video segments are cool. Yeah, it's a great show.
Absolutely. I think just because you mentioned the video packages thing, they might be the masters at it, because I don't know, just the way they put packages together. I remember one of the last ones is this recap of the first family fracas, the Gibsons getting murked, and then the brawl about that, where they literally just scroll through what I'm sure was the classical records that they had at the Memphis studio, fucking Strauss and and all those other composers like that, and there's just this beautiful simplicity to it, where I think I don't know, for me, most of my life, WWE's been known as the video package company, and it's yeah, sure, it's really high production, yeah, but this makes it feel a lot more, just yeah, I think the production here, the way they do it is fantastic.
Yeah, so I suppose we can now go forward in time by 11 years.
Oh man,
it is now July 1993, and I just turned 1. We are, of course, in the USWA, starting with the 31st of July 1993 episode and ending with 26th of September. Yeah, I've seen a bit of this stuff. The initial USWA is actually a rebrand of the Struggling World Class.
Yes.
In '89, until a legal dispute between Jerry Jarrett and Kerry Von Erich leads to a split. World Class only lasted 1 more year after that, whereas USWA kept trucking all the way until 1997.
Yeah.
And it was the main spot in Memphis during that time. And this is the start of Memphis existing under the thumb of Duff Ed. With them sending talent there as they see fit. They've torn up most of the territories, but they see some use in this one, I guess. And allowing, of course, now regular color commentator and heel wrestler Jerry Lawler split duties.
Yeah.
I imagine that would be something that was baked into a contract when they signed him the prior year, I think, 92.
Yeah, he first shows up at the Rumble 93, so I can probably imagine that he inked a deal 92-ish.
Yeah. I don't believe this is officially developmental, but very much under McMahon's watchful eye.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy to think that Jerry Lawler enjoys this like dual duties privilege. If he was still able to wrestle, he would enjoy it right now. Like just no matter how like isolationist WWE would get and like how precious he'd get about like outside bookings and all that, like Lawler could always just like get indie bookings and like go on to Memphis TV.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
And WWF really is being pretty giving, because as well as like a constant flow of talents coming in, Vince and others will refer to what happened on Monday night, and my brain will instantly go, "Oh, Monday Night Raw."
Oh.
But no, that's when most of the big Mid-South Coliseum events are being held.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a real balance that they're making, with this, of course, being the first year of Raw. I mean, I guess they did a lot of tapings back then, which helps, but still, Mondays.
Yeah, they're basically tanking the ratings in Tennessee. Everyone's going to the Coliseum.
Yeah, and that talent exchange relationship is why I've chosen this block of TV, heavily featuring Bret Hart and Vince himself.
Oh yeah. Like I think people who are listening to this might be at the very least familiar with like the Vince promos here, which are sometimes like are brought up as like, did you know this happened? Because he's a damn heel.
Yes.
Like 5 years before he's heel on the Fed TV. But yes, let's get into what I've titled as whatever Jerry Lawler's up to, the main storyline of USWA. And so we're July 31st. We're coming off of the King of the Ring, 1993, and like the on the TV, hosted by Dave Brown and Corey Maclin, they show footage of that where Bret Hart wins the King of the Ring, and the crowd's like, "Yay!" And here comes Jerry Lawler, "Boo!" And Jerry Lawler's like, "Hey, you are not the real king. I am the king." And Bret goes, "Oh, I think you're the Burger King. Burger King, Burger King." And then Lawler doofs him. Oh, what a fucking disgraceful act by Jerry Lawler. Oh, boo, I can't fucking believe this. And then, they just go...
fucking decks him with the scepter. That's not me.
Yeah. And then they'll just go right back to the Memphis studios. Oh, I'm glad he did that. Thank you, Jerry Lawler. Fuck you, Bret.
Yeah, and they chucks the throne on him as well, and they will meet in the big match.
The big match.
That's what the title of that event is called, and that has an entry on the Cage Match Guide, and I looked for it and I could not find it. So.
Yeah,
I'm sure I missed a great 2.5-star match.
Yeah. I wonder how they did those. It's like these airbrushed graphics. I wonder if like Jerry Lawler himself painted them, because he is quite a talented artist. But it's quite interesting how like heavily they promote like everything, where like they just keep referring back to the graphic and telling like, here's this segment, here's that segment. Like basically every couple segments they're referring back to the big match. And the second time they do it for the big match, they show footage of Owen, his brother Owen, taking on Jerry Lawler on Wrestling Challenge, and Owen loses, gets pinned. The crowd are like, boo, and the Memphis TV studio audience is like, you showed them, you showed those fucking New Yorkers. And then, right enough, the next thing they show is Bret Hart cutting this promo where he goes, you sovereign people, you can go ahead and crowd around Jerry Lawler and pretend he's a king, but he's not. And what we have here is a failure to communicate. Oh, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, he loves doing the cool hand Luke line, and then disparaging the South. It's another taste of that dynamic that Lawler had with Kaufman, really, where facing one territory and healing the next. It's very nice.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how different the arena schedule is from 11 years ago, but I think now that they title all the arena shows, it gets kind of overwhelming. Because like my notes here are like, they are promoting the mother of all matches. Now they are promoting a perfect night of wrestling with Mr. Perfect. Now it is Caged Kings. It's like, oh my god, all of the stuff that I will never see.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. That will just add to it, just the branding, which makes them actually pop out in a search. But the final thing on the big merch before like it gets overtaken by the next fancy graphic is Lawler. He comes in and he like it's a pre-tape. He's front of the Coliseum and he's wearing a King of the Ring shirt, and he goes, "Hey, look, I have outdrawn everyone here at the Mid-South Coliseum, including Basketball and Beetle." And then he gives his reasoning, his babyface reasoning for why he viciously attacked Bret Hart. Well, you see, the King of the Ring is a rinky-dink tournament. I got given the King title by Jackie Fargo, so that's a lot more meritorious than you beating like 3 guys, Bret. And by the way, there is a mere $1 increase in ticket price for this Monday. So yes, it's an interesting way how they navigate it. Because like it doesn't even feel like it's some sort of like propaganda thing where they're like making him sweetening the crowd in New York. No, it is like they're like, oh yeah, they hate you in New York, but we hate them, Memphis. And then after this is the perfect night of wrestling. Reading Mr. Perfect will be there. And the like main thing I liked about it is because like a lot of these do not survive the next week. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like, I don't know if they're just like, that match sucked, let's not replay it and let's just move right on or whatever. But like, yeah, this is one of those ones where like, they do the package showing Lawler beating Kurt Hennig for the AWA title, which is really good, a really good clip. And then
that was like 88 or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it goes like, oh, Lawler, you got the ref in your pocket there in Memphis. And then Lawler would be like, after Monday night he'll be called Mr. Mediocre or Mr. Pretty Good. And then that's it. That's all you hear about that. And like before we get to the mother of all matches, we get the first instance of one of my favorite parts of this is that like they use precious TV time to promote Jerry Lawler playing softball. you see Lawler jog out, and Corey Maclin's there like, oh, here comes the king. What you got to say? And Lawler's like, I just wanted to say I'm gonna be playing softball this Friday. Come along to it. And then like they bring in this guy he plays softball with, and he goes like, you better bring your stuff with you because we tell you all out. It's so, man, it's funny that they did that. And then the mother of all matches. What is the mother of all matches? Well, it's Bret and Owen Hart versus Lawler and Jeff Jarrett. And like so they they bring in Owen here for a promo along with Bret, and like because he wants to sell things for the King too. He got fucking pile driven, and Bret goes like, oh, they talk about Graceland. Well, it's this Graceland. And it's like like Owen is just going crazy. Like, I told you it'd be like this. I don't give a damn about the fans in Memphis. And this is where they start doing a thing where like they get like all of these like talking heads to promote the show. So you get like fucking like the 1-2-3 kids and Bam Bam Bigelow going like, wow, I can't wait for this Mid-South Coliseum match. And then we get here like Jeff and Jerry getting interviewed, and Jerry says like, oh, this is about more than the whole King thing. People disrespect us Memphis yokels, and I went up to that Madison Square Garden. It stinks up there, but I went up to that Madison Square Garden and I whoops the Macho Man. Woo! And then I looked up on Cage Match. He won by DQ. Pretty soon after that, we get the actual match itself, and here is where I will take right from the horse's mouth, because Bret talks about this in his book, and here I play for you from the audiobook Bret Hart on this period of his career.
The following day, I had a long meeting with Vince at Madison Square Garden. While I thanked him for my WrestleMania 9 payout, I told him I felt frustrated with the direction I was going in. Lex was never going to get over, especially with the Wrestling Observer ripping him apart for his mechanical work rate. In Vince's usual evasive way, he switched trains on me, telling me that he needed both Owen and me to work a couple of shots down to Memphis for Jerry Lawler's struggling Mid-South promotion. I pointed out that Vince had refused to allow me to help my father when Stu was in the same situation, saying he couldn't afford for me to get hurt. Vince assured me that if Owen or I were injured in any way, he'd take care of us, as though we were working for him. I only agreed because I needed Lawler to work with me at SummerSlam. On August 16th, Owen and I arrived in Memphis. As our plane landed, I thought back to the day that Elvis Presley died, when I had a dream that the world was ending. In my dream, I sat on the back steps of Hart House with Owen, Ross, and Georgia, all of us serene as we waited for the end. The western sky in front of us was lit with a deep red mushroom cloud that drifted toward us. Behind us, framed by a pale blue sky, lay the quiet innocence of Calgary. Owen and I headed down to the Mid-South Coliseum, where we were to work a tag match against Lawler and Jeff Jarrett, the son of wrestler Jerry Jarrett. Jeff was about Owen's age and size, with long blonde hair and thick legs. He was working a gimmick for Vince as a rhinestone cowboy country singer called Double J. Despite all the dirty deeds the fans had seen Lawler do on WWF TV, in Memphis he was still a beloved babyface. Memphis had always been the most insane outpost of the goofiest and phoniest types of wrestling and wrestlers going back to the 1960s, when promoter Nick Goulas and his son George ran the territory. George was the all-time worst example of a promoter's kid going over all the time, beating everybody when he couldn't beat his own pillow at night. He'd cry out, "Daddy says go down." Jackie Fargo, Mr. Pogo, Lawler, and Honky Tonk were all born from this hillbilly territory. Jeff Jarrett was one of the rare exceptions from Memphis who could work. Lawler had the biggest crowd in years, more than 5,000 wrestling fans hollering and hurling garbage at us. Owen and I saw a whole new relevance to the old joke, what has 100 legs, 3 teeth, and a IQ of 30? The front row of the Mid-South Coliseum. The ring made the worst rings I'd ever been in seem like feather beds. It had wired garden hoses for ropes, and sharp bolts jutted out beneath the padless, cloth-covered turnbuckles. The patchouli ring canvas had little or no padding underneath. As heels, Owen and I snatched the house mic, and borrowed from a combination of Cool Hand Luke and Deliverance. "What we have here is a failure to communicate," followed by me twisting Owen's ear while he squealed like a little old pig, spoofing the hillbilliness of it all. We had a great time working the fans up and went on to have a fabulously phony match with Lawler bleeding, pleading, and crying in desperation, reminding me a lot of the televangelist Jimmy Swaggart. Owen and I made faces, cussed, and wiggled our asses as we wound up our punches like Dusty Rhodes. By the end, the fans were fixing to fetch ropes to string us up. Lawler was more than grateful. Owen and I actually looked forward to going back 2 weeks later for a return cage match. The day after that cage match, I'd work with Lawler at SummerSlam '93, if I didn't trip and kill myself in his pathetic ring or get lynched by hillbillies in the parking lot. Those 2 Memphis shows would end up being some of the most fun that Owen and I ever had in the ring together.
So he's like, "This was so fucking shit. Let me describe to you every way this was the fucking worst I've ever done. It was so much fun."
I tell you, he didn't need scripting on these promos, I guess. He just felt that way.
Yeah.
I'm just really focused on, like, on just like the idea of like, okay, here we are in Memphis. You doing okay, Brett? Yeah, I'm just singing about the world ending. Oh man.
So it's funny, the difference in dynamic between the WWF and the USWA, because we see a segment from the WWF where Lawler's in his full cape and crown hosting the King's Court, and they kind of explain it by saying that these strange foreign territories like Boston, Massachusetts don't much care for the king. Meanwhile, he'll be in USWA and he would just be wearing blue shirt.
Oh, yeah.
He's not rubbing your face at the king thing.
Yeah. It's really good because that King's Court that we see, it's seemingly they literally just taped it for this. It wasn't like shown on like Wrestling Challenge.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out whether that was supposed to be on the show.
Because like I can't imagine like Superstars has a segment where like Jerry Lawler's like, I'm going to face Paul Neighbors, the referee, So they probably just recorded it for just USWA, but like he still just acts like WF Jerry Lawler, and so he says he brings Vince out as his like guest on King's Court, and it's just announcer Vince McMahon, and Jerry goes, oh, I'm going to go wrestle that referee now because he is crooked, and Vince is like, okay. Count me in. I will buy a ticket, and you will be exposed as a Burger King because you are fat.
Yeah, if Lawler doesn't destroy this ref, then he will reimburse everyone.
Yes,
including Vince McMahon, who wants a piece of that action.
Give me the money, Lawler. But the great like Memphis versus New York thing here is how Lawler quips back at Vince. Well, this Monday night, this Burger King is going to give you a Whopper. And the Boston crowd is like, boo. And then, like, back in Memphis, Dave Brown goes, I'll tell you, the reaction of the crowd here to that Whopper line was decidedly more positive. They went lumfow.
So, yeah, Lawler's going to face that crooked-ass referee, Paul Neighbors. He's so crooked, I don't think we saw any examples of him being crooked. It kind of passed me by why this was happening, but he does indeed face Paul Neighbors. A matter of pride.
Yes, and you might be thinking like, wow, that's a weird main event. Jerry Lawler versus the referee. Well, it's not the main event. You know what it is? Lex Luger versus Yokozuna.
It's just trialing his entire SummerSlam card.
Yeah, yes, it's crazy because this is literally like a day before SummerSlam. They're doing Lex Luger versus Yokozuna, which is crazy. So like we see like I think this will be where like the Neighbors thing happens because they show the Motherville matches, and like Motherville matches. Oh man, this is the one to end it all. We'll finally settle things here. And oh my God, the Prentice gave them a gimmick, and then they duped Lawler, and then they won illegally. Ah, damn it! Nothing has been settled. And then they do show Lawler versus Paul Neighbors in the stretcher match, where you must leave in an ambulance, and if Paul Neighbors doesn't leave in an ambulance, then Lawler's going to be paying like $20 million. And here's Vince at ringside getting big boos for being a New York bitch. And fucking, he's even got Pat Patterson here to help enforce. And man, it was kind of crazy seeing like Vince here because like Lawler is coming up to him and like he's gonna fight him, and like Vince just like doesn't sell fear at all of him. He's not scared of Lawler, which felt odd considering he is the heel. But in any case, like Paul Neighbors gets pile driven, and then he gets pile driven. And then he gets pile driven, and then pile driven, and then like they get the stretcher, and like Neighbors, this short stout guy is on the stretcher, and then Lawler goes over, fireball, into his eye.
chucks a fireball in his eye. I remember seeing that. That was like one of my first impressions of like 20th century, man. It's like, wow, you could just do anything as a babyface. Just throwing fire in the eye of an already crippled non-wrestler.
That'll show you, Paul.
And everyone's like, whoa!
I'm gonna be dead. And so now we have the Caged Kings. Put two kings in the cage together, see what happens. What a concept. And we see the first big Vince promo here, where he's like in front of a big old curtain, and is like in his baby blue blazer, and he scolds the crowd for being so rude. Then he tells Lawler, tomorrow night, you're really gonna get it. You think you can just beat up a poor pot-bellied referee? Well, hey Lawler, why don't you extend that offer to refund everyone if you can't beat the Hitman? And so like like Lawler gets on the studio afterwards to respond, and he says like, I told that Jack Tunney and Vince that the King of the Ring tournament was meaningless, and still they did it. Disrespectful. And New York, they call it the Big Apple, but it is the rotten apple. And this is why I'm very mean in the WWF, because WWF fucking sucks. New York sucks. Fuck Vince McMahon. But Memphis cool. And then he takes Vince up on it. If he does not beat Bret Hart, he will give all the money from the show back. Everyone will be there for free. And then we come to Caged Kings, which we do actually get to see as a separate match video. And like this cage here is it's not enclosing the ring. It's basically like the Hell in a Cell without a ceiling. So yeah, quite an interesting setup. And what did you think of a Caged Kings match?
It was okay. I don't think like Bret and Lawler ever had like a classic together, which is unfortunate. But it was pretty good. What we saw of the action, I think it's joined in progress. But yeah, Owen tries to get in. And then Jarrett thwarts that attempt.
Oh, thank God.
But Giant Gonzalez, who has had a match as a babyface on the television, and here he has sans pubes. No more pubes on the suit. He just enters through the door. He murks the vampire warrior, Gangrel. So he's probably here to help Lawler. What? High five to Bret? No. Very shitty punch to Lawler? Oh my God.
Ah, shit.
The finish is when Bret is holding Lawler up for Gonzalez to strike, but Lawler ducks and Gonzalez accidentally hits Bret instead. And then Gonzalez is like, oh no, let me put my head in my hands and turn away from this pinfall so that Jerry doesn't have to reimburse the fans. Yeah, I mean, it was alright, but I don't think that can make the listy sadly.
No, definitely not. Like, yeah. Gonzalez is kind of like, oh no, Bret Hart, oh no.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, this is like the second time they did this like crowd reimbursement gimmick if Lawler loses. I was like, surely at a certain point that's gonna dilute the fan support.
Yeah,
because people kind of want that money back more than they love Jerry Lawler at some point.
Yeah, I remember like with the Paul Neighbors one, Lawler made a point of like, oh, they're not gonna want their money back because they're gonna want to see Paul Neighbors leave in ambulance, and like it's real something you don't want to mess with too much.
But this time it's the fucking the guy who was the WWF champion as a resilient face, so maybe not quite the same as Paul Neighbors.
Yeah.
And the crowd certainly didn't hold a candle to like that clip of Lawler vs. Hennig where Lawler wins and they're like, wow!
Oh yeah.
They're like, yeah, I'm kind of done with that $12 back.
Yeah, like, you know, we heard Bret mention that like the promotion was struggling, and I'm sure it was like healthy enough, especially with WF support, but it's nowhere near like those heights that they had of just faith in the baby faces. So Yeah, now the match is a gigantic grudge because Lawler will face Giant Gonzalez and Burt Prentice, a fat man who is the Jimmy Hart of this block. He is the big heel who has all the heels in his pocket. And, what the fuck? He is aligned with Giant Gonzalez. It's terrible. And here's Giant Gonzalez in the studio, pointing at the crowd. Hey, you, shut up over there. And then Giant Gonzalez faces Samuel Nar. And Giant Gonzalez, I want to like him. I want to see in him these qualities that can make me put aside the lack of athleticism, but
yeah, I mean, I thought he looked fine as El Gigante in WCW, and I am very much pro gigantism. Apparently, 1 in 3 million people worldwide are affected by gigantism. Well, I think it should be 1 in 3. I like it that much, but the bodysuit is bad. Even if you take the pubes away, it doesn't help it very much. The airbrushed abs, like one of the USWA event backgrounds, so stupid.
Yeah. I'm going on a charity run to help increase acromegaly.
Come on, folks, we need more of this. Just points at John Silver, come on, guys, please.
Don't you want your children growing up like this?
And another part of my campaign is that they all need to do a senton armbar off the top rope.
Oh man, do you think Giant Gonzalez could do a senton armbar?
No, and that's why we take him out back like the dead horse that he is.
Oh man, so anyway, he wins this match. Good for him. 1, 2, 3, does it? And then Lawler comes on and he says, I think I know why Vince McMahon was so confident that I would lose and have to pay people all that money, because he knew that Giant Gonzalez was going to interfere. But I won there, and I also beat Bret Hart at SummerSlam, so fuck you, Vince. And then Vince sends in a promo. He goes I had no idea that Giant Gonzalez was going to do that. But this Monday, you don't have a big surprise. You've got a big problem. And Gerald says, fuck you, Vince, fuck WWF. And by the next week, we're right on to the next thing, so that match must have sucked.
Yeah, it's fucking Tatanka now.
Tatanka time. Oh man, I was quite struck by the way they introduced Tatanka, where it seems to be what Cornette was trying to do with the OVW stuff, where they go let's take a look at Tatanka, and it's an actual coherent clip that starts and ends and makes sense. Then it comes back and the volume is fine. Jim Cornette couldn't get any of those facets of it.
Yeah, you could probably picture what he was like in 93 WWF if you've seen any of that. All smiles, firing up. And then he comes to the USWA studio and he's like, first of all, I want everybody here to shut up. Dude, what happened? What? What's the problem?
I'm so glad that they had faith in Tatanka to have him speak in front of people. He's so bad.
And then Jerry Lawler saunters over, seemingly wearing an entirely lilac outfit. he questions whether Tatanka is going to be on Survivor Series, and Tatanka says, "Of course I am." Wrong. Lol. Check the card. That is not the case. They are going to do a Survivor Series match with all the titles on the line. Tatanka, Tommy Rich, and the dog catchers versus Lawler, Jarrett, and the Moondogs. And he's like, so if I pin Tommy Rich, I'll win the USWA heavyweight title. And if the Moondogs pin one of the dog catchers, they'll be the tag champions. And I'm like trying to piece it together. It's like, okay, but what if Moondog Cujo fucking pins Tommy Rich? Is that gonna change that belt? What if Jarrett and Tatanka pin Moondog Spot at the same time? I need more information, Jerry. Oh yeah, and another weird thing is that Tommy Rich is out, and he's like, "Why don't we have this match right here, right now?" And the fans are like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, it's more interesting than normal." And Jerry says, "No, Monday at Coliseum. Pay up, bitches." Okay, great. I'll never see it.
Yep. But the great thing is, you'd think this really fucking complicated, convoluted rule set is because, like, Tatanka's undefeated, so they're trying to protect that. No, he gets pinned, which is great. But yeah, like, I just love the way that Tatanka is here, because, like, Lawler, he really tortures, like, the concept out. You know, he goes like, well, you know, you beat me for the unified title. And Tatanka's like, that's right, I did. I feel really good about it. And, oh, you know, Tommy Rich also beat Jeff Jarrett. Oh, I'm really glad that happened. And the dog catchers, they beat the Moondogs. I'm over the moon about that as well. Just like hearing this man speak is wonderful. And
so was it actually a Survivor Series elimination match, or was it like one fall?
Okay, so it was a Survivor Series match, but here's the thing about it, because they showed a clip, and Lawler's team wins. Jerry Lawler pins Tatanka, but at the time of the fall, it was Tatanka and Tommy Rich in. So Tommy Rich was still in. So I guess it's like, so he would have pinned Jarrett, and then the Moondogs would have been eliminated too, but the dog catchers are also not there, so I don't know what happened there. And then Tatanka gets pinned. Tommy Rich is seemingly still legal, and they ring the bell. So I don't know what happened.
Damn. Yeah, at first when you were describing it, I was like, oh, maybe it's a Captain's Fall match or something like that. And then I was like, oh wait, no, that makes no fucking sense at all. I wish we saw the match. That'd be funny as fuck.
Jerry Lawler just came in and said, okay, look, I'm going to be the champion again. That's going to happen but in the next show.
As you can see, I am getting my belt back. And Tatanka's like, okay.
So yeah, and then like there's a big victory lap because Dave Brown the week after this is like, oh, we're scheduled to get a taping from Vince McMahon, and then like someone from school's like, oh, Dave, the taping coming time. So like, oh, I guess must have been FedEx issue, and then here's Jerry Lawler. Don't blame the mail. The actual reason it didn't arrive is because he's scared. I killed Tatanka. No, I won't, Vince. But I guess Macho Man will do. That is the next thing. Please come to the Coliseum.
Yeah, and that was the 10,000 feuds of Jerry Lawler in that 2 month span. Yeah, in CWA he was feuding with like three guys, I guess, maybe 4. And that was quite a natural balance. But here it's someone new every week. It's a bit crazy.
It's literally like Monster of the Week with him, which is quite something.
And yeah, the Bret promos are great. The Vince promos are also pretty good. I mean, there's kind of like the overly fucking insecure, verbose Vince creeping in. But I mean, he is a heel, so it works a bit better. But yeah, he's a fucking pathetic head case. Just be a Southern boy. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah, like when he goes like tomorrow, it's like a peek into what he actually is like. You're a country pumpkin piece of shit. So now we can get to whatever Jeff Jarrett's up to.
Jeff Jarrett knows every sports star in Memphis. That's what he's up to.
He's the fabulous one, Jeff Jarrett. Come on down. And he starts out chasing. There's the unified title that Jerry Lawler has. Then there is also the World Heavyweight title of USWA that Jeff Jarrett is wanting. And that title is means shit, basically. It never ever main events and mogged. But anyway, Jeff Jarrett is chasing after it, and the champion right now is Gangrel, the Vampire Warrior, who is Burt Prentice's main charge, along with Luna Vachon. Burt Prentice, he's got to be one of the roundest people you've ever done seen. Only outdone by a fellow that we'll get to later.
Yeah, only outdone by like 3 other USWA personalities.
And so Vampire Warrior, he's here and he's like doing it a lot, which is great. Mm-hmm. And Jeff Jarrett, meanwhile, he's got a big old colourful get-up, and something we'll allude to later on. But I love how the commentators would be like, "Look at that attire! It looks great."
He looks fucking insane. He's dressed like a fucking double-decker chocolate bar with the purple and the orange.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking insane. And he's the fabulous one, which is borrowed from Jackie Fargo, just like the King. And his thing is that he will, they'll be like, "Oh, let's take a look at another friend that Jeff Jarrett has," and it'll cut to this like package of like the first one is Bob Sebra, a baseball player, and Jeff Jarrett will just do this like interview like, "Now tell me, Bob, when did you first start playing baseball?" And Bob will be like, "Oh," and then it'll go like, "Oh, let's go down to the pitching mound, and you can like slug some balls, Jeff." And then he will give it a go, and they'll then like Bob Sepper will like do a home run, and like he will tell Jeff, "Jeff, you really are the fabulous one." And Jeff will be like, "Oh no, you're fabulous." Then he has a match.
Oh, just fucking fuck each other then.
And then we see Vampire Warrior versus Jeff Jarrett from the Mid-South Coliseum, and Jarrett hits a big drop kick, but then Luna Vachon boofs him, and oh my god, it's Miss Texas, Jacqueline, who makes the save, and nothing has been settled, but next week they will have a mixed tag, so they will, and then we come to I put this in here because this is like a slight diversion from the story, because they had something very important they had to do. August 14th, we open up and they tell us we got Mario. He's a newcomer here. You like Mario. And here we have the Hawk versus Super Mario.
He's so fat and he's so small. He might be as fat as he is tall. Like literally a circular, just a spherical man.
A spherical man.
Could probably just roll him around, and only his little feet would stop the perfect roll.
And so the Hawk here is like 8 feet tall, 400 pounds. Super Mario gives him the Big Daddy belly bump and kills him.
Yeah. It's one of the oddest squashes that I've ever seen. And then he goes, it's a 90-second match, and he's gassed going for his post-match, and he's like, you took the pizza. Yep, that's what they told you to say.
Yeah, it's a lot of pizza.
There's all these stars of the World Wrestling Federation and the USWA, and also all the highly thought of people like Tommy Rich and stuff. Like they just got done showing us highlights of Bret versus Lawler set to rock music, and then like the most low rent shit you've ever seen.
Mario, super guy.
Corporate lawyers were a lot less vigilant back then, which is good.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, people often talk about like the Ninja Turtles being a Memphis gimmick, but like this here has flown under the radar. It's like absolutely shameless. But anyway, so Mario, he eats a pizza and he wants to fight the Vampire Warrior and his ugly, ugly wife. And Burt Prentice has a problem with this. He comes out, calls him a goof, and it's like pointing the finger at him. And Mario's like, "You watch out yourself." And Burt is like, "Hey, you know what? You are fat. You are eating too many pizzas, brother."
Yeah, you tell him, Burt. Fucking fat cunt.
And then he uses his big belly to bump Mario. And then like Vampire Warrior runs in and deuce Mario, and I love Corey Macklin's call. It goes, "Oh, look out, Mario!"
Yeah, it all leads to a big 2-on-2 brawl with Gangrel and Brian Christopher drawing with Jarrett and Super Mario. They're just acting like he's a normal talent.
Yeah,
they've not like done what they do with like some comedy characters where they like put them in their own little universe, kind of. No, he's just one of the boys.
They shake hands with Mario.
Yeah. I could like we don't really see him again after that. We see him like advertised for some of the arena cards and stuff. I would have loved to have seen a bit more, but that whole segment, I couldn't stop being astounded by the whole thing. It's unforgettable.
I really love the part where because Lawler comes out to help equalize, and so there's this point where Jarrett is punching Vampire Warrior, Lawler is punching his son, Brian Christopher, and then like Mario's just there. He has no dance partner, so he's just standing around fatly.
And yeah, he's gonna at the 16th of August. He's gonna be facing Gangrel. Be there. I would pay $35, maybe $40 to see that match.
Oh man! And so Jeff Jarrett helps Mario, and then let's take a look at Jeff Jarrett music video where multiple people who are his friends point at the camera and go, "Now that's fabulous," including Bob Zepra, who we saw earlier, and then a whole school auditorium of children go, "Now that's fabulous." I'm starting to think that Jeff Jarrett is a fabulous one, but I'm not sure yet.
So, Tommy Rich is coming back to Memphis to fuck up Jeff Jarrett. He's filmed a vignette to imply that this is coming in the future. But Jeff immediately does an interview to retort, and bam, he's fucking here now. Good angle.
Yeah. Tommy's like promo back there is he's like, "You might be wondering why I'm in the bathroom. Well, Jared, I figure you can relate to a bathroom because you see it."
Yeah, Tommy might be my favorite promo in this whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's really wonderful, and yeah, like he like there's a certain like group of people, and we'll get to some more later. Tommy Rich is one of them, where like he just like immediately injects like heat into stuff. Like, USWA is just plodding along as it is, and you can find it charming, and like, oh shit, here's a real guy. Tommy Rich does that shit. And then we get to hear from Minnesota fans. Minnesota Fats is a friend of Jeff Jarrett. You ever heard of Minnesota Fats before?
I have not.
He plays like the snooker, except they call it something else. And he's like a really, 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 really old man. And Jeff Jarrett comes in. He's like, "Hi, Minnesota. It's so great to see you. You want to play some pool?" He goes like, "Yeah." And then Jeff Jarrett like sinks a ball, and Minnesota goes, "Oh, that's a fabulous one." And anyway, Tommy Rich, he fucking wins the belt off of Jeff Jarrett. He wins it at the Mid-South Coliseum, and from there the chase starts up again, where Jeff Jarrett is constantly brawling with Tommy Rich, and Tommy, he has this whole thing of basically being jealous of Jarrett because his daddy and his grandpappy had it all easy. Meanwhile, Tommy Rich was fucking wiping the dirt off his shoes, and so now they brawl very many times, and I think it's a good ass feud.
Yeah. Did you notice one of the scraps that they start having? Tommy uses the ring bell. Don't be thinking about a school bell on a plank of wood like in SmackDown vs. Raw. This is an actual bell, like a hefty.
Yes.
Bell. I've seen that in one other occasion in 80s wrestling. But it's like, damn, they actually used a bell.
Yeah. Like it was a real sight to see. Like stolen off a church, probably. Yeah, and then hey, you know who else is a friend of Jeff Jarrett? Mark Miller from Sawyer Brown. Oh, that Mark Miller? Oh, Jeff Jarrett knows him? Oh, wow. And Jeff Jarrett just like, Mark, we've known each other 6-7 years now. And then, Mark Miller's like, oh, yeah, I do the songs, but that's enough about me. Take a look at this. And they show a clip of Jeff Jarrett hitting a drop kick, and it comes back, whoa, you are the fabulous one, Jarrett. Oh, no, that was a shitty drop kick. But yeah, we continue on, and eventually it all comes to a head in a cage match in the studio.
Oh my god, steel cage match in the studio. The cage is like 4 foot tall. It's kind of giving the Ricky Knight Builder's cage, honestly.
Yeah.
Essentially just used as a fence rather than anything brutal. But,
Yeah.
I appreciate them going to all that effort on a studio day.
Absolutely, yeah. And it must have been pretty novel. Like Paul Neighbors, who by this point is fired as a referee, but he's now just a manager with Burt Prentice.
Yeah.
He makes a big stink about there ain't gonna be no cage match tonight. And then Eddie Marlin comes in, big epic pop. He says no, there will be a cage match.
But then who gave fucking Paul Neighbors one of the keys to the cage? It's a scandalous disgrace. It's a farce.
Ah, fuck.
It was one of those situations where it's the match starts and it's like, oh, there's a decent amount of time left, so this might actually be kind of substantial. No, stop dreaming. And then they do fucking Miss Texas versus another women's wrestler just for 3 minutes.
For 3 minutes.
Why didn't you?
Zero falls.
Why didn't you just make the match that we wanted to see for a bit longer? Yeah, no falls. Old Jacqueline, okay, Miss Texas, just filling some time.
Yep.
Transparently. And they're like, oh, the cage is not locked, so this is not a cage match, so to speak. But yeah, everything that you see is through metal bars.
Yeah.
Very weird episode.
And Jarrett versus Tommy in the cage has to have one of the stupidest finishes I've ever seen as well. Where, okay, so Paul Neighbors has the extra key. He accesses the cage and he throws a chain for Tommy Rich Tommy Rich has beaten Jeff Jarrett with his chain before. It's been the bane of Jeff Jarrett's existence, but Jarrett gets it, and he doofs Tommy. Tommy goes down, and the ref is also down, by the way, and he falls on top of Tommy, and the ref, who is still groggy, he decides to go on his back and look up at the ceiling and counts 3 while not looking at the pin. And he then gets up and raises Tommy's hand. And then here comes Eddie Marlin to grab the belt and say, all right, fuck this, the belt is in abeyance. And then Tommy Rich is all like, yo, granddaddy. And that's it. That's the end of the story as we know it.
Yeah, we touched on Miss Texas, aka Jacqueline, a little bit. She's kind of not really doing anything consistent, but she does have like a brawl that is as hateful as anything else going on here with Luna Vachon.
Yeah.
In one of the earlier episodes. And yeah, I wish there was a bit more of that. That would have been cool. It
pissed me off that non-cage match she has, because that was fixing to be a good one before they just ended this shit.
Yeah. I guess we can go into the Bryan Christopher verse.
Yes, Bryan Christopher's love life, very vibrant, and
indeed,
you know, like we talked of like USWA being like the successor, the new version of World Class, and I guess there's a remnant of that here because his first feud is with the gentleman Chris Adams, who is here in USWA. And it's the first match that we actually see in the whole block is Chris Adams versus Mr. Clyde. And Mr. Clyde gets super kicked. But before that, Miss Simpson comes out. And who is it that Miss Simpson used to be? Tony Adams. Ex-wife. Ex-fucking wife of Chris.
Yeah, she also used to play centre half for Arsenal.
That's right. Taking
But now she's seeing Bryan Christopher.
Yeah, Bryan Christopher is not progressive at all. Said like, you better give up that footballing career if you want to be with me.
Yeah, Bryan Christopher comes out to "I'm Too Sexy," and it is a really perfect theme for him. It's great.
I agree. Yeah.
It could even top banging it. That's how high on it I am.
Like I think it adds a lot when like they like bring him out and like it's literally just like they're talking about this serious feud and you hear like like it just adds a lot.
Chris Adams has a pretty peculiar accent to my ears. He's almost got like the Southern English equivalent to a Bill Dundee going on.
Yeah.
But he's a solid promo. He gets across how much losing his family is screwing with his sleep and his mind and his life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like he's giving alimony to Miss Simpson, as she is now known, as she will alternatively be known, and she's spending that on Bryan Christopher, and it fucking makes him sick to think that his money's going to Bryan Christopher, who is a punk.
And yeah, Bryan Christopher rechristened Tony Adams to Miss Simpson, and he says that he gives the orders now, and he says, "Do what I told you." And she gets on her knees, and everyone's like, "Don't suck in the penis here in USWA studio." But what she is in fact doing is begging Bryan for forgiveness.
Yes. So it's an odd thing where like Chris Adams versus Bryan Christopher is a feud that goes on for a while, and they try and like tease it out by having it be like, oh, is Miss Simpson really gonna be Tony Adams? Will she be by her hubby's side? And so like there'll be a thing of like, oh, she did not beat up Chris Adams when Bryan Christopher told her to. And so, you know, Bryan Christopher, he's really good in this, by the way. He's really great at like the charisma and the promos and all that, where like, you know, he'd be like, I need you to apologize to me right now, and then she will get on her knees and do it, and he'll like have his like arms crossed all hunched together. I guess that'll do. like, you motherfucker, it's just really good. And yeah, like there's some good like pull aparts that they do, like Chris Adams and Tim, and I also like just love seeing Bryan Christopher wrestle, because like he's one of those guys who just like at all times exudes his personality through their wrestling. Like he'll hit one move and go like
yeah,
which is great. And so yeah, like the whole thing will be like they'll run down the cards, and I think this is the second time you do Bryan versus Chris, where it's like Bryan is just being accompanied by Miss Simpson, but Chris Adams is accompanied by Tony Adams. Oh, you'll have to go to the Massive Coliseum to see who she picks. And then like after that they'll show the footage of like Miss Simpson going like, no, do not hit him with chair, and he'll be like, oh, you should hit him with chair, and she's like, no, I will not do it. And then like eventually Bryan like wins a fucking match where the loser leaves town, and so Chris Adams is off skis out of here. And like then after this, Bryan Christopher's like, oh, Miss Simpson, you need a maid, so I got you a maid, Miss Rollins. And then like we've got some fucking deep throat shit going on here, because there's the Phantom of the Opera, a mysterious man who maybe is Chris Adams, but I don't think we ever see him. And like he takes photographs where like, oh my god, it turns out that Bryan Christopher was smooching Miss Robin. Oh no!
Oh my god!
And then also in the middle of all this, Job Boy Mike Anthony defeats Bryan Christopher. Oh, how kill scandal!
Yeah.
And like it's pretty funny how like they how they do it, because like, so the studio setup is like they'll just have like a CRT TV, like a big one that like you can see everyone looking at when they throw to stuff, and someone just puts, for like, this is like 2 weeks at last, where like they put these like scandalous photos up while Bryan Christopher's talking, and he literally just like covers Miss Simpson's eyes. And like I'm trying to remember like what he tells Miss Simpson. I think it's like, it's pictures of me naked. It's pictures of me naked. I can't believe it. But eventually she wisens up to it, and it's like then eventually what it comes down to is that Miss Robbins is out of here, and like I think the way it is like Miss Robbins versus Miss Simpson's the match that happens. Then next time we see them, Bryan Christopher is just with Miss Simpson. So, they swerved us again. They're together again.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, they said there was going to be a a Phantom of the Opera.
Yes.
Then I guess they changed their mind.
Yeah. And so Bryan Christopher's like, I'm going to get a new nanny. And Miss Simpson's like, oh, I don't like that, but it will be a guy, which is better. And then he's like, Dave Brown, you're going to be the maid. And David's like, no. And he's like, Corey Maclin, you're going to be the maid. No. And then like PG-13 comes out along with Midget D.
He says it to them, and they're like, yes! Maybe a bit too eagerly, so maybe not.
Yeah, Brandon's like, actually, let me get back to you on that. And then it's a fun angle they do on the cage match episodes where Tony Falk is there in there with Mike Anthony.
The biggest loser ever, who sucks.
The biggest loser fucking ever. And Bryan Christopher approaches him, and he offers him this job, and he's like, you've lost 56 matches in a row. True or false? True. You're the worst wrestler I've ever seen in my life. And he's saying this to convince him to get the job. But Tony Falk, he believes in himself. He says, if I didn't slip on a banana peel, I'd be champion right now. Says Bryan in exchange. And then like he pisses Bryan off because he says, "Oh, if you weren't just chasing women out here, your career would be way better." Then Bryan ends up interfering in this match, and Tony Falcon Mike Anthony decides, "Hey, let's double team Bryan Christopher right now." And Bryan, I challenge you. And then they beat up Tony, and then here comes Miss Texas to cause a DQ to this 20-second match. But yeah, Miss Texas, she's really over because every time she's out there, they do a "whoop, there it is" chant, which is really good to hear. But yeah, it's a great sort of sleazy sort of sports entertainment feuds here from Bryan Christopher and co. I think.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
What else we got going on?
So
Moondog.
Yes, the tag team division is heating up here in USWA. You got the Moondogs.
Yes, supposedly.
You got the dog catchers.
It's quite nondescript. I don't know about these Moondog guys. They seem kind of unintelligent. Perhaps they should read a book and go back to school. That is my suggestion.
Yes, and you know who agrees with you? Bert Prentice and his student.
Yeah, the dog catchers. These guys just have doofing contests.
Yes.
I couldn't really tell you why it's happening. Any of it is happening. But the ponytail of Paul Neighbors is on the line, so now I am unhealthily invested.
Yeah, they got motherfucking Richard Lee out here, and I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before, but he will cut promos for the Moondogs and be like, "I want the Moondogs to win the tag belts," and then that's basically it. And then they face the dog catchers, who they are the dog catchers because they'll beat up the dogs, and then they'll show Mid-South Coliseum, all the dog catchers versus the Moondogs. Oh, they doofed each other, and then oh my god, they held the damn foot, and the dog catcher wins. Oh my god, and then they show the Mid-South Coliseum, the dog catchers versus the Moondogs, and the dogs, they doofed the dog catchers, and they won. It drove me insane. It's just nothing happens. It's just the same thing over and over again.
The only other thing I've really got to say on that is I enjoyed the finish to the Moondogs versus Intruders TV match, where one of the Moondogs goes up to the second rope and thinks, actually, no, that's ages away, and then just walks over to do a standing splash. Unironic on Orange Cassidy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful, man. I'm just scrolling through the fucking pages of text I have here. They're all just the same fucking thing. Moondogs doof him and win. But hey, we should get to the pearl of the tag team division, which is the story of Melvin Penrod. Because you see, there was once a great tag team led by Bert Prentice, which is C.W. Bergstrom, the teacher, and Melvin Penrod Jr., his student.
The A student.
The A student. What a promising young man he was.
I think the most glaring difference between CWA and USWA is the amount of just funny fucking chuckle fucks lingering around. The quality control appears to have been really relaxed. they fucking love a fat boy who can't actually do anything.
Yeah.
So this Melvin Penrod, he looks like one of the nerd models in the game Bully. He's got his big round glasses, suspenders, and shorts that really complement his freaky egg-shaped profile.
Yeah.
He's meant to be a little boy.
He's meant to be a little boy. He looks like a WF Attitude Call. And so C.W. Bergstrom and Melvin Penrod Jr. take on Scotty 2 Hotty and Randy Rocket. What a match it was. But then the Moondogs are hot on their tail, and Bert Prentice is out to say I am sick and tired of being interrupted and being hit with a trash can, and then the Moondogs run out to beat him up with a trash can. And then, the Moondogs, they win. They win the Southern Tag Belts. And so, on the 7th of August, Bert, Berg, and Penn are all out here. Penrod is doing the Virgin Walk. He's very dejected because he's let Bert down. And Bert tells him so. You've let me down by losing the belt. I'm so ashamed of you. And now, C.W. Bergstrom is going to give you the board of punishment.
Yeah, he's going to get a good old-fashioned whoop.
A spanking. And he says, and Penrod takes the mic. He says, I've been thinking about it. I don't think I deserve it because I wasn't the one peeing. And they're like, we don't tell you to think. Give the order for 30 licks. And Penrod's like, no, I refuse. He shoves Bert and gives Berg a slug. And he takes the board of punishment in his hands. Penrod Jr., the hero of all time!
Yes! 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 I was out of my seat! Fucking punch in the air! Fucking yes! He is never seen again.
They book a loser leaves town match between C.W. Bergstrom and Melvin Penrod Jr. If C.W. Bergstrom wins, neither of them are seen ever again.
So yeah, that was great. It made me buy 50 arena tickets. And
yes.
Well, so we got fucking PG-13, JC Ice, Wolfie D. So JC is saying that some fans think they are too little, but he turned on that WWF recently, and he saw the littlest dude ever. He's so small that his parents named him after numbers.
They named him after numbers, man. What the hell?
They named him after numbers. So yeah, after a few minutes of trashing the 1-2-3 Kid and saying that everyone he beat on Raw must have been drunk, holy shit, he is here! What a coincidence!
Oh my god! Wow.
The odds of that are insane. So the Kid says that all he did is ask the WWF for an opportunity, and then he's proven himself in the time since. He challenges one of them to a match, and then Jamie takes up the offer, and a ref is in the ring, and it's an official match supposedly. And he whoops JC for a bit, and then Wolfie D swaps in. Referee just allows it, and then Kid
pick on someone your own size.
Kid whoops Wolfie for a bit, and they both come in and double team the Kid. Referee allows it, and then Jeff Jarrett makes the save to even the numbers, and then the referee just leaves the ring. There's not even a bell or anything. How do you log that on Cage Rats? Like, what do you put as the official result of that? I don't know.
Yeah, if this is like the old bald ref, he might be the most useless piece of shit I've ever seen in wrestling.
Probably.
Just not there.
And the PG-13 on that consistently, but we do see them come out with Midget D later. And do you remember when I had seen that for the reality episode, I saw that interview with Jamie Dundee, and he says,
yes,
I owned a bunch of midgets. I had a midget named Danny. D for Danny? Does he own this midget?
That's his son.
The true scale of the Jerry Springer midget trafficking operation is yet to be uncovered. Somebody should suggest that for fucking Dark Side of the Ring Season 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
Because there's something there. Why does he say he owns midgets, dude? That's fucked up.
Oh man, yeah, it's nice to see PG-13 in their damn hubcaps, and we also see like a team that I thought was going to be a big deal. And it turns out no. You remember Brute Force?
No, who's that?
So Brute Force is Burt Princess's new tag team, Slammer and Jammer.
Oh yeah, those guys.
Yeah, and so Burt Princess brings them out. They're like, this is my new team. They are the ultimate heavy metal thrashing machine. And then they win a match, and I'm like, oh, I guess the dog catchers are outdated. Goodbye, dog catchers. No, dog catchers here to stay. Brute Force leaves. Okay.
So someone else who's just around for one episode is the Spellbinder.
The Spellbinder. Yes, that's right.
Interesting wrestler with his magician act. He would go to wrestle on WWF TV one time in 1995 as Fantasio.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting how like everybody knows about that, kind of like, and associates it with the, everything wrong with the new generation era.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It was one match. And I did a bit of research on that. And apparently he almost set fire to Gorilla Position with Bruce Pritchard in it.
Jesus Christ.
Like he has like his kerosene or whatever. It ignites something. And fucking Kevin Dunn is in Bruce Pritchard's ear, like, send him out. And Bruce Pritchard's like, I'm on fire. And Kevin Dunn's like, okay, send him out now.
I'm on fire. Okay, Kevin Dunn. Okay, let's do that. Okay, Fantasio. Man, that's funny because literally, like after the Spellbinder match, Dave Brown literally was like, "Kids, please do not imitate the Spellbinder's illusions."
Yeah, the Spellbinder makes little strands of paper go into the audience. That's fucking incredible. That's fucking amazing. I cannot believe my eyes when I saw
that. That's what the crowd says when they see that. And we ended up seeing Spellbinder in his later Memphis adventures when we saw Power Pro in the reality TV episode. He was just a guy.
Yeah, he's got another alias.
What's
he called again?
Okay, it wasn't. I don't think it was Spellbinder actually. Let's see. Cage match. Please help me in my time of need. Fantasio cage match, also known as. Oh, was it Spellbinder? It may have been Spellbinder. Let's see. Oh, it was Streak. He was Streak.
Streak. What?
Motherfucker called Streak in here.
That's not what I remember.
Streak defeats Mick Tierney by DQ. Let's see. 2000. Oh, okay. Spellbinder. Okay, he's a Spellbinder in 2000. Wow.
Oh, he's Shock in Shock and Awe with Ian Harrison.
Wow.
Many are calling them the original couple of fucking bad boys.
Holy shit. But yeah, a wonderful thing. And then not only that, but we also are informed by a helpful commercial package of Fingos. A whole new way to eat cereal. Let me tell you about Fingos here. Many Americans start their day with cereal. That's because it's delicious and one of the most nutritious breakfast foods you can eat. Now, there's a whole new way to enjoy cereal away from the breakfast table, which I know you really wanted to do. Introducing Fingos. Fingos' trademark is a deliciously crunchy new cereal you eat with your fingers right out of the box, without a bowl or a spoon.
If you use milk, we will kill you.
You get a hearty grain taste in every crispy bite. And it provides 25% of your daily requirements of 7 essential vitamins and iron. It's irresistibly munchable. Just one taste and you'll be reaching for more. Anytime, anywhere. Fingos is so convenient you can have it anytime. Anywhere for breakfast, lunch, dinner, or in between. Eat it at home, work, in the car, or straight out your lunchbox. Yes, Fingos is the perfect way to get more wholesome cereal into your life. Try both delicious flavors, cinnamon and honey toasted oats. You'll love getting your fingers on Fingos.
Fingos, the cereal that you can fuck with your fingers. And meanwhile, supermarket shoppers were like, fucking people who work in marketing are so stupid sometimes.
Yeah, they spent millions of dollars on this. And then all the moms were like, "Oh, what the fuck is this?" Okay. Let me get cornflakes.
You can just eat. You could eat cereal out of the bag if you want.
If you wanted, yeah. Yeah, like they say like, oh, it's a crispy bite. So if you use milk, you're not getting the Fingos experience.
A great advert there, as well as the 1993 Capoeira movie Only the Strong. And I hear that Crystal Pepsi has a cleaner flavor, but who's to say?
Yes, and you better make sure you have car insurance, or otherwise, if you get into an accident, you'll go to jail.
But yeah, USWA, it's a fucked up place, honestly. There's a lot going on. I did feel a bit edged by it all in terms of the matches. Yes. And I wanted to bust, not just this constant edge.
We all do.
Because I know how great so many of this roster can be, and I didn't necessarily expect everyone's A game on the studio TV, but I wanted a bit more, I would say.
Yeah, you wanted to be like... But instead you were like...
Indeed. Just like that. And yeah, it's one of those weird things how the last 2 years of Sunday Night Heat are the hardest ones to find for some reason. The Coliseum stuff for USWA is way more lost to time.
Yeah.
Than CWA. I don't really know. It's just kind of a shame since every week they're promoting a new fascinating supercard.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure aren't like the pinnacle of wrestling. Not something you could hold up like the CWA peaks and stuff, but
yeah,
it's pretty fucking interesting, guys. Mario versus Gangrel, dude. Like, I want like that's a hell of a second match on a card to put on.
Yeah, it's funny to think how like like you say, this stuff will I'm almost certain it's not going to be as good as the stuff we could get with CWA, but like it's not as if that's like what factors into the decisions made here, Like, the only reason that we have the CWA stuff around that is so prestigious is just, like, someone happened to, like, keep the tapes and not just fucking throw them away, And, like, I think maybe that must be what happened with, like, CWA, where, like, they're taping everything, but, like, it's just not surviving to get into, like, the hands of some forum dudes, Which, again, it's probably not going to be like the best, but I'd like to see it. I want to see Super Mario go for 15 minutes.
Yeah, as it is, we saw very little of the most substantial stuff that they're promoting.
Yeah, and they do not do the more than satisfactory job that CWA did of making you feel sated just by the TV stuff.
The studio show is even more explicitly about promoting the arena shows, and the match finishes seem to have got less imaginative across the board.
Oh yeah, and like they've done away with a lot of like the structure of it, where there's not much in the way of introductions. They don't keep track of the time, and it's just a lot more flowing. Whereas like this match is so that we can get the storyline over. And then it happens. So yeah, it's way worse than CWE, but it's still fun.
Yeah, great promos and good fun all around.
Yes, and now for the suffering.
So 6 years later, we are now in an era of kick-ass wrestling.
Kick-ass wrestling.
Our setting is some fucking bar. I don't know. It's just some wrestling in a bar. And it feels like most people are there because it's the bar rather than it's the wrestling. This is probably the least known out of everything we'll cover here and the toughest to find info about.
Yeah.
They would later merge into Memphis Championship Wrestling, which will come later.
Yeah.
And so this KW brand was pretty much just a 1999 thing. I think the thing it's best known for is the Ball Pain women's prison match, which we watched and we will talk about in the listies, I'm sure.
Yes.
Only a short amount of this TV seems to be accessible online, to my knowledge, and that's what we're drawing from here. It's from the 29th of May 99 to the 26th of June, so just about a month instead of 2 months.
Yeah. So yeah, all of this happens at Mugs Pub, located at 4396 Raleigh LaGrange Road, Memphis, Tennessee. It no longer exists.
Yeah. The first thing that we get is a barely audible intro package set to presumably AC/DC. I don't know the song, but it sounds like that.
Yeah. And like, between the lack of like documentation as far as like cage match pages and whatnot, as well as like just the audio quality, this was a real exercise in like listening, where like I just see all these people that I don't know, and I'm like, okay, who is this? Let me listen out for their name, and it was a struggle at times. But yeah, like so this is not. We saw USWA, the successor to CWA. This is not in that lineage. This is like I guess you could say an outlaw promotion, done by Terry Golden.
Yeah, this is a more ECW influenced era, and there's going to be some plunder and hardcore doofing and stuff. Also, it was interesting because I was watching with one single earbud, and a small dog yapping 3 floors down outside was louder than the wrestling show on full volume.
Yeah.
So I probably missed like commentary lines and other wrinkles and stuff, but I did my best.
So we can start off with Terry Golden. Like many are saying, Terry Golden is the new king of Memphis.
Terry Golden is saying this.
So KWA. KAW actually, Kick-Ass Wrestling, not Kick Wrestling Ass, is hosted by
Kick Wrestling's Ass.
Kick Wrestling's Ass is hosted by David Jett, who is this guy in like a crazy goatee type thing, and he's no Dave Brown. He is no Dave Brown, whatever at all. And we start off by like, so basically Terry Golden is saying, fuck the Lawlers. Fuck the Dundees. Fuck all these families. This is the new school. And last week, in this first episode of 29th of May, Kevin Lawler came along. And it was like, oh, screw you, Lawler. And now they show it.
Yeah, they were being vague at first. It was like, a member of the Lawler family was here. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, Kevin, I didn't even know that guy existed.
Yeah. And then Terry Golden has thoughts on this after they show it, and he's like, KDW is kick-ass wrestling, and we do not have kings or superstars or what I'm pretty sure is a Gatler. So that's nice. And then then they show like the next week, David Jett is talking about this, and he says, you know what, I'm tired of the damn heat. This is KAW. We're shooting now. This isn't a wrestling organization like the other Memphis places. Fuck the Jarretts and fuck the Lawlers. We are a meritocracy. Mark this date on your calendars. 5th of June. This is the day that KAW started its takeover. And I did mark it down.
So the setting here is that we're in a bar, and there's indistinct shouting, chattering, music from a speaker system, and other general background noise.
Yeah.
It's kind of giving women's erotic wrestling once they moved out of the Viking Hall arena.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except I have less desire to kill everybody in this.
Just a bit less.
Yeah.
Like
a little bit less.
So the visual you get is one of those things where like you see it at first, it's like, oh, isn't this neat? Wrestling in a bar. And then you watch it for a minute, it's like, oh, because it's so hard to like get invested in stuff, because like, we've talked about wrestling in front of a crowd and in front of a no crowd, and how you might change that. How necessary is the crowd? But this is a crowd where like no one cares. No one's here for your fucking shitty wrestling, Terry Golden. They're here to get fucking drunk and probably high off of many drugs. And that's what you're fucking here for too, as well, ultimately. And so no one cares about their wrestling. They don't pop for shit. They don't listen to the promos. They're just yapping on. And there's loud music in the background. So we can't even get into anything. What you all fucking like Gunso? No, man. It's so. This sucks. This sucks.
No, Connor. Everyone is New Jack, and they all have their own special song. But yeah, combine the setting with the plunder and the talent involved, and I'm quite amazed that this was on like even local television.
Yeah, that.
UPN. I know that.
UPN.
I know those initials.
They show ads for Star Trek on this shit. Star Trek is happening at the same time as KAW. They're on the same channel. Yeah. So, we can then thread this into the second main storyline of KAW, which is that Bill Payne is not here.
Yeah, I wish he was fucking here. That's fucked up based on it. He would. I think he would elevate this by like 10 times.
Yes, he would.
I think he would get nearby people invested. People who don't even really fucking know what wrestling is would be like, "What'd that piece of shit say?"
Yeah.
So yeah, that could have been good, but unfortunately, he's not here. I do just want to point out one YouTube comment that I saw on one of the episodes that says, "I hope nobody watches this and thinks this is what we mean when we talk about Memphis wrestling." Well, I've got bad news for you. This is our Memphis wrestling episode, and here we are talking.
Oh. Memphis, Tennessee, this symbolizes each and every one of you. So Bill Payne isn't here, and David Jett is like, Bill Payne, he's not here. I know where he is. He's not here.
Somewhere else.
So like, what is this? Is he in fucking prison? Is he dead? What? Tell me. And anyway, Motley Crue, his boy, and Tasha is here. They are like, I can't remember if they have a stable name or whatever, but Motley Crue is like, ahaha, I will defend Bill Payne's KAW title for him against Terry Golden. And then Terry Golden beats him for the belt in a weapons match. They specify it's a weapons match. Every match in KW is a weapons match because they don't care about the rules. There are no disqualifications at all unless they just decide to give up on a match. But yes, Terry Golden doofs him with a bunch of things, and then oh my god, Motley Crue has the advantage due to the interference of Tasha. But here comes the midget Hollywood, and the midget Hollywood punches Tasha in her vagina, and then Motley Crue murks him. And then as Terry Golden paces towards his glory of winning the championship, the crowd are just chanting Hollywood because they're fucking drunk and they like the midget. They don't care about Terry Golden at all. Then Motley Crue, well, so he gets put through a fire table, a table that's on fire, a big whoop. And then next week, David Jett is like, "Oh man, last week you were on fire, haha." And then they're like, "Shut up." And then Tasha, she is like, "Oh, I would like to whip that Hollywood." And also Terry Golden, "I'm not just a sadist, I'm a masochist. That means I like to feel pain, but I love to inflict it." So, alright, then next week, Motley is talked to again. David Jett thinks, "Oh, Bill Payne might be mad that you lost his title," and they're like, "No." And then the next week, they booked Motley Crue and Bill Payne in a tag, and then they say Bill Payne is not here. So why'd you book the tag? And then, oh my god, to replace him is Tasha's Hellraiser. And Hellraiser comes out and he goes, "Awoo!" And he's a smash guy. And
it's like in the movie.
Yes, and son of a bitch, I think this might be the samurai of World of Sport fame. And then Motley Crue and the Hellraiser, they face JT Law and Psycho. And they beat them up and win. And then, finally, this comes to a head with the June 26th episode where Motley Crue faces Tracy Smothers, and Tracy grabs the mic, and he is another one of these people like Tommy Rich who can just he can really make you feel like this is actually a wrestling show, because he grabs the mic and he goes is it great to be alive on a Wednesday night on Memphis, Tennessee, or what? And then he just appeals to Motley Crue's pride, because he goes oh, I know you're part of the rock and roll RPMs. I know you're a really great wrestler, and you know what? Let's put the weapons away. Let's turn back the clock and have a damn good wrestling match. And the crowd likes this. They appreciate his passion. And David Jett is what's he talking about? He lost me with that history lesson. Where's the weapons? This is stupid. Because kick-ass wrestling sucks. And fucking, I hate it.
It's always funny in the hardcore center promotion. They're how about we turn the heat up here and have a wrestling match with poles?
A singles match.
So yeah, this catch as can bout.
Yes.
I said that wrong, but I think it's appropriate. It has a spot where Motley misses a crossbody through a table. And then it ends after the Hellraiser interferes for no discernible reason. So essentially it was just a normal KEW match with a couple of arm drags.
Yes. And it said that Tasha is corrupting Motley Crue's mind, but he likes it. And then in the background of this, literally the only other thing that happens with Terry Golden, he has 2 matches with Wolfie D. They suck, and then Jamie Dundee beats him up on outside in the dark, and that's that. And now on to the third most important storyline in Kick-Ass Wrestling: the burden of the light heavyweight title, because the light heavyweight title scene is heating up, in Kick-Ass Wrestling.
Indeed it is.
We got here the champion, who is Danny B. That's right, Danny B. Don't know what the B stands for. Maybe it's bitch. And so we start off here with a thing that you'll think what the hell? Why are you talking about this? But you'll see Chris Anthony versus Brickhouse Brown, the first match here. And Brickhouse Brown, let's see. Oh, Brickhouse Brown wins because Jamie Dundee gave him a chain, so that's good for him, and we'll remember that later on. And then we get Jamie Dundee interviewed. He's wearing a big hat, and he doesn't like Danny B because Danny B will not give him a title shot. And then David Jett tells him, "Oh, come on, Danny B beat the Magnificent Rocker." And Jamie does he did. Well, I'm impressed. And then he comes out and he cuts a promo, and he says he has no remorse about his actions. He would slap Joseph and Mary of Bible fame if they got in the way. And then it cuts to a crowd shot of drunk people enjoying alcohol and not listening. And then we get here Jamie Dundee versus the Masked Equalizer. So Equalizer is wearing very many baggy layers and a hoodie in many colours. And David Jett says, he's got the worst wrestling outfit ever, and I'm including Jeff Jarrett in that. What?
Wow.
What? He's the fabulous one. He has the fabulous outfits. No! And then, so Danny B, it said, has no friends except for the 3-6 Mafia, but they can't be here all the time. And then this Equalizer, this piece of shit jobber, is trying to come back, but then Mary, this valet of Danny B comes out, and then she hugs Jamie, and Dave Jett's like, no, say it ain't so. But then she gives him a weapon, and the Equalizer hits him with the weapon that Mary gave him, and my God, it was Danny B the whole time. They swerved him. Oh my God. And so the whole idea is that as soon as you get the title, everyone else in the division is trying to beat you up. They're not even trying to get a match with you. They're just trying to mug you and kill you and beat you up some more. So Danny B is set upon by everyone, including Fabulous Rocker and Izzy High, and also Tommy Rogers. Tommy Rogers is here. And then like Jamie Dundee the next week puts all their names in a hat and gets them to pick from the hats. And like, oh, well, my name came up, Jamie Dundee. I'll go and win the belt now. But then, what? All the names are Jamie Dundee in the hat. Oh, you damn crazy motherfucker.
That's a disgrace. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah, did you notice that I think their like heavyweight title is just the Winged Eagle feather belt?
It's just the Winged Eagle. It's just a fucking Winged Eagle. I bet the scratch logo's still on there. And so the main ref in KW is Alcoholic. He is an alcoholic. And what is this? Brickhouse Brown. Oh no, he's out here to beat up Danny B with chair. And then Jamie Dundee wins. Oh no, this is just wrong.
And then Danny B instantly wins the belt back in a 4-way.
That he does. And okay, so there's such a weird thing that happens with like they often end the episode with like a bunch of like interviews in it. So Danny B gets beaten for the title, and then it cuts to Danny B backstage with the belt, who's like, "Hey Jamie Dundee, I bet you want another shot at this, ha ha ha." And then the next promo, just in case you think that might just be just put the wrong week in. The next promo is Tommy Rogers being like, "Oh, Jamie Dundee, that was proper not on what it was with the hat," which happened en route to him winning the belt. So what happened there? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Danny B wins it back, and then
throughout the whole time of you recapping most of that stuff, I was like, "Oh, if you say so." It's already left my mind. I don't need to think about that shit again. Although I do have a note that says commentary mentioning Danny B's only friends of 3-6 Mafia. But they're a touring musical act. They can't back him up all the time.
That's right, yeah.
Damn, I wish we got the episode with 3-6 Mafia.
Yeah.
Imagine we did 2 podcasts in a row that has 3-6 Mafia on wrestling shows. That'd be crazy.
Oh, man. So, maybe the movings of the title are not interesting to you. I can understand that. But what about Danny B versus Brickhouse Brown? The personal feud. And Danny B is like, "Oh, you have scorned me before, Brickhouse Brown. I respect you. I've watched you on the TV. But now I will have a bop at you." And eventually, after another match that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Danny B gets Brickhouse Brown, and Brickhouse Brown explains in the ring that like, "Hey, if you're a fan of mine, you would not take it personally that I interfered in your match, because I interfere in a lot of matches. It's just business." And then he follows up by like going for some cheap racism heat by making fun of Danny B's ancestry. And Danny B is so fired up by this that he then charges it Brickhouse Brown, who then gives him a stun gun in such a way that makes him eat shit over the top rope, landing on probably his head. And whilst happening, Fueled by Metallica is playing "Ooh, that burn," which is it's great. It's great soundtrack for wrestling. It really engrosses you in the action. And then, oh my God, Danny Brown, I'm presuming upon his name, Danny B, eventually rolls him up. Danny Brown had no part in this. He was probably a baby. And that shows you, Brickhouse. Anyway, on to the next story. Did you like that? You like when that happens? Brick house foiled.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's great.
Really.
How about this tag division? The tag division is hotting up. You got the littles, bitty little and itty bitty little. And I saw these names in the YouTube description. I was like, here we go, midgets. Oh no, they're not midgets.
Yeah, the littles. Their finishers should have been the middle aisle.
But they are country boys who tell the host that he has a pretty mouth.
Yep.
Well, looky here.
I'll tell you what, we got like 2 or 3 jokes tops, and we're just gonna do them. Oh, I fucked my cousin, so my biology ain't too good.
So yeah, pretty lowbrow there. So hopefully some nice contrast with the team that they're up against of Weed, consisting of Dr. Bud Ganja and Izzy High. Lumfao.
And Dr. Bud Ganja goes hard.
And Izzy High is actually the American kickboxer.
He is?
From Ilwams.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, okay, wow.
Like, you wouldn't really know from this stuff.
Yeah, like, Izzy High, like, he does go crazy over these weeks. It's an odd thing where, like none of the matches he has are twisty because it's kick-ass wrestling. But also, like, man, he do be going hard in there. He's doing a bunch of shit, and I respect it. So Weed, the Littles say, will get no more title shots if they lose this one. And the Weeds are maybe on their way to dethroning the Littles. But then, oh my god, here come the War Machines, who are 2 large men in black and white tights, who beat up everyone. And then Izzy tells Dr. Bud Ganja, oh, we should not attempt to fight the War Machine. Let the Littles get beat up. And then the War Machine beat up the Littles. And then they're like, there's the lady who accompanies the Littles, Anita, who is maybe their girlfriend, maybe their cousin, maybe both. You don't know if he's stubborn boy. I tell you what. And unfortunately, Mongo is not out here to protect Anita from the War Machines. And then, like, we get our the next week we get our next challengers. The POB led by Sid Vicious. What do you think seeing Sid here?
What the fuck are you doing here, Sid? Sid, you have main evented 2 WrestleManias. What the fuck are you doing interacting with Itty and Bitty Little?
Yeah.
It can't have gotten that bad.
Like, literally, in days, he signs with WCW. What's going on? Why is he at Kick-Ass Wrestling?
Yeah, so strange. And then he kills these 2 guys called the Click.
Yep.
In a kind of squash match. I don't think it's really an official match, but at no point does commentary name these guys individually. They just call them the Click.
Yep.
And the camera never zooms in on their faces. But I wanted to search them up, see if I could put a name to them. And the search says that it could have been American Dragon, Spanky, and or Shooter Schultz.
Yep.
I really hope that we live in a world where Sid had wrestling contact with Bryan Danielson.
All you people out there, all you people who are like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if Bryan faced Sid? Come on, it's already out here in Kick-Ass Wrestling.
Yeah, it's everything that you want it to be.
So Sid gets the mic, and the POB, it's his family. It's like a biker gang, basically, except with no bikes. They just walk. And his family came to them and said he has too much shit to worry about to care about the tag titles. Fuck them! Fuck the Littles! And so someone else will face the Littles now. My man K-Dog, who it's not Conan. It's just another guy called K-Dog. And then, like, he addresses Littles. He says, I think you guys are homosexuals. And that's what we're going to treat you like, you country boy homosexuals. And then he says, like, oh, we're going to find a partner for my man K-Dog. The guy in the crowd yells, hell yeah. So he goes, hell yeah! And then he takes a Click member, perhaps Brian Kendrick, and then chokeslams him through a table. So that's nice. And then here are the Littles in action against Stephen Dunn and Wolfie D. Thankfully, Mongo is here from this week. He's also just a hillbilly. And this is where I really thought, like, you know, Enter the Dragon, when they reach the island and like the guy has all of these like decadent entertainments, like belly dancing and there's feasts, and then there's also this like aimless sumo match that's going on of just like these two fat guys just like and it's going nowhere. It's just happening. This is what KW feels like. It's like a decadent diversion for hillbillies.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just like fucking like, yeah, this match happens, and then oh my god, Stephen Dunn and Wolfie D have just beaten the Littles. The crowd are in disbelief that a non-title upset has happened.
The crowd are in disinterest. The crowd are ordering another Budweiser.
Give me more chicken wing. And so David Jett says, I'm going back there to interview Sid. And then POB's there. Sid is chatting to someone. And it turns out he's chatting to Tommy Rogers, who is now part of the POB. And he and K-Dog will go for the tag titles. And Sid says the Littles will feel fatigue. And fatigue makes cowards out of you all. And this is the last we ever hear of the POB. Sid signs his WCW and they fuck off.
So this is only semi to do with the tag stuff, but there's a singles match where Izzy High does this extremely fucked up running muscle buster, where the recipient is sent forward rather than the giver taking a back bump. That is an absolute paralysis waiting to happen, and you can't hear any fan reaction over the Kid Rock song or whatever the fuck.
Such a waste. I popped so hard for the Muscle Buster too.
Yeah.
Yeah, looked really good. But never mind that. We have to talk about Stephen Dunn some more. Because he and his real tag partner, because Wolfie D isn't his tag partner, it's Reno Riggins. They are the Tennessee Volunteers. And the Littles, they will face them in title match. And one of the Littles is like, oh, the Tennessee Volunteers, you only think you're volunteering is your pretty mouth. Oh, heel. And so the Volunteers are in the ring. And they say, hey, you, the Littles, you're called Little because your penis small. So it's always a great sign when neither party is sympathetic or likable. And then like fucking, oh my god, they are fighting and they're using weapon, and like oh my god, they go to a no contest, and then Stephen Dunn grabs the mic after they beat him up some more and say, this is why we're called the old school, because we teach them everything they know, but we don't teach them everything we know. Which is great. And then the Jamie Dundee, he also wants the tag titles. Everybody wants the tag titles around here. It's so sought after. So he says that Wolfie D is doing other things. So he needs a new tag partner. And Izzy High is like, I will give you weed. And Jamie Dundee is like, sold. Let's go for tag titles. And then they go for the tag titles the next week. And Jamie Dundee is like, nuts to this, and walks off. And then Izzy High gets beaten by the Littles. And then they beat PG-13 as well. That's it. That's the story.
Great.
You like it?
Nah.
Me neither.
And really, is there anything else? Sorry, I put a Werther's original in my mouth. It's poor sight from me. Is there really anything else to talk about?
Okay, so there is a phone sex hotline.
yeah.
Advertised.
Yeah, the adverts are getting a lot more raunchy. American television is officially raunchy now. And
Yes.
and you will be innocently watching the ads, and then numerous sexy ladies pop up, and you will get an involuntary stiffy, and then you will phone up the sexual hotline, and you will lose all of your money. That is the average American of 999. It's quite a brutal life.
Yeah, it's tragic. But then you can also call up Dutch Imports to get Chow Yun Fat movies. Woohoo!
But also, have you ever wanted to get in the ring and bust an ironing board over the head of your opponent? Then go to the KAW wrestling camp.
$25.
I hope they start with weapon doofing before like less important stuff such as flat back bumps and rope running.
Yeah. Like there's a time that they showed it as where like I'm sure like they like say like here's the measurements you should have, and like I just imagine like again like someone in their home or like, honey, fetch the ruler. I got to know how wide my pectorals are so I can get into kick-ass wrestling.
But the number one thing that KAW gave to me was advertising that Grenade Posse album, Memphis rap group. I was not familiar with, despite knowing quite a lot about that scene. I didn't know those people, and it sounds pretty good. I'll probably listen to it in full at some point soon. So thank you, KAW.
Yeah,
and fuck you for everything else.
Yeah, like it is like interesting to see how like up until now, we've had this sort of like image of like Memphis as like it's not been like an Anglo-centric viewpoint, because there's plenty of other races that are involved in this, but still just sort of like I love my car and I love country music and all that, and then you see KAW and it's like this mixtape by this rap group, which is like, I hate my life, I hate selling drugs, but I must. Like it's quite the contrast. But yeah, overall, KAW is really bad, and it's bad, and I really didn't like it. I think it really shows how necessary like a moral core is to wrestling. Not to say that like Jerry Lawler and that are paragons of virtue, but you could get behind them. And you could feel like, yeah, this is good that they're succeeding, and I hope that they succeed against the bad guys who are bad. Here, there's no one to cheer for. There's no one to like. Terry Golden, the most charmless man I've ever seen. I don't give a shit what he does. And it just sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah, I had like a bit of intrigue about the setting of it. I mean, it's kind of to its detriment, but it's at least intriguing. But the characters are so like badly established. You're either a heel or nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
So like, I can't really buy into it, and having seen what Memphis Championship Wrestling has to offer, I think Terry Gordon's stupid. I think he don't know how to do this.
You're stupid. You're stupid. Yeah, like just the entire idea of like rebelling against like, okay, I get it, like the nepotism in Memphis wrestling, that's whatever, but literally you can't be being like, oh, we're not like that other Memphis wrestling. Yeah, because you're not good. You're not putting on a pleasant TV product every week.
Yeah, and like the bar fight style has a limited amount of charm, but it just doesn't really go anywhere. It feels underutilized, if anything, and so the end result is a lot of the time just me staring at the hardcore wrestling, no thoughts in my head. I'm looking at the shapes that are making sounds, or I'm trying to figure out which popular rock song is playing in the bar.
Yeah. And then like a finish happens, because that's what happens in wrestling matches, and then you go, okay.
And that was KAW, stands for cunts and wankers. Cunts ass wankers. There you go.
Yeah. Now we run back to the familiar home, the familiar teat, of Dave Brown.
Yes,
Power Pro Wrestling.
For PPW, poo-poo wankers. And this is pure coincidence, but we only go forward in time by 1 week exactly, which is interesting.
Yes, we get to see what like that nepotism wrestling is like, and it's a lot better. It's good.
Yeah, we checked out some of this from the following year for the Wrestlers in Reality TV episode. It's a good little episode of TV.
Yes.
when the guy held up the mirror and it was Tarman, and he was like, "Oh!"
Yeah, that was pretty good. So like the main thing I was thinking was that, like, okay, so USW and have this moral core that I'm speaking of. KW does not. So it's going to be like, okay, we'll go right back to how it was with USW. But no, PPW is Memphis getting with the times, and like so it's still got like something of that charm to it, but it's like modernized, you know, like they've got this fucking crazy intro that mystifies me every time I see it, where it's like, you know, there's the recognizable like the which sounds like some what's that subgenre that like 3-6 Mafia and that are categorized as? Is it like horrorcore or something like that?
Yeah.
So it sounds like that sort of thing, like a but then like it'll just like power pro. And like so like the clips of it'll show, it's like they'll always show Prince Albert later on A-Train or Tensai, like just like when and then it'll show like Randy Hales, the owner of Power Pro Wrestling, who is just a skinny man. It'll show him crossing his arms. Power Pro Wrestling. So yes, it's a great first impression. And you know what's also a great first impression? This first show that we see is happening at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, that is very strange. Like I was listening to some Melty show archives from 2001 around the death of WCW, and they pondered what the American number 2 promotion could be, because a bunch of fans are writing in saying it's XPW, it's definitely XPW. El Warmed was like, it's XPW. Hashtag crack. Hashtag Team Alicia Paths.
See, he would never say that because XPW is the number 1 promotion.
But they were kind of settling on Dave and Bryan were kind of settling on it being Power Pro because of the TV slot and the WWE connection. But it can't be that good of a slot if they're on at 3 a.m.
Yeah, no. Like I have heard of like sports preempting stuff like that, but like it can't be that bad that you have to be on at 3 a.m. in the morning. What the fuck?
Although some nights when the Friday nights in the UK when there'd be a movie on ITV4, or the snooker would overrun. Like, oh, come on, just want Dynamite.
Yeah, absolutely. But so like just immediately this like first episode is like a very interesting experience because like these guys are just fucking up at 3 a.m. Like Dave and Corey are there. They're just wearing polos.
Surely it wasn't live. Surely they can't convince a studio audience full of people to go to a show that starts at 3.
I don't know. Fucking Kid Wicked looked like he'd been up all night.
because Kid Wicked is the best at what he does, which is nothing.
Yeah. Like, man, that'd be so funny if like, can you imagine if like they just like set the show up, let people in, and go like, okay, everyone, we're just gonna wait for the Wimbledon to be over. And 3 hours later, like, okay, we'll start now.
Okay, we'll be about 7, 8, 9 hours. So hold tight, get yourself some complimentary water. But yeah, as you alluded to before, this is Randy Hales, baby, and the first official I believe, developmental territory for the WWF.
Yep.
Of course, nowadays they've put so much money into the idea of developmental and have a worldwide viewed TV show. But I doubt they're any better off than they were by just having Matt Bloom or Rico Constantino work the circuit, honestly.
Yeah,
You spent all that money, fuck all. Idiots.
Yeah.
Suck my nuts.
I agree.
And yeah, I'm sure it's formatted somewhat like OVW was, where they have the guys WWF tells them to develop, but they also have their versions of Mr. Black or Trailer Park Trash, who are just kind of there to give the promotion a sense of consistency.
Yeah.
WWE ain't interested in their ass.
Yeah.
Which is something you don't get that often now. I mean, maybe you could make an argument for like Biff Busick and Tim Thatcher, but not really.
Yeah, like I guess if you expand it to include like the WWE ID promotions, like it could maybe be the owners there or whatever. But yeah, like I think especially when you consider like that one of the main people is Doug Gilbert, who he would never sniff a WWF like TV thing like at this point, you know. But he is like front and center. Yeah, he is the tippy top storyline for me, because he's en route to accusing Jerry Lawler of crimes and leaving forever. But it's not happened yet. Here he is. It's actually the first real visual we get is the recap of the previous week, this being July 3rd, where Peggy Gilbert, the mother of Doug, comes out and is like, Randy Hales, please lift the restraining order you have on my boy. And Randy Hales like, no, I won't. He's too hard-headed.
Randy has a strange way of speaking. You did a pretty good impression there. But especially when he shouts, it's like his body can't keep up.
Yeah, he's struggling to speak. It feels like
he sounds like 3 seconds behind his words. I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah. Basically, we're saying he's a great guy to have on TV.
Yeah, I think the whole thing should be the top babyface. Everything should be booked around him.
Agreed. Anyway, Peggy has brought in a large box. Please, Mr. Hills, let my son go, and I have this big box here for you. And here comes two guys, including Rikishi, who take issue with Peggy Gilbert. And then, oh my god, out of the box comes Tommy Rich. Swerve.
I think I can smell what Rikishi had for dinner.
Oh my god! Oh. Yeah. What's his fucking name?
JR Smooth.
JR Smooth. That's Rikishi's name. He got sent back down to developmental because they did not like Fatu. They make a difference, man.
Wasn't he the Sultan?
He was the Sultan too, that's right. They hated the Sultan. We're like, get out of here, Sultan. Yeah. So, yeah, he'll be popping up. But then the next week, Doug Gilbert, Tommy Rich, and Wolfie D are outside. So they are like basically a stable, the Memphis Mafia, as they later come to be known. And so this is a bit of a fucked up situation here, because you see, Doug Gilbert is banned on TV because we never know what he's going to say. But he's still allowed at the matches. So they correctly point out to Randy Hales in that, they're like, oh, so you can make money off of us for us having wrestling matches, but we can't even be on the TV. And so then, like, it shows the Bone Street crew, which Rikishi is the leader of, and indeed goes on to be like, it probably already is by this time. It's like the Undertaker tattoo, because it refers to like what was basically like his clique that he had with like Godfather and Yokozuna and that. And it's also a staple in Power Pro led by Rikishi. And Glenn Kolka is here. Yay, we love Glenn Kolka. And so the Memphis Mafia, who also have Dirty White Boy and Dirty White Girl here as well. They don't like BSK. And Dirty White Boy will kill them, and then Wolfie D is like, oh, I'll hit you with a hubcap. And Tommy Rich calls out Randy Hales. You should reinstate Doug Gilbert. And Randy comes out. The crowd like Randy sometimes, but they want Doug. And Randy's like, no. And so Tommy Rich just walks out. He's like, fuck this. And so I guess never mind the BSK.
I figured out what it is for Brandon House. He sounds like the words are like personified and they're like beating him up from the inside to get out. They just escape.
Yeah. So yeah, Tommy just fucks off because he's not having it if Doug Gilbert's not here. And then on the other side of this is not fully related, but it's showing the unspoken part. Jerry Lawler's here in his one appearance this entire TV block, and he comes out here with the cats.
Yeah, he's like a lot of people on the internet, because we got the internet now.
Yeah,
a lot of people on that internet are saying that Jerry Lawler's finished with Power Pro. I emailed them all back saying, "Nuh-uh." And then he is never seen again.
And so fancy this now. Fancy him saying this in 1993. He goes, one of the weeks we were doing TV here, I was booked in Madison Square Garden. Oh, it's hard to turn that down. I love New York. Everyone sells it eventually.
You pathetic son. And it looks like the territory is missing him, because in the few live event clips that we see, we hardly get any of them. But there's very much downsized venue, looking like hundreds of fans rather than thousands.
Yeah.
Even though they're running Jerry Lawler versus Giant Silver, I mean, come on, why don't you want to see that?
It's obviously because they've not made some airbrushed graphic for it.
Yeah, that must be it. They slack.
Yeah, so the Mid-South Coliseum is Dunsky now. It's the New Daisy Theatre, which is just a little theatre. Probably see Shakespeare at.
Just the Mid-South Coliseum. Did they demolish that?
No, it comes back for Memphis Wrestling. I know that much. The 2000 stuff. But yeah, so Lawler gets in the ring with Bulldog Reigns, and then he beats Bulldog Reigns. Next week, Doug Gilbert is reinstated. Yay! He is now free to slander Jerry Lawler. And I really love Doug Gilbert here because he has a wonderful injury to him as a babyface. He'll just stand around, his mouth hanging open and a crazed grin, and then he'll just find a guy high five, yeah, which is really good. And they kidnaps the dirty white girl. So Dirty White Boy is I will get back the Dirty White Girl, and then this is where I noticed that so Dave and Corey, right? They have this pattern of but going back to USWA where they get up from the table to talk to someone, and it's often it feels very superfluous. They just get up to hear one thing and then sit back down. It feels like a real cardio workout. And I notice here that so they'll both get up to meet the Memphis Mafia, but Dave will go up and stick the microphone in their face, and Corey, you'll just see him off in the distance against the wall, doing nothing. And you'll simply just take turns in these positions, which is quite something. But then, oh my God, here comes Kevin Christian. Kevin Christian, why is he here? We'll let you know later. It's a different storyline. Very, very free-flowing TV here. But he's here now! And he is the matchmaker. And he tries to... because Doug Gilbert, he hates Randy Hales. So he's well, Doug Gilbert, I'll give you your dream match. You versus Randy Hales. How about it? And Doug Gilbert is I hate you. I hate you. I hate your whole family. Fuck you. And so, yeah, they don't like each other now. And then he also books Tommy Rich versus Wolfie D, which is a very funny and good sort of angle, because, you know, they that gets booked and they go like, oh, come on, we don't want to see that. They're tag partners. What the fuck? And then Tommy Rich comes out and he goes, oh, no one wants to see that, especially because I'd cook his ass. And then Wolfie D gets so fucking mad and they just beat the shit out of each other and then start brawling around. And Cormac is like, see, Kevin, it's all your fault. I can't believe it. And then
that was a pretty slick brawl.
Yeah. Is there tensions in the Memphis Mafia? Is there dissension in the Memphis Mafia?
These punches would suggest, maybe.
And then, like, after that, like, they have a brawl with, like, the BSK, where Dirty White Girl is freed. The Dirty White Girl has been freed. And then, like, there's a... Oh, yeah, before that, there's, like, this, like, Kurt Angle match. We'll get to Kurt Angle later, but, like, the BSK run in to beat up Kurt Angle. And then Memphis Mafia make a save, and because Tommy Rich is still mad at Wolfie D, he walks up and just punches the fuck out of Kurt Angle. Which is great. And then, like, the next week, Kevin Christian is now very mad at Doug Gilbert, and so he sicks on him. Vic Grimes! Oh man, what do you think of seeing Vic Grimes here?
Vic Grimes, he looks fucked up. He's got hair in a fucked up style. And he comes out throwing hamburgers to the audience, which is pretty fucked up. And then for a few weeks, he's kind of got the Biscuit Crumbs beard, like Biscuit Chomper in ROH.
Yes.
It's pretty fucked up. Very fucked up guy, but he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Has a few good matches.
Yeah, like him versus Doug Gilbert in a hardcore match. It is nice. I like it. I love how often they do the thing of, like, the camera follows them as they go to the outside, and so, like, you just get flashbanged by sunlight for a second as the camera adjusts. It's always nice. And, like, they're sending each other into the news van. Oh my god. And, like, suplex onto the asphalt. That's very hot asphalt, you know. It's just very hot in Memphis. And then, like, Vic Grimes is defeated. And then we go to the next week, where the episode is not in full, so the file starts with Doug Gilbert raising the hand of OVW legend Robbie D. You have saved Robbie D. Thank you, Doug Gilbert. Yay!
Robbie D! That's how you say Robbie D.
Yeah.
And he has a move that many are calling, I don't know what that was from Robbie D. he just dances with one foot up in a circle before doing a stomp. It's very 1999, I've got to say.
Big whatchamacallit from Robbie D. And yeah, like Robbie D, he will live to whatchamacallit another day. Then a few weeks later, Kevin Christian comes out and he goes like, I don't know why Doug Gilbert hate me. I'm Kevin Christian. Last name Christian. That's right. And then, like, he's like, oh, I have a mystery guy for you, Doug Gilbert. And then, like, Doug Gilbert comes out and he's like, you can bring your daddy, I hate him. You can bring your brother, I hate him. And then here comes Tracy Smothers to run out and beat him up. And then he takes him and he goes, the mission's over. Memphis sucks. Which is wonderful. And then they, like, have a brawl and, like, a fucking tag and all that. And that's basically what we see of Doug Gilbert and the Memphis Mafia here, which is great. And then, like, to lead into the main thing that you're all waiting for, the Randy Hale storyline, we must take a second to look at Brandon Baxter and the bounty on his life. So it was quite something, because I remember he was the tar man in that episode of Parapro. So he was like, I remember, like, he
all right, yeah,
he must have been like the biggest heel ever. But here he's a babyface, and he doesn't even really wrestle that much. He just comes out to Bad Street, Freebird song, and people love it. So they start off here by referring to this. This is one of the few bits of like New Days of Theatre footage we get, where they show Brandon Baxter versus also OVW legend Derek King, and they're fighting, and Baxter is hitting him with his damn cowboy boots, and Derek King has a manager, TB Wyatt, who is throwing powder around and using nunchucks. And so the setup for like this is that like Corey Maclin.
Can I just say that Dave Brown pronounces nunchucks like numchucks? Like he's calling someone numbnuts.
Oh,
anyway,
man.
Continue.
Yeah. So Corey Maclin is ringside for this, commentating just on a microphone, and he sees the nunchucks come out, and he like just like, oh no, I can't be having this, and just runs in and beats his ass. And then it comes back and it was like, Corey. And then here comes CB Wyatt. He says like, I haven't seen Derek King all week, but I have seen where Brandon Baxter is. I knocked him out in the parking lot, and he tucked tail to go back to Dallas. And oh my god, here's Brandon Baxter. And CB Wyatt, the two-faced little man, he's like, oh, Brandon, you are the better man. And then Dave Brown is like, that's not what he was saying before, let's roll the tape. And then Brandon was like, oh, ha, ha, you say all that stuff? I hit you with the stunner. So that's nice. And then, like, quite a while later, Brandon Baxter actually did go to vacation to Dallas. And he's back now. And security are telling him not to go in there, but he's here. And someone's put a bounty on him. The first person to break his legs will get 5,000 big ones. And he reasons that it could either be Derek King, who is broke. A lot of guys in this are broke, which is interesting for a W developmental. Or Randy Hales, who they have had a feud before. And here comes Randy Hales, boo. And Randy goes, no, I didn't do it. And Core's like, yeah, he didn't do it. And Brandon's like, I don't believe you. And then Randy, so Brandon really doesn't like Randy. He doesn't believe anything he's saying. But then Randy goes, you know about my grandmama. I'll swear on my grandmama's grave. You know I don't play about that. And Brandon, like, this actually gets through to him. He's like, fuck. Well, all right, who is it then? And Randy doesn't tell him. He just walks away. And then the next week, we get to see actual footage from Arkansas. Like just a fan cam of an Arkansas show where Brandon Baxter is signing autographs. And then, oh my god, here comes Bulldog Reigns to beat him up. And it's funny because like there's a wee girl in the line to get an autograph from Brandon Baxter, and like when she sees the beatdown, she just like whips her hair and like, oh, what's going on? You know what this reminds me of is, remember when Supreme murked the Sandman at that one show during the XPW?
Yeah.
This is a lot like that, just a fan cam showing this assault. Randy Hales comes out to make the save. And then like Bulldog Reigns comes out. There's this big bulky guy, and like he's asked who is paying you this money. And he says, I don't know. I'm not booked. And also, I'd be fined and suspended. What the fuck? And then Dave Brown's like, yeah, you're not booked. You tried to break a guy's leg. And Bulldog's like, oh, I don't make much money as it is. And then, like, they rightfully tell him to fuck off because, yeah, he should go to jail, probably. And then here comes Brandon Baxter, and he interrupts Randy Hales chatting to Dave, and he takes a poll of the crowd. And they think Randy did it. And Randy goes, you're stupid. And, Dave, just like Corey did the week before, he says, like, I don't think Randy did it. We had a conference meeting about it. I don't think he did it. And then Brandon goes like, okay. I want the bounty hunter guy to be here next week. And be here next week he will be. as we thread this in to the Randy Hales storyline. Oh, hell yeah. What do you think of Brandon Baxter? Did you like him? Did you get charmed by this bald man?
I didn't really have like coherent feelings on him either way.
Yeah.
I did not tell myself in my mind that I either enjoyed him or not. I was just kind of watching.
Yeah. Could have done with actually wrestling more instead of just like showing up.
Yeah, probably. He's popular for some reason, but it's not really coming across.
Yeah. And so Randy Hales, we actually see him have a match on the first episode because Kevin Christian, how did he come to be in power? Well, he comes up to Randy Hales and he's like, I should be the owner of Power Pro, and he says like, oh, let's have a match, you and me, Randy, just like Ric Flair and Steve Austin fighting their bosses. And Dave Brown is like, you think she's Austin? Little bro thinks he Austin.
Who told bro he's on the team?
Lumfow, who did this?
Skull emoji.
Face holding big tears. So Randy Hales, he has never worked out a day in his life. He has crazy posture. He's a tall, lanky dude, and Kevin Christian is whipping him with a belt. He looks like if there was a porn parody of Psycho, that'd be the Anthony Perkins figure. And so, Randy's got him. He hits a bulldog, but then, oh no, Glenn Kolka comes in and bops him with a bin. So Kevin Christian wins, and he now has a job, and we're very angry about it. And then, the next week, it gets booked again for the Daisy Theatre, and Randy tries to get Brandon Baxter as a second, and Brandon Baxter comes out and is like, no, fuck you. So anyway, he then gets an envelope that's Randy Hales, and it gets handed to him, and he opens it with Dave Brown and Corey there. He opens it and he reads it, and he's like, oh, I gotta go. It's something you don't need to know about. And then Dave Brown's like, oh, okay. I thought maybe it was going to be a WWF guy or something. Which is just great. It's just great to me. And then, Kevin Christian is now the matchmaker. He's not the owner, he's the matchmaker, so he can make matches. And, that's how we get to the Doug Gilbert stuff, where he makes a match, and Doug Gilbert's like, fuck you. And then we come to this, where Randy Hales, he's been wondering who the hell the bounty hunter is, the bounty man is, and he wants to know because Brandon Baxter is on his case about it. So we come to 7th of August, where Baxter and Derek King are fighting in the ring, these fucking old rivals, and the lights go out, and they come back up, and holy fuck, who is it?
Sabu! Oh wait, no, it's Stim Pornett.
It's him or it. He's here, and he's trying to get the $5,000. Actually, he does have the $5,000. He's the bounty man. He reveals it, and he reasons that he was very mad at Brandon Baxter for a previous incident where he got his tooth knocked out. And Dave Brown is like, that was an accident. If that was an accident, so was Pearl Harbor. Randy Hales, you are a redneck piece of shit. And fucking Randy Hales, big house of fire, comes to fucking shove him. Let's fucking go, Randy. And wow, what follows is a true delight, where they just start shooting on each other. Where Randy just goes like, You ain't good enough for WCW. They fired you. And you had Smoky Mountain Wrestling down there, and that sucked too. They put you down in Louisville because nobody likes you. And like, you know, as we were talking about before, like you could really feel that like Jim Cornette, he's been in the same room with Vince Russo for 8 months now. He's releasing.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell you something, motherfucker! Ah! He's like sweating. He's like beet red, but he still refuses to undo like a top button.
Yeah, like he's just screaming at Randy that like, I should have Power Pro. You should give me this company. You fucking suck at this. Fuck you. And like eventually, it's really well done. Where like eventually Randy goes to, if you want Power Pro, you can do that over my dead body. And Jim just like immediately calm himself, goes, that's very agreeable to me, and leaves. Like, oh, Randy's going to die.
So yeah, one episode begins with Owen voice from the announcers, and I'm like, oh god, what's happened? Especially considering we already saw the 10 bell salute tribute to Owen in KW.
Yes.
I was like, well, it can't be that. But it turns out that after the main event of the prior episode, cameras caught Randy Hales being hit with like 19 very identical looking electrons. I'm pretty sure they just repeated the tape.
Yeah.
And now he will most likely die.
Yeah. The wonderful thing about there being no monitors here is like this big brawl happens, and like 2 minutes in, Dave Brown just goes, oh no, Randy's in there. So yeah, Randy is fucking dead. And like we open up this 21st of August one, like, you know, like Corey and David there, Corey goes, hey, oh hey. And you know, you just go about like, you know, we did not do this for the money. We do this because it's fun. We did it for friends. Randy Hales was like, hey, do you want to open up a wrestling company? And like, yeah, let's do it. But last week was fucking bullshit. Then like Randy left the studio in an ambulance, and he has a neck brace on, which is loose enough that he can move his neck. And you know, like Corey is very sad about his close personal friend Randy Hales, and he goes, anyways, time for the intro. Power Pro. And Jim Cornette is really happy about this because they call Jim Cornette out, and then the camera cuts to him and his goons in a conference room, and he just goes, get the heck out of here, we're having fun. And then like eventually they come out, Jim Cornette does, and he's very happy about things. He's very happy that Randy Hales is dead, and he brings out Kevin Christian, who will now run the show. And then like he's talking to Dave Brown, and he says like, by the way, Dave, I'll restructure your contract, and also like Kurt Angle's a loser who lost to Steve Bradley, my new favorite guy ever, as we'll get to later on. And he goes like, oh, Dave Brown and Corey Maclin, you are fired from Power Pro. And then they go, not so fast, Corey, the briefcase. And wow, Corey Maclin has a briefcase. He brings out a document, and he says, in the event that president cannot do stuff, then the vice president will do it. And the vice president is Corey Maclin. Woo!
Yeah, you fucking tell him, Corey. You show that motherfucker. Corey. And then Corey proceeds to assert zero authority for the rest of the block. He tells the rest of Jim's army to leave, and he fires Kevin Christian.
Yes.
And of course, Kevin Christian just later interferes in the main event. So like, you didn't really see that through, Corey Maclin.
Yeah. But man, what an angle though. I was so hyped.
Yeah.
And then like Cornette cannot fucking believe this. Like the whole time, like, because it takes a while for them to get to the point. So the whole time, like, he's just like getting all these barbs, like, oh, they're old, you have to indulge them. Oh, they suck. What? Oh no! Oh, Corey Maclin! Oh no! Which is great. So yeah, Kevin Christian fired as matchmaker. Who will be matchmaker now? Brandon Baxter. All right.
Is it one of his first moves to make the survival cage match with $10,000 on the line? Look at this wad of cash that is put on the table right now. That's got to be $7, possibly $8 billion out there.
Yeah, like we already touched on it with the Bulldog Green thing. It's fucked up how like all of these wrestlers who are on TV are like, oh man, I really need that money. I need that money so badly so that I can eat food. Yeah, Jim Cornette. I think he's really good here. I was really glad that I got to just see Jim Cornette be good at talkie, which I could tell he was in OVW, but he was also
Yeah, he's not a play-by-play commentator, which helps a lot. He's not good at that job. Color commentator, yes.
Yeah.
Play-by-play. So there's this guy called Kurt Angle. Yeah. So if you've not heard of him, he's the guy who, if you log on to twitter.com, you'll see people using him to point score over each other to determine who has the better wrestling taste.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out he's really good, even though I don't care if he's not one of the top 100 guests. He's still really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I picked this chunk of Power Bro to have a look at what he looks like in the Memphis studio prior to his WWF debut at Survivor Series this year.
Survivor Series, yeah.
Yeah, so a good couple, 3-4 months before that, he's mixing it up with the likes of Steve Bradley.
Yes.
And Vic Grimes.
And Rikishi, who he will go on to have
and Rikishi
nice SmackDown matches with.
What a yeah. The first noticeable thing is that he's just wearing black trunks.
Yeah.
And that is fucked up.
Yeah. Like he's lacking the singlets. He's just like plain black trunks. Yeah, like it's really something how you think of the rookie year of Kurt Angle, and you think like, wow, he's like 100% done, and then you come into Memphis expecting like that he'll be like a bit more like needing teaching, but it's like, wow, he's like 99% done.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, people always say like how quickly he adapted to wrestling, and this is the best testament to it, really.
Yeah.
Because he's having the best matches on the Memphis TV. He's making the most out of limited match time, like 2-3 minutes can still have a twisty.
Yeah. It was really good. And so if we're gonna talk about Kurt Angle, we must discuss Steve Bradley and his story, because their fates are intertwined. So Steve Bradley, he's a guy who, in old WWF developmental, there were two body types you could be. You could be a Glenn Kulka, a big pumped up steroid guy, or you could be Steve Bradley, average man in singlet. Steve Bradley is average man in singlet.
Yeah, he was meant to be in that era of the developmental system longer than anyone else. He was just always there, always getting good reviews from his bosses, I guess, but never piqued the interest of Vince enough to get a debut. Which he has some qualities, but I would say probably fair enough.
Yeah, I liked him well enough. Like he defeats the Mick Tierney, and people are chanting.
It's interesting. Oh, what the chanting? Bradley.
Yeah, they're chanting his name. Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting because I wonder if it's a thing to do with it being in the developmental system officially now. The turns felt very sudden. I'm pretty sure we started off with face Vic Grimes, and then there was a bunch of heel Vic Grimes, and then there was face again. I think it's because, or I think it could be because someone goes, all right, let's see how he looks as a heel.
Oh, yeah.
And whether that makes sense with the flow of the television show or not.
Yeah.
Because he was just the nice smiley man, and everyone chants Bradley, and oh, Bradley, how could you do it? You're with dim courgette now.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, obviously that was one of the big bugbears that Jim Cornette had, was that he'd have all these plans and then Johnny used to be like, let's see this guy for his hair. I also always think of how Seth freaking Rollins was the first ever NXT champion as a babyface, but then he debuts as the Shield guy, and so I was like, oh okay, he heel now in NXT. Very sudden, but I did like how they did the Steve Bradley turn, because how it goes is on the 24th of July, we start with Dave Brown and Corey Maclin and Bruce Pritchard. Oh,
I wish this guy set on fire in 1995.
Spellbinder, get out of here. And so he explains that they keep their eye on Power Pro to the WWF because it is a developmental territory, and he wants to call out one guy who is real cool. And the camera cuts to Steve Bradley, who's in there already, and at this point Steve Bradley is the Young Jabroni's champion.
Yeah, they got Young Jabroni's title or trophy, something like that.
Young Jabroni's trophy holder. And so, Bruce Pritchard says this, and it cuts to Steve Bradley, who's like, oh, me? You shouldn't have. But he says, Kurt Angle! And he's like, oh, what the fuck? And so Kurt Angle comes out, and Bruce Pritchard says, Kurt, we really like you. You should be a little more aggressive, but I think you're cool. And then he goes, thank you, sir. I would like a title shot because I'm undefeated. And here comes JR Smooth, seemingly being like, hello Bruce, how you been? I am the Sultan. And he challenges JR Smooth, who is the champion. And JR Smooth says, this is not Olympic wrestling, this is Power Pro. And Kurt, very, very humble and modest. He even says, I'm not saying I'm going to beat you, I'm going to give you my best. And JR Smooth, you better eat real Wheaties today. And then, Bruce says, this might be your first step to the WWF title. And he would have the WWF title 15 months from now, which is quite something. And so Bradley has been scorned. And now the turn continues, because he comes out to defend the Young Jabroni's championship against Wolfie D, which is stupid, because Wolfie D, an old man. But he sarcastically refers to Wolfie D as a young up-and-comer. And it's very funny because both commentators are like, I don't know what he's talking about, up-and-comer. Wolfie D, very experienced. And then Wolfie D comes out, he's like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about, me being up-and-comer. I've been doing this a long time. None of them think that he's being just insincere. They think he's stupid. And then, Wolfie D, he's on his way to becoming the Young Jabroni's champion. But then, Kid Wicked, the despicable Kid Wicked, hits him with his own hubcap, and Bradley falls on top of him to get pinned. So it's a subtle heel thing that's going on here, which I actually quite like. And meanwhile, Kurt Angle versus Rikishi for the title, and fucking Kurt just fucking does it. He's undefeated. He's a strong guy, suplexed, and he does it. And Steve Bradley gives him congratulations. And he thanks the fans and Randy Hales, who I think is dead at this point. R.I.P. And then, in the July 31st episodes, this will be the one that is joined in progress. So I pieced together that early in the show, Vic Grimes stole a belt from Kurt Angle, who has rib tape on because his rib hurt. And Dave Brown says, I've broken my ribs twice. I empathize with this. And then he will face Vic Grimes now. And he beats him next week.
Yeah.
Steve Bradley says, he faces Vic Grimes. And he beats Vic Grimes as well. And then he sees Kurt Angle beat Bulldog Reigns. And Bradley goes maybe I'll try this belt on, see how it fits around me. And then Angle wins, and he's like, hey, what you doing? Give me that belt. And Brad's like, okay, handshake? And Kurt's like, okay, handshake. Then he turns around and Brad's like, and then Kurt turns around like, hey, what you doing? You were gonna ambush me, you darn motherfucker. And from there, they showed a nudity theater footage of shenanigans leading to Kurt Angle being dethroned as champion. And I really like the fucking fiery promo that Kurt cuts after losing the belt, where like he just starts suplexing dudes. He just starts fucking throwing everyone about, and like it's one thing to see like his persona as we see it in the WWF in his early years take form, but like another thing to see like that he had that intensity that he later taps into already, which was great.
Yeah, he's throwing around like heels and baby faces and the ref. Like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Mick Tierney from Ireland.
Oh hell yeah! I think Battle Arts alumni.
Battle Art. He was in Battle Arts, Dave.
What do you think of Battle Arts, Dave? Oh, I love Takeshi Ono.
Former tag partner of Katsumi Yasuda. In the ring right now. And
so yeah, he's an Irish guy with also another guy with an inscrutable accent in that Bill Dundee sort of hybrid accent.
Yes.
Mold. I wonder if I'm going to get one of those, but I probably don't go outside enough. He's got a 0-6 MMA record. Nice old roid gut.
Oh yeah,
that's me slapping the roid gut. And as alluded to, 11 Battle Arts matches to his name, I think, in 2000. Quite impressive. Better than Ron Waterman, I would say.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, the presentation is a bit anyway.
They're definitely like of a similar caliber. Where like I saw Ron Waterman, especially like I it's due to the match style. I think due to the match style that like doesn't highlight anything about them. Where like I'm just fucking watching it. It's like.
Yeah, it's weird. This like these MMA guys just being taught to work like everyone else and not really introducing any of that into their game. I mean, you could say the same thing about Kurt Angle, but Kurt Angle's a freak and he's really great at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, another intriguing thing. I don't know if you noticed this, but he claims to be from the streets of Belfast in Northern Ireland, but the internet says he's from Dublin in the Republic of Ireland. And it did kind of sound like a guy from Dublin doing an impression of a guy from Belfast. It was very strange.
Interesting.
At the end of the day, just be honest and honest.
I don't get it. You say you're from you say you're from Northern Ireland, but you're from the Republic of Ireland. Be honest, mate. My grandpa is from Northern Ireland, and he would never say it like that. So then, yeah, just be honest in life.
It's like you're saying my granddad's a fucking prick wanker cunt.
Mr. Belfast. Yeah.
So yeah, there's Mick Tierney. He's friends with Glenn Colker.
Glenn Colker, the Canadian who played hockey.
He was too mean in the hockey.
Oh.
Everyone's always fighting in the hockey, but he was too good at the fighting bit, so they fired him.
Yeah, and now he's here.
I wonder what the real story is.
So like this fucking combo, they are part of some of the kind of the worst bits of Parapro for me, because like there's this one match where this is after Cornette's coming, and there's this match going on where it's Derek King and Kid Wicked versus Alex Arion and someone else. Why do I not know the name? Well, because fucking Cornette is in here arguing with Dave Brown and Corey Maclin, and then Mick Tierney and Glenn Colker will come out to also talk. Not one word on this match. They're just like they'll be like, "Oh, come on, guys, we're having a match here, having a nice match here," and we don't know who's fighting. And then like eventually Glenn and Mick just decide, oh, let's run in and disrupt the match, and then they go to break, and then they come back from break.
Sometimes in the studio wrestling, the match really takes second priority, like to a ridiculous degree.
Yeah.
Like remember when in USWA, who is it who was talking? Was it what's the fat boy's name?
Oh, Bert Prentice.
Was it Bert Prentice talking? And you could just hear like bumps occurring in the back.
Yeah, God.
So yeah, there's a bit of that here as well.
And so they come back from the break, and Kid Wicked decides like, oh, hey, you can't disrupt our match. Let's all beat you up now. So they decide to do a 4-on-2 handicap match, and this is where I figure out that the partner was Alan Steele, and so they just beat up these 4 job boys, including Kid Wicked, who is a former Young Jabroni's champion. And then like fucking like the main thing that Mick Tierney's up to is that he has beef with Wolfie D, because the cage match for like the $1 happens, and he choked out Wolfie D, so he's bragging about that. And then, if that was not enough, Cornet Goon stops Wolfie from coming to the show because they put water in his oil. So he calls in, and like Dave Brown is like, "You should be here by now." And Wolf says, "No, they put water in my oil. And by the way, I've never passed out during a match, so fuck you." And yeah, but like generally, like it really is a lot like Waterman, where it's just really not interesting to watch these guys, and you get the feeling that it would be if they were in a different framing. Like Glenn Culca, that guy just...
Or in Battle Arts.
In Battle Arts.
Like, the floor of Battle Arts, from what I've seen, like, it's probably at least 10 times better than what they were doing here.
Yeah, I would say so. Dave, give me a minute, I gotta fill out my GUI. But yeah, and like let's see, let's get into the miscellaneous notes here. Yeah, this is where Slick Robbie D does the whatchamacallit, and also so Derek King, he has a little story that goes nowhere, where like CB Wyatt, his manager, comes out. He's like, "Oh no, I still cannot find Derek King anywhere. So I have a new guy, and it's Tay High." And Tay High is Derek King wearing a masquerade mask.
Yeah.
And like it makes me think of like the other time I've seen a masquerade mask in wrestling, which is when Orlando Jordan showed up in TNA with his bisexual gimmick, and like he came out with the masquerade mask and then shot cum on himself.
Yeah, that and Dalton Castle's boys.
Yes.
Also, three fantastic things.
And so Tay High comes out and he's like, "Wow, this is my first time here at Parapro," and Corey Maclin's not having it. "Fuck you! You're Derek King. You must be hypnotized or something." And then we have some great ads here. We have like the burger chain Crystal, which they sell square burgies for that ass.
Holy shit!
And many of them for low price. And then we've also got goodies. Remember goodies?
I was very inconsistent about whether I skipped or watched the ads. I probably skipped most of these.
"I take goodies for all my parts, all my achy parts." It's Painkiller.
Oh, nice.
And I do like the
It's the painkiller that you fuck with your fingers.
Put it in your parts. I do like the narration of like the live event rundowns, because the narrator is like having a lot of fun with the ad reads. It's got like, "Come see Glenn Colca," or "New matchmaker Kevin Christian." So he's having fun with it. And then like we have our final episodes, and the tape ends like 27 minutes in. They're like, "Oh, goodbye, see you next week," and it's time for Raw.
Yeah, The Rock got screwed out of the title by that damn Triple H.
Yeah, and then he says like, The Rock will give you 5 seconds to get your ass out here, or I will go back and beat you up. Then 5 seconds pass, he leaves. Okay, let's take a break and regroup here, and nah, it's not like that. And then the Mean Street Posse face off with Mankind. Joey Abs hits Rodney with a street sign accidentally, and then that's it. That's the last of the Parapro.
Yeah, I liked it well enough. It's pretty natural continuation of the USWA, even if all those top stars are far too busy to come now.
Yeah, man.
There's a few less ropey undercarders in there as well, but the vibes and the booking are pretty much the same.
Yeah, some bad booking, but I'm just in love with Randy Heels. What a funny guy.
The man who feels immense agony when he speaks.
Yeah. So yeah, Parapro, a good promotion and a good way to wash the taste out of your mouth after the call. And that is the Memphis territory in the 20th century. Who knows what the fuck it's gonna be like in the 21st century, 2000 and onwards. Oh my god.
Well, I'm personally a big believer in the Y2K theory. I think all the planes are gonna come out of the sky as soon as the clock hits the year 2000. Just because the planes will feel like it. They'll be like, fuck this.
Yeah, I think Ricky Gibson is going to get in a plane crash. He's going to get out of the wreckage and tell Lance Russell, Jimmy Hart beat me up.
MC Dub.
Stop it. No one has ever chanted that in their lives. In the history of the world. No one has ever liked...
Playing the law. The wrestling is poor. MCW.
Memphis Championship Wrestling. Terry Golden is back.
Yes, this is what KAW morphed into. It's more professional seeming, which isn't really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But it does still kind of come off as an indie show that occasionally does arenas. It's still a weird thing to see, knowing that it was on the television. The actual television.
Yeah, the actual television on UPN still, which, just the lineup of UPN, as we said, it's just television, so but relatively it's high class. Actual prestige TV is on UPN. SmackDown gets on there, and here's MCW with his fucking shitty Rob Zombie intro that makes me hate the Rob Zombie song that's there, even though it's a good Rob Zombie song. And fucking Jason Jett is back now as sort of a bit of a neutered voice. He's not doing the shoot comments about oh fuck Memphis and fuck the Lawlers. No, he's just kind of there, and and as we'll get into, there's a glimmer of goodness here, which made me think, oh my, could it be? And it wasn't. It was actually even worse than I thought.
It's like the first 2 episodes were like, oh, okay, this is cooking up something, and then the rest of the episodes that we watched were the worst fucking booking I've seen in a long time. Everything was just meaningless, seemingly, and it might be a case of bad luck with the selection here. Also, timing. So I heard that it was obviously it was a development territory for the WWF until weirdly the death of WCW led to them immediately being dropped. At least that's what Wikipedia made it sound like. But funnily enough, I was listening to those 2001 Melty and Bryan podcasts recently,
Yeah.
And I think it was more to do with Jerry Lawler's exit from WWF after they fired the cat.
Yeah.
Which does make a bit more sense than, we just got 100 new wrestlers. Let's close down a developmental territory.
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
But yeah, there was a real sense of like, I was watching a coherent wrestling show and then it just stopped being coherent. It was almost as if they went, fuck it then. Fuck it all.
Yeah, and especially when we consider like the state of the arena show that we'll get to as the finale of this leg of the journey, like, oh man. Oh, it's rough. So my top priority, the first thing I think of when it comes to MCW storylines is the universe of what was once known as the Clique. Bryan Danielson, Spanky, and Shooter Schultz are all here, and they have activities going on
some bit of an others
on the first episode of 20th of April. Who's Your Daddy? Steve Bradley is talking strategy with his GF/Commissioner Victoria, but then another guy, as I wrote in my notes, is like, hey, can you get me hooked up with William Regal? And she's like, sure, let's go right now. And this guy is Shooter Schultz, man who was trained along with Bryan Danielson and Spanky. And if you look at the dark matches that, American Dragon and Spanky and that were having, they were tagging with Shooter Schultz. So they were at one point, along with Lance Cage, like the same sort of group. And then...
Yeah. Having only seen that guy's name, it kind of, had this great sense of mystery. Like, oh, is this guy, what happened to this guy? Was he any good? No, he's not. And he mainly talks in this TV show, and none of it's engaging. Bad heel work. He gets on commentary a couple of times. It's just nothing to it.
Yeah, absolutely not. But there's something to American Dragon here, and the next week,
yes, he has potential.
He faces off with the commissioner of the WWF, William Regal. And they get in the ring, and Regal, he's working the smaller crowd quite well, being insincere and all that. And he then tries to pull rank on American Dragon, who to frame it, this is the period where Bryan Danielson is like, he's got the big fucking marshmallow elbow pads, the blue tights and all that with the kick pads. And then he takes the mic and goes, Regal sucks. And then he tells William Regal that I'm not a coward, Breton, which
yeah, you fucking
I
tell
don't
him.
want someone to tell us of the crowd,
USA.
but I feel like the Memphis, Tennessee crowd probably isn't familiar with Breton meaning a denizen of Britain. Therefore, it's like, I'm not a coward, Britain. Yeah, that's right. And then we get into the match, which is good, which is great.
Yeah, I put it on my Twisty listy.
Absolutely.
So I'll elaborate on it later.
American Dragon pulls it out. He wins off a drop kick off the top.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, that's great. And so then we get a replay of it the next week. And then he sees Victoria, who is the commissioner, Victoria of later WWE fame. And he goes, hey, Victoria, I would like a light heavyweight title match. And she says, no. By the way, William Regal booked you against Seven in a hardcore match. Oh, no. Oh, darn it. The heat is boiling at this point. And Seven, by the way, is Mordecai.
Hear me, fear me.
And while this is happening, we get another replay, this time of Shooter Schultz and what he's been up to. Because you see, the Main Street Posse, we left off Power Pro Wrestling, seeing how they were getting on in the 3-1 handicap match against Mankind. Well, after that, they were sent down to developmental. and they're all here, including Pete Gas, who he had a farewell match in MCW because he was going off to Puerto Rico, and it was against Shooter Schultz. And Shooter Schultz,
like, I'm tired of these TV dinners.
and Shooter Schultz is like, I have no particular feelings towards TV dinners, because that's how Shooter Schultz is. And oh no, Pete Gas was about to make it a nice farewell match, but Shooter Schultz took the ring bell and beat him with it. Not this way. Fuck. Anyway, the American Dragon defeats Seven. So that'll show you William Regal. And then we go on to the next week where Dragon faces his buddy, Spanky. And here is where they have Shooter Schultz on commentary with Jason Jett. And Jason Jett is like, hey, Shooter, this is a face-off between the Clique. And you are also in the Clique. And Schultz goes, I don't care about the Clique. And then Jason Jett asks, do you have a favorite in this match? And Schultz goes, nah, I don't know. And then Jason Jett asks, oh, you were trying to talk to William Regal. What about that? What was going on there? And he goes, that's none of your business. And then
give us something, please.
And then the American Dragon wins, earning a light heavyweight title shot. And Shooter Schultz goes, yeah. So then MCW and Terry Golden are like, wow, you must be on commentary every week now.
New Bobby Heenan unlocked.
And so, just as said, the next week there are some circumstances that we'll get to that mean that we need a new commissioner, and Shooter Schultz is a new commissioner. This is great. This is a great decision.
It went from Victoria, who was mean to Dragon for no reason, to Shooter Schultz, who was mean to Dragon for no reason.
Yep.
You're supposed to change it up when you change the authority figure.
Yeah. He Shooter Schultz says, you people might not like it, but fuck you. And he will stay around for the light heavyweight title match that American Dragon has against Tyler Gates. Now, Tyler Gates, this is literally the one time that we see him, because apparently he was injured. But now he's back for this really great match that he has, and he kind of sucks. And so what happens is American Dragon comes out for his shot that he earned against Spanky. He earned it fair and square. But then Shooter comes in and says, hold on, American Dragon, you besmirched William Regal, the WWF commissioner. So I am taking you out of this match, and Spanky will now wrestle in the match. And Bryan is like, okay. And Spanky is like, okay.
And then Shooter Schultz is like, actually, I hate Spanky too.
As you can see, I hate Spanky. But then, so Tyler Gates, he's aided by Shooter Schultz, but then American Dragon Yakuza kicks a chair into him, and then Spanky Splashy and win. And it's like, yes, you did it! Damn you, Shooter Schultz, I'll fucking show you! Trying to fuck over Spanky.
They pin the tag champions, the Hasbros, in a non-title match, and then they're kind of feuding, Spanky and Dragon.
Yes.
What the hell is going on?
So the way it goes is there's like a very, very brief period of tranquility and something resembling like nice wrestling, where the Clique are interviewed and they're like, oh, I Spanky will defend the title, and Dragon's like, hey, I want shot too, and he's like, okay, sure. And then like I think this might be like the most vivid illustration I could think of for MCW, where like the week after that interview, Spanky and Dragon are in the gym, and then like American Dragon asks for a title shot, and Spanky goes yes, and Dragon goes like, can we do some of these? And does a kick. No. What about some of these? Does a punch. No, wrestling. And then he does a double axe handle. No, that's also a fist. And it makes me smile. So that means, oh, here's Shooter Schultz to strip Spanky of the title, and fuck you, Dragon versus Seven again. Oh.
In this match, the finish is Fawn grabs a chair and goes to hit Bryan with it, but Spanky grabs it from. Okay, good friend there.
Yep.
And then Fawn turns around, does a chokeslam on Bryan and wins. So he was going to use a chair, was like, no, beat him fairly. I mean, he's a loser. You will beat him right now, but do not use the chair. Use chokeslam.
Yeah.
And someone was like, okay.
and the referee was like, okay.
Spanky beats seven clean the next week, but Dragon comes in angrily and they start fighting, even though it makes no sense.
Yeah.
I just don't understand MCW. I don't understand what the fuck you're trying to tell me. Are they friends or not?
Yeah, like the promo that Dragon cuts is like, Spanky, you should not interfere in my matches. You should take matches seriously. And then he just like completely stops giving a fuck. He was like, these hands are registered lethal weapons. And so yeah, like seemingly like they don't care about the feud either, because like as you say, like it's like a total flop of botched interference. But and then they're supposed to be like sworn enemies now. I do like when, you know, they do a lot of like promos for like the arena show, and one of them, Spanky, is outside with a bunch of like stuffed animals, and like he starts puppeteering them. He's like, hey, do you like wrestling? I sure do, and all that, which is cute. But I think, oh yeah, one thing that's weird is that like the Spanky gets booked to face Jerry Lynn at the arena show, you know, because like Jerry Lynn is with the WWF, that adds like a 1,000 seats to the arena that Jerry Lynn's booked. And like so he wins the junior belt, the light heavyweight belt, and it's like, oh my god, I'm going to defend against Jerry Lynn. And I guess at some point, even though he ends up beating Jerry Lynn, like Terry Golden must have been like, oh shit, I can't have Jerry Lynn win my light heavyweight title. Like, have him stripped of the belts for no reason.
Yeah. Doesn't the same fucking thing happen with the tags? I mean, I'm jumping the gun, but who cares? Like with the tags, the APA beat the Hasbros.
Yes, they do.
Bro, you ain't using the APA next week. It was like Terry's trick. It's like, maybe if I put the titles on them, they're mine now. I could take them to a school gymnasium.
I don't think Terry Golden's using anyone next week. I think it just closing the fuck down. So yeah, I mean, to get into the tag team title scene, it's heating up. The Haas brothers, they have a reign of terror going on, and they are facing Christian York and Joey Matthews, ROH legends to be. And you know, like there was a damn ref bump in their match last time, and then what is this? Kurt Angle from the WWF comes out and beats up Joey Matthews. Oh no.
Yeah, I guess this is like they might already be like sketching out a possible team angle, so this will be like a precursor to it. But it's just funny to think of a now fully made Kurt Angle being like, right, I'm going to interfere in this Christian York match. I just don't like the look of.
Yeah. And then like in another area, we see ECMO and Chemo, the Island Boys, aka 3 Minute Warning, face off against the Acolytes. And well, they don't know initially, they come out and they go like, we call out anyone in the back. And in the back is Acolytes from WWF. And Farouk gets the mic and he goes, well, I wrote down, since you like to talk about sucking on things, how about you suck on this? And then bops him with the mic. So maybe that happened. I can't remember exactly. Then yeah, the Acolytes beat them, so that's great. And then also, tangentially related, Kurt Angle comes out because he has to have a WrestleMania rematch against Chris Benoit in MCW. What did you think of like seeing this on a developmental territory?
Yeah, it was strange. I mean, I quite like the match. I think it's a bit listy later. But it's like when USWA ran Luger versus Yokozuna like the same week as SummerSlam '93.
Yeah.
Because Backlash '01 is about to happen, where they have an Ultimate Submission match.
Yeah, like literally the next night.
What if they got injured and you have to give money back?
Oh, I know. You have to give the money back of every single person who came to the Midland Coliseum. Like Kurt gets on the mic and he starts. He says, "I didn't come out here," and that's a lie. He did come out here. But anyway,
I am not here. he's trying to cope. He's like, I'm not in MCW. I'm not in MCW.
I'm back at Houston Astrodome. 20,000 people. Anyway, the Hasses run out to beat up Benoit, but then York and Matthew even the odds. And then, like, the next week, we get a promo from the Haas brothers. Charlie says, "I'm Charlie, and this is Russ." And Russ says, "Hello."
Hello, Russ. Good to see Russ.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much of Russ.
Yeah, I was about to ask what you thought of Russ here. Obviously, it's not an ideal environment, but I quite like the lads.
I mean, they're about as good as each other, which is what you'd want from a brother tag team like that.
Yeah. And like York and Matthews, they are like, "Oh, we want another shot," and the Hasbro's like, "You will earn a shot if you defeat the Island Boys." And then the Island Boys versus Matthew York happens, and it's an incredibly listless match where so it's like both teams, it's like the craziest sort of 50-50 where both teams get a visual pinfall on each other. So it's like Jabal hits a top rope splash onto one of the Matthew York guys, and the ref is like, "What the hell? There's people fighting outside!" and cannot count the pin. But then Mafia York do their finisher on Jamal, and then the ref is like, "What? There's people outside the ring!" And then so like Rosie then hits her leg drop, and then Jamal pins him in. Like, what was the point of the last fucking like 5 minutes of that? I don't get it. But then the Haas brothers are very happy about this result. They assume that Island Boys will just like fuck off now. And you know, they go like, "Oh, welcome to MCW. Maybe you guys will get a shot someday." But then now the boys are like, "Hey, shut up. We want a shot at the belts." Oh my.
They basically win a number one contenders match, and the Hasses are like, job well done. We will never meet in the ring.
We will never speak again. And so the next week it's I don't know if I even want to call it ambitious, but basically, like, you know, like there's not like a studio here in MCW. There's like a backdrop that Jason Jett is recorded at speaking, and he's not a particularly like he's not a good presence, not at all. Like Corey or Dave or Lance, just like, you know, get this guy out of here, TPH. But he does this thing where like they pretend as if they have a live satellite link to the Haas brothers at the training facility, which, come on, it's MCW. You're telling me you can afford a fucking satellite link for some shitty segment? And, you know, then it like he goes like, "Oh, Charlie, can you hear me?" And then Charlie, in a pre-tape segment, pauses and goes, "Yeah, here we are at the training facility."
Yeah, they keep advertising their training school, and then here's this segment where they beat up rookies in front of a WrestleMania 11. It's like, oh, I'd love to go there and be beaten up.
I know, yeah, and like, it's crazy. It's in like a bird shit logo WCW ring as well. But yeah, the boys, they are stretching out a dude. But then here come the Island Boys, and they basically have a match where like you know, like they do these spots of like, "Oh, a splash off the top, out of frame, so there's probably a crash mat there," and then, "Oh my god, a Rikishi driver through wood panel." The pin gets counted, and the Island Boys win. My god, if they do that in a sanctioned match, they might win the tag titles.
And then this all leads to a stupid motherfucker match where the Hasbros, they for some reason have the book, and they book Island Boys versus York and Matthews, and they make sure to emphasize very clearly, the team that gets the pin can be number one contenders.
Yeah, my first note on this was, so probably what will happen is one guy will do a pin, and then Hasbro's face just them in a handicap match. Or maybe I'll just interfere and cause a DQ just so there's no pin. Either way, MCW completely destroyed my faith at this point in their ability to book satisfactory wrestling. And yeah, that so here's the thing. It did surprise me. because the Hasbros interfere, and Jason Jett goes, I see the swerve here, because that's a sign of great wrestling TVs when your commentator's talking like that. But then Hasbros, they get knocked down, and then the Island Boys and Matt York, they both decide to pin them, and then the ref decides to go 1, 2, 3. What?
Yep. Great. Who cares?
But also, there's another team that wants the tag titles, the APA. They really want them.
They want them really bad, and because they're very good, they win them. And that's the end of the story.
So what one thing I do want to say, I do want to call out MCW for like another degree of like incompetence here, because the Island Boys get the shot, confusingly enough, after that, and they win the tag belts. They then lose the tag belts in a 3-way the next week, and the crazy thing is that there's this promo that like Matthews and York do that starts before that match happens. Like the week of TV starts, and they're out there in like t-shirt and shit, going like, "Oh man, we partied very hard with the Island Boys after they won the tag belts." And then the match happens where they lose the tag belts, and then it comes back to Matthew and York, who are wearing the exact same clothes and the exact same environment. Go, damn it, Haas Boys, you got the belts back, but we'll get you. So it's a terrible production. Just as with Kick-Ass Wrestling, they have no idea what they are doing.
Yeah, the talent's there. Like pretty much everyone here is good, but
yeah,
just a nonsensical bullshit storyline.
Oh man, so Pete Gas, he died a warrior's death, as we saw, and Joey Abs will get into pretty good, but Rodney, he decided to become like Rod Rageous, this outlandish character, and he sucks. He really sucks. It's really bad.
Yeah, he's not good. Pete Gas seemed not good. Joey Abs seemed pretty good, and then I stopped caring because the booking was terrible.
Yeah. All right, let's get into that then. The world title scene of MCW. As we said, Victoria, the commissioner of MCW. As we'll get into, she appears to be one of the main characters of MCW because she's so sexy. Oh.
Yeah. There's a few videos of just like her posing with cars and whatever, got the hose pipe or whatever, and I was like, oh.
Oh, car. I want a fucking car.
But yeah, this was such a weird experience because so Stephen Bradley's got the title.
Yes.
Touch on him first. Before he was quite a clean cut wrestler, but now he's got attitude. He's Steve, who's your daddy, Bradley.
Yeah, and he's got like the fucking bandana on, and man, crazy.
I was reading that he was like the big never was of the developmental system at the time. He was there for like 4.5 years. And it might have taken its toll by this point.
Yeah.
Because he's put on a bit of pudge and he dresses like an ECW mid-carder.
Yeah, like one of the ads they do all the time is for this store in the Tennessee area called The Main Event that sells wrestling memorabilia. And there's a part in the ads where Steve Bradley's there with the MCW title, and it goes, "And Steve Bradley is always in the main event." And like the more times I saw it, the more times I was like, oh, you're not in the main event. Yeah, he was good in Power Pro, but not here.
No, definitely not. But yeah, the main challenges in this period of time are Joey Abs and Lance Cade.
Yep.
And I think on the first or second week they have a match which is astoundingly good. I was like, oh my god, what was it? Like, it's double juicers, like Lance Cade, really good selling, bloody babyface performance, and he's chasing the big one.
Yep.
And he's getting hit with these chair shots that rattle the viewers' bones. I was like, oh my god, this is like This is as good a match that I've seen on this project.
Yeah. This is Memphis. This is the Coliseum.
And then the next week, boo, Lance Cage, generic heel. What the fuck happened?
Oh.
What the fuck are you doing? I cheered for him grabbing a chair because he was going to finally give one back to Joey Abs, who looked like a beast in that match.
Yeah,
And then just whatever I saw in that match just never even came close to materializing again in the rest of the stuff. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, I wouldn't give much of a shit if we missed that match and it was just these three fucking chuckle fucking about. I would not care that much.
Yeah.
But I got really mad because I saw like what it could have been.
Yeah. Like when you just have two guys who have a chemistry and like can turn up the heat and make something like feel like gritty and emotional and hateful, and then you just have them do their shit, then that's exactly what we saw with like Dutch Mantel and Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, it was so funny to watch that match after like watching 6 months worth of USWA, KAW, and Power Pro TV. Not that all, the studio stuff was, charming and good, but the match is, not so substantial.
Yeah, totally.
And then I see this, and I'm like, oh my god!
Yeah.
And then it's all just shot away down the drain.
And I think it gets shot away by like the same sort of instincts that influence like all that studio wrestling that we saw, where like there's just like it's the WWF becoming like the main sort of thing, right? Where like every week has to be like some sort of like creative thing, so like it can't just be that. I am the babyface. I will hype up I will face this guy at the arena show. No, it has to be like, but what if we swerved it? What if we had a heel turn? Oh, that'll really get the heat up.
Yeah, well, don't even do a turn and just leave it completely unexplained to the viewing audience.
Yeah, so the way it goes is that after Lance Cade does a triumphant, honorable victory over Joey Abs, he gets a shot against Steve Bradley, and then Joey Abs runs in and murks everyone. Even Victoria! Victoria gets powerbombed. And then the next week, Joey Abs has a shot against Steve Bradley, and he's confident there'll be no interference because he killed Victoria. And then it cuts to Victoria at home in a neck brace. And Victoria's like, as you can see, I'm at home. And she says, oh, yeah, I have a big announcement to make. I'm resigning as MCW commissioner. And, in the weeks before this, there'd been some hints that her and Bradley were not on good terms. But now all is well, because she is going to be fully Steve Bradley's second. Yay! Then after this, like, Lance Cade has a match against Seven for the hardcore title, because that's what you do when you're the hottest babyface ever. You face Seven for the hardcore title. And oh no, Joey Abs whacks him with a trash can lid so he loses, which is a great move still. This is all sounding really good. And then Lance Cade is very mad, so he's going to have a new attitude. So that means when Joey Abs versus Steve Bradley happens, Lance Cade comes in and beats everyone up with a chair shot. Oh my, this is a new attitude we're seeing from Lance Cade. So remember that even if they're kind of fucking up already, that Lance Cade is very aggressive and wants to attack people. So we come to the 26th of May episode, where it's going to be a three-way match of Joey Abs, Steve Bradley, and Lance Cade, which is non-title. But anyway, Rod Regis interviews everyone, and Rod Regis, it was bad enough seeing him wrestle, but him as a backstage interviewer of just being this really obnoxious guy going like, hey, what do you think of that? I hated it. I really wanted to not watch it when I was seeing Rod Regis, but you start seeing something off when you see Lance Cade interviewed, because he goes like, oh, I don't want to fight anyone or have a hardcore match. I just want to wrestle. So you're thinking like, okay, that's odd. And then I'm sure you had the same experience, but when I was writing notes for this match, I see like Lance Cade running away from Joey Abs as he gets into the ring. And I'm like, huh, what's going on here? He's just running away, and he's a heel now. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because like Jason Jett is literally talking about Lance Cade's heroic performance against Joey Abs. Meanwhile, he's being effortlessly shit-canned out of the ring. And then, here comes Victoria. Oh no, she low blows Steve Bradley. And then Lance Cade super kick him for the win. So Steve Bradley, who's a very likable babyface, is now a babyface. Then the next week you get Bradley looking backstage with Victoria. Rod Regis interviews him, and he does some fucking Timu CM Punk shit about this is just like my alcoholic piece of shit father. And then Victoria comes out to explain her damn actions, and she has with her Tom Cole, who is named Tattoo here. And she explains that Steve Bradley did not protect her because she got powerbombed by Joey Abs. So now she has a bodyguard. She went and got a bodyguard. Not just any bodyguard, but the best bodyguard. A bodyguard that has bodyguarded many a times as a bodyguard. Bodyguard from Biscuit.
A bodyguard who got out a body.
Fredder's
Here is my body, please, brother.
Fredder's bodyguard. And then here comes Lance Cade, and he tells Jason Jett, I did good at match last week. And Jett's like, what? No, you did not. And he's like, hey, shut up in your face. And then Bradley versus Lance Cade happens. Victoria distracts Bradley, but then Bradley rolls Lance up because Lance Cade is a piece of shit, and how dare you ever see anything in him? You are stupid for thinking so, and he loses, and he's a loser. And then Tattoo attempts to attack, but Bradley runs away. Sucks.
Mm-hmm. And fucking Rodri just pins Cade. He's not even in the title picture. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was bad enough seeing Lance Cade in WWE, where he never gets a chance to do anything really. So you just see these TV matches, man, this guy's really quite good. In these 3 minutes, I see, well, But are you going to see him do something good? It's like, why would you do something? Anyway, now here's a music video where you can have a wank to Victoria. I mean, I swear, we've encountered a lot of perversion in what we've watched for this show, but I feel the MCW stuff is the least pleasant, XPW you can think that's silly, but MCW just feels seedy, man, why am I just watching this gravure in between half?
Look at her fucking eyes and ass. Look at it.
And there's also a similar video of her with Tattoo where she goes this is Tattoo. She was a bodyguard. You get real close in on Tyson Tomko's pores.
Oh, Tomko.
And then the last thing we see of Steve Bradley, because he's not shown on the arena show, is Joey Abs versus Steve Bradley gets booked as a non-title match, and Shooter Schultz is hey, I want you to take care of Steve Bradley, do whatever you gotta do. So Joey Abs, instead of purchasing a firearm, he decides to gather some lumberjacks, and the babyface come out to counter that. But then what happens is that fucking Joey Abs gets the belt, and he doofs him with the belt. He used the belt and he pinned Steve Bradley. Oh my God, if he do that again, he could win the belt. Perhaps, maybe.
And yeah, a lumberjack match in this setting just feels like it's obscuring the view of the fans. Excuse me, can you fucking move, please? I paid for this ticket.
Simon Diamond, get out of my way. And then there's another championship in this promotion, hardcore title. Let's go across the rich tapestry that title entails. So Seven loses a lot, and then he has this interview where they're trying to be spooky by inverting the colors.
It was giving Crimson from XPW.
Oh yeah, I have a license to kill.
Yeah, they invert the colors and give him like spooky deep voice.
So anyway, like all the times that Seven has lost, Shooter Schultz has been on commentary to be like, I don't like hardcore wrestling. I'm a technician, you know. I don't like hardcore wrestling. So this then builds up to like the big angle where Joey Abs beats Seven for the hardcore title, and then he gives the title to Shooter Schultz, and then the next week Shooter Schultz is like, as you can see, I have the hardcore title, and I hate hardcore wrestling because I'm a technical wrestler. So the belt is now deactivated. Boo!
Yeah, that's fucking great. You want to pay so much money to boo these men, don't you?
Yeah. And so to quickly go over the Summer Sizzler, the big arena show. One thing, like, to again point out how cheap and tacky and on WWF this all seems, like they advertise the Summer Sizzler show all these weeks with like the theme from WWF Jacked, like, you know, the and like, you know, initially you sort of think, okay, that's probably like a common enough like public access fucking theme or whatever. But then like around like the third week, I could actually tell that they just like ripped it directly from like WWF Jacked, because like, you know, the Jacked logo, how it goes like, you know, like it's because it's metal graphics. I could literally hear that in the ad, and it's like, oh my God, you guys suck. And so Summer Sizzler is gonna feature stars from WWF and WCW. Were you excited about that when they was, oh my God, WCW guys are gonna be there? Sean Stasiak.
Yeah. Sean Stasiak.
And so we have Joey Abs versus Raven. Raven's here and he's a babyface, I guess. And by this point, I thought Joey Abs was going to be the breakout star, but there's no breakout star in MCW because I hate it. And then he defeats Raven, who doesn't appear very motivated. And then we go on. We go on to Ivory with Steven Richards versus Victoria. And like Steven Richards, not very motivated either, because he's right to censor, but he's not got a tie or a tight fitting shirt or anything. And you know, Victoria, up until now, she has been the top heel of the promotion, who we also whack to. And now, here against Ivory, she comes out and she gets the mic and she goes, "How you guys doing tonight? Good? Yeah." So she's the babyface.
Yeah, she's a babyface now.
She's a babyface now. And she tells Ivory, "Hey, these people don't want to be preached to. They don't have a problem with what I wear, do they?" Takes off jacket. Oh. And then, you know, she tells Ivory, "You know what your problem is? You need to get laid." And Ivory goes, whoops, bobs her. And like, the whole time, like, they're just like, they try and rationalize it and be like, oh, even if you disapprove of her position on Steve Bradley, you have to give it to her on right to censor. And then, like, oh my God, Ivory hits her with the ring bell and wins. Oh no! The 200 people in attendance cannot believe it.
Yeah, the 200 in like the 10K capacity arena.
But then thankfully we get like some recompense here because Lance Cade, the dishonorable one, is out here versus Scotty Too Hotty. And then as we start things off, oh my god, we know that music. It's Rikishi in a sling. That's the sound of his, his big ass. And so it's so funny because, you know, the last time we talked about Rikishi would have been when he was facing The Rock, which was a mere like 5 months ago, 6 months ago maybe.
Oh, he was in Power Pro.
Oh, that is true. Damn, that is true. Okay, we talked about him forever ago. But 6 months prior, he was the bad guy who murdered Steve Austin in cold blood. But now he comes out here and he goes, "How many people want to see the worm?" And you're like, "Yay! I'm back to the normal me. I'm back to Rikishi, the happy guy." And then Scotty Too Hotty beats Lance Cade easily because Lance Cade is a bitch. Fuck. R.I.P.
Yeah. Rest in peace to this promotion. It deserves. It truly deserves to die in like 1 or 2 months after all this.
Yeah.
The only other note I have that I am the average Memphian in 2001, and I love girls. All my money goes to girls and Jamaican fortune tellers. I also love browsing the World Wide Web with my family.
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
I also love backyard wrestling fails they can't show on TV.
Including Major Gunn showing her boobies. Oh.
So that is cool. The adverts were better than the show in many cases.
Yep. Yeah, overall, like, even before we get to the rankings, I'm going to have this lower as KW because KW did not hint at the existence of something greater. MCW did, and so it made everything so much worse when it got shit.
Yeah, it was shaping up nicely at first. I thought it could have been my favorite since CWA. Like the match lengths are more what I'm used to. Like, but then I wish that they weren't.
Yeah.
And I've never quite seen something nosedive like this, I don't think, from episode to episode.
Yeah.
Terry Golden is an idiot.
Terry Golden, probably one of the worst ever to do it.
From the 3.5 months of stuff that we watched, yes. I think he should be executed in the house from the
Yep, I think we should invite him in and close that door. And then go.
That's me laughing at his face. Okay, so MC Dub didn't quite cut it, but how about M Space Dub? M Space Dub.
M Space Dub. The universe of Corey Maclin, who is back. Yes.
Oh, Corey's back. Give me a big hug.
Oh, I could hug Corey Maclin right now. Thank you, Corey, for bringing us back, putting wrestling back on the map in Memphis, Tennessee. Oh my god.
The home of Rhythm and Bruce.
Yeah, it's a funnily common thing that I've seen because like I can think of like at least twice this has happened, which feels like more than there like would be. Of like they showed the statue of like the wrestling that they showed in CWA, but then they blew it up because this is modern. Oh my god! And yeah, like every episode opens up in Memphis wrestling with a POV shot of you getting hit by a chair shot. You go down and then you see ads because that's what happens when you get a concussion.
Yeah, Jerry Lawler's doing at least a couple of ads. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very in demand from the advertisers. So this stuff is from the 7th of June 2003 to 26th of July. The promotion's about a month old at this point, so it's pretty much just started.
Yeah.
And we are finally not under the WWE umbrella, despite Lawler has a more consistent presence here, so I guess he's got guess it works for him with the schedule and stuff.
Yeah.
It's no official WWE ties. In fact, the beginning of the end for this promotion, I don't know if you researched this, but it was then when they tried to promote Hogan versus Lawler, but then WWE put the brakes on Lawler appearing.
Right.
Supposedly because it would be featured on MTV's Hogan Knows Best. Something a WWE employee could not contractually do.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So then Corey Maclin replaces Lawler with Paul White, who's on his break from WWE.
Yeah.
And then WWE, without an excuse this time, pulls the Boogeyman, World's Greatest Tag Team, and the producer Robert Gibson from all Memphis events.
Jesus.
And yeah, I know that we have one more promotion to get to, but I think this essentially is what finally killed off this like traditional style.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Like they found the territory useful until eventually they just couldn't fucking help themselves. Just strangle the remaining era of the scene.
Yeah. I mean that probably like can speak to like, you know, like from basically USWA onwards, it was a little fiefdom that, you know, like was allowed to survive because it was allowed to survive, and like if there was any possible friction, it could just be
you could have killed it in '88 like everything else.
Yeah,
if you wanted.
Yeah, it makes me wonder now if like Hogan versus Paul White showed up on Hogan's Knows Best. I feel like no, because like I would have heard about it, but yeah, that is quite unfortunate.
But to Corey's credit, he still got 2,200 fans to pay to see a show that had Greg Valentine versus Mr. Hughes in the undercard in 2007. So he could film.
Yeah. Like the feeling I've gotten from Memphis Wrestling 2000's version being that like it's not like a direct continuation of like CWA nor a developmental thing was sort of just like, you know, Corey is like a news guy, got put into the wrestling and really loved the wrestling. So I was like, let's bring back the wrestling. He just loves this shit, you know? And I really admire it, especially with like how good he is and like in the role he kind of evolves into here as like an evolution of that Lance Russell character. But you know, you were saying how like, oh, this is a Memphis without ties to the big bad WWF. Well, you know what they say, out of the frying pan into the fire, because they've got another big company lording over them. That's right, the XWF.
Yeah. K-Trat says the XWF died in 2002, but it's still alive in the form of Jimmy Hart's jacket.
Yes. Have you ever seen any XWF?
No, actually, not like a full episode.
Yeah, so they did
one
like
for the list, maybe.
they did like maybe like I think like 1 or 2 tapings, and this was like right after WCW died, and it was in fact like using like the Universal Studios, so like what TNA would use, and obviously what WCW were using as well. And like the big thing was that like, you know, they got all these guys like Jerry Lawler was there, you know, because he was still like fucked with his WWF. And like you had Mr. Perfect and fucking Buff Bagwell and, you know, all these guys who like weren't in the invasion got like swallowed up. And Hulk Hogan was gonna be there but decided not to. And so, you know, like basically you had this taping of like these stars, and like by the time Jimmy Hart and Brian Knobbs took it to people for a TV deal, they're like, oh cool, you got Mr. Perfect. No, we don't. He's actually in WWF now. You got these guys? No. Okay. So, credit to Jimmy Hart. He just kind of like takes like these assets that he owns and intellectual property, and he just kind of like tries to make the best of it by like making it this like fucking like phantom promotion that doesn't actually exist, which is now at war with Memphis Wrestling. And you know what? If you love Jimmy Hart, you will love Memphis Wrestling. He is everywhere.
Is there a story that doesn't have anything to do with him?
Let's see. Let me just go down real quick. No, there's literally not.
No.
There's literally not. He's in everything.
Nobody has ever worked hard. You know, I think he's got a group of goons even bigger than the first family now. Probably approaching Don Callis levels of goon hoarding.
He has 2 tag teams. 2. And one of them has Ian Harrison in it.
Fuck yes.
Oh man.
Ian fucking Harrison.
Yeah, so Shock and Awe. Awe is Ian Harrison, and Shock is the Spellbinder under a new gimmick. And on the first week,
couple of fucking bad boys.
On the first week, one half of the fucking bad boys. The first week has them defending the XWF tag titles, which exist against Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee, and like Ian Harrison cuts this promo where he goes like, "Lawler and Dundee, it's like 2 World War tanks going up against modern day warfare, and it's not gonna be pretty. I can bet you that."
2 World War tanks coming towards you.
2 fucking bad boys. Which is great. You know, they have like Lawler and Dundee here as well, and Bill Dundee like looking like, because I don't we hadn't seen him since CWA, right? Like he'd not appeared in like any of the time periods that we'd seen.
Yeah. Somehow, like I'm sure he's all over Power Pro at certain points and all over USWA at certain points, but yeah, we've dodged him.
Yeah. No, here he is. He's an old man now. Like, you know, he's got a good body type for his age, of like definite gut, but he's in good shape and has no eyebrows anymore. And he asked Jerry Lawler, "Jerry, how long we been doing this?" And Jerry was like, "Oh, since Colonel Sanders was a private, huh?" And then like they tell Shock and Awe, "We will still be around long after you're gone," and they were right. It made me think back to way back when Jerry Lawler was like, "I don't want to be doing this after I'm 30 years old." And you know, the XWF invasion is such that David Penzer is here from the XWF, and it's an odd sort of thing where like for most of the program he will recognize people normally, but like you know, when it comes to like the Memphians, like he'll go like, "Oh, coming to the ring now, the self-proclaimed superstar Bill Dundee," and Bill Dundee will try and kick his ass, and then like, you know, Cormac will be like, "Oh, come on, David Penzer, what are you talking about? Self-proclaimed superstar, get out of here with that." Which is good. And what do you think of these like this common thread of 2 out of 3 fall main events on these shows?
They do. I think they finish all the matches, which is appreciated. Because we've seen 2 out of 3 falls where they just go 1-1 and we're like, "Oh, out of time, sorry."
Yeah. They at least have the decency to go like 1-1 DQ.
Yes.
Like the thing I've noticed is it pisses me off is that Ian Harrison is the fall guy for Shock and Awe. Whenever they lose, it's him getting pinned. Why? Why would you do this? But yeah, I like this. Jimmy Hart, as we said, the hardest working man here. Like all over the program, he can easily just like elevate something into something you care about.
He is kind of like miles removed from his CWA stuff, because like he was kind of just an evil bastard in 1981.
Yeah.
And now he's like the full-on fucked up cackling little gremlin that he's probably more widely known as.
Yeah, that is true.
How about when he pwns that old man in the front row?
Oh yeah, he fucking what is it? He does crowd work. He sits there next to someone and he goes, "How old are you, Daddy?" "I'm only 12. I think you were the start of the living dead. Does your chicken know you're still about? And then this old Les Beg was like, yeah, why don't you tell your mama?
Fuck you. When I own Memphis Wrestling, I'm gonna have you executed, you fucking old bitch.
You, my friend, are gonna get lethal injection. Yeah, and so like it's literally Jerry Lawler versus like Spellbinder, but like fucking, you know, like, oh, Jimmy Hart's boys lose a fall. Oh, and they might lose the XWF tag titles, and he's fucking freaking out at ringside, like, oh man, oh no, it's gonna be okay. Oh my fucking god, oh no, my XWF tag titles, no. And then like the third fall here is like Lawler does a fist drop, but then Jimmy Hart gets his whistle to summon the Moondogs. The Moondogs are back.
It's the Moondogs! And now it's Moondog Spot and the son of Moondog.
Yo, the Moondog.
Moondog for the next generation. Who will be making a huge impact.
Moondog 2000.
And yeah, and you clipped a bit of a match where like Moondog Spot has one of the naturals in a choke or whatever. And the son of Moondog waddles over with a chair, bops him lightly on the shin, and like Andy Douglas or whatever does not register that anything's happened, and then he just waddles away.
And Corey Maclin goes like, man. Oh man. So yeah, but we'll get into the Moondog specifically a bit later. I mean, like I was telling you, it feels like no story here happens separate of itself at basically every turn, because Jimmy Hart's everywhere. Jimmy Hart's everywhere, so he's updating every single one of his feuds every single time he's here. So it's hard to be like, oh, let me take 10 seconds from this segment, and oh, okay, that counts as the Moondogs. You know, it's fucking insane. But like, we'll try our best here. Bert Prentice is back. Bert Prentice has come back as the official XWF commentator. And it's funny because like I was noting down that Bert Prentice, like he looks real good. He's got like a tight turtleneck on, a blazer. He's quite looking svelte. And then Jimmy is like, hold on, baby, let me get you this XWF jacket. And then he doesn't fit well into it. So Jimmy's like, okay, no problem, baby, I'll get another one made. and then like the next week, there's a party. It's a big party with the First Family and the Coalition. Because, you know, Ian Harrison and the Spellbinder, they're a US-UK coalition. And then they have like this big party where everyone's got like a party hat, and then Jimmy Hart has a cake. He's got a cake and he sets it down. It's looking very nice, and he says, "Anyways, my Moondogs are hungry." So he then whistles to bring the Moondogs out, and then Ian Harrison takes a bunch of Farina dog chow, grabs it in his big hand, and hand feeds the Moondogs the dog food.
Yeah, that's perfect. And you know, you brought out the cake, and when you see a cake in wrestling, you know what's about to go down. Oh, never mind. Doug Gilbert has a brawl with Brian Christopher, where for some reason he jumps on the table, and then the cake just goes face down into a bunch of cables and stuff. Little cream on the cables. I don't think that's what they had in mind. And then they go to a break and they come back, and Corey and Bert are just pointing at us like, "Look!" Oh my god! You see that?
This is a fine mess you got us into. Yeah, cause
that was so fucking funny.
Yeah, like, cause you know, like like you say, like you know what to expect from a cake. You're not expecting to just like actually fucking fall on the ground. It's just like Bryan Maclin is just like his fucking mic flag is like falling down. It's all over the cable. He's like, look at this. Someone clean this up. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And yeah, Jimmy Hart's not pleased with this at all. He's so mad. And after this, like shock and awe, like they have some scruples with Brian Christopher and Kevin White, and then as we'll get into later, Ian Harrison is suspended forever because he powerbombed Kevin White and that killed Kevin White, and he is dead now. And then, like on the 20th of June, Corey calls out Tony Williams, who is an executive producer, and he has a scoop that like after the show last week, I saw something crazy, and then he throws to the footage, which is Jimmy Hart outside the studio, looking for Dave Penzer, and he then finds Dave Penzer very intricately bound and gagged. And then he takes the tape off, and Dave Penzer's like, "Ugh, I'm never coming back here." And so that's the end of that. But XWF is still around because Conan is here with a pre-tape. And he's like, "Oh, I will come to Memphis to do the damn thing." And Jimmy was like, "Ha!" Then Corey is going to throw to another video, but then it accidentally goes to the Weather Studio in UPN, and it's Brian Teagland, and he's like, "Oh, hello, I think you guys pushed the wrong button."
Oh, I was just standing here in front of the cam.
And of course, like, "Why don't you come over to watch the wrestling, Brian?" And Brian's like, "Okay."
How about when Memphis wrestling becomes all about men getting out of limousines, but we're not allowed to know who the men are? Like Jimmy has a surprise man, and then Corey Maclin also has an exits limousine man, and like they don't reveal like who any of them are for like 3 weeks. It's like, please guys, just fucking tell me he got out of the limousine 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
How are you not going to tell me?
Yeah, like it's probably like the one like time I felt like a bit miffed was when like they advertised like, "Oh, Jerry Lawler and the Memphis Wrestling CEO are in the house tonight. We'll hear from them," and then we don't hear from them all show, and then Jimmy Hart's like, "I will go see who the CEO is," and Corey's like, "They already left."
Where did they even come?
Yeah, and then like the next week, like Jimmy Hart comes in with like with a lawyer who is like meant to be one of Corey's friends, Joe Barton, but now he has betrayed Corey because Corey broke his promise. You said the CEO would be here, and he didn't show up. Yeah, that turns out the CEO is Jimmy Valiant. And but first,
crazy looking dude.
But what we should get to before that is that, like, so Kevin White, this promising young prospect, trained by Bill Dundee, and when you tell that to Jimmy Hart, he's like, "Ha ha ha ha! Bill Dundee fucking sucks. I fucking hate Bill Dundee. He's stupid." But he's making his way in Memphis wrestling, and he gets fucking killed by Ian Harrison. So he comes out with neck brace, and you know Jimmy Hart is there to apologize to him and to apologize to his father, Mr. White, fat man in the lime green shirt in the front row, and it's gonna be he's seemingly finally like just sincere Jimmy Hart. He really wanted, like, if it got way out of hand, he didn't want it to be this way. But then, no, Spellbinder and him fucking beat up Kevin White, and then they take Mr. White, throw him in the ring, peel off his shirt, and start whipping his fat hide. And oh my god, Corey Maclin, he's taking off the jacket. He's fucking taking off his headset. He's gonna get in the ring. We're gonna go to break. Oh my god. And yeah, so Corey, as the Lance Russell protagonist, has now evolved the role so that occasionally he will just get into the ring to fuck people up. And
yeah.
It adds like a great dynamic to because I think a lot of times like stuff like that can like not can sort of like get a bit too cutesy or like not toe the line where it just feels completely useless, like the whole thing, farcical. But I think they do it well here, where like like Jimmy will come out like the next week and he'll be like, "Oh, if you got in the ring, I would have given you $500, baby." And it's like, "Oh, come on, girl, you gotta kick some ass. You gotta kick some ass." And then like there's a match that I think it'll be Kevin White has where like Corey just like slips him a belt. Like, take this so you can assault Jimmy Hart with it. It's like, hell yeah, Corey, you fucking tell him. But then we have like bigger fish to fry here, and I mean bigger, because Jimmy Hart claims that he has the new king of Memphis. And who is it? It is King Mabler.
Yeah, Mabel. Just in his Viscera gear, not the Mabel gear.
Yeah.
He's got his contact lenses included.
Yeah, like this is about a year before he gets signed back to the Fed. Yeah, he gets brought out as the XWF heavyweight champion, which he would have won in Puerto Rico, which was basically the only other place that ever entertained the idea of it being an XWF after that first set of tapings. Yeah, it was nice to see him. I think Mabel, or Viscera, or whatever you want to call him, like I think he's really good. Like, I think he's a really big guy, and he uses his weight well. And even in just these, like, like him versus Flex, like, he gets in there and fucking Mabel hits his fucking Rolling Thunder big kick, and it's gotta be one of my favorite cutoff things ever. It's just like the rolling kick that Viscera does. It looks so good every time.
Yeah.
Even better than like the Tenzan kick or something like that. And like, so there's a little like side note thing, because Corey Maclin claims that Mabel was a former Intercontinental Champion, which I didn't remember that, and sure enough, it's not true. He lied. but this did make me look up Viscera's title history, and I saw that his last ever belt was what promotion called GCW. What do you think the G stands for?
My mind is only bringing up one G word, and that is gay.
Well, it's close.
Or good.
Oh, well, Mabel's last ever belt was won in Great Championship Wrestling.
Damn, how did that promotion not survive?
Yeah. So yeah, we don't really see like much of like we see Mabel squash a bunch of guys, including Triton. Triton falls to Mabel.
Triton is Lord Humongous.
Lord Humongous. Yes. And that's funny because, like, the whole thing is that Mabel has squashed someone and he doesn't want to leave, so it's like, oh, bring someone else out. And then, like, oh, here we go, Mabel, Lord Humongous. Try someone your own size. And then Mabel beats him. Yeah, then, like, I liked the little segment he did because, like, so as we'll get to with the Moondogs, Jerry Lawler gets suspended because he used a fireball on the Moondogs, and then like there's a week where like Corey's with Bryan, and he goes like, "Hey, look, Bryan, we got this phone here. We're gonna call Jerry Lawler, who's suspended." And then Jimmy Hart comes in so he can talk to Jerry, And they announce to Jerry, "Hey Jerry, Mabel's now the king," and Jerry's like, "I do not like that."
Yeah, I love this phone conversation because Jerry will be like, "I hate that awful wimpy laugh of yours, Jimmy. Are you there, Jimmy?"
Yeah, and so this is where Jerry brings up that there's going to be a new CEO of Memphis Wrestling that I'm going to have pull up in a limo and then not get out the limo, and Jimmy goes like, "Ha ha ha! Who's it going to be? Donald Trump?" And then as you said, Jimmy Valiant is the CEO, and Big Jimbo from Memphis, and what do you think of seeing old ass Jimmy Valiant here?
Yeah, I'd kind of just seen him in the 70s, not that long prior to watching this. So it's kind of introduced to him there. It's like, oh, he's a strange character. And then turns out you fast forward like 25 years, he's even stranger.
Yeah.
Big old bushy beard, huge forehead scar, which is like, I guess it's from bleeding, but it looks more fucking like a car wreck than anything else or something like that.
Yeah, he looks insane. I feel like because I've seen matches he's had in like the 2010s where he's it's like Dory Funk Jr. in All Japan like times 10, you know, like he is incapable of like walking very fast. He's also like stick thin, and his beard is so thick, and like he will just do like Three Stooges shit, and it's fun in its way. So it's almost like, wow, he looks spry here, you know?
Yeah. Also, at some point, his thing became grabbing people and planting a big kiss on them.
Oh yeah, and Corey fucking loves it. He's fucking laughing his ass off. Big Jimbo from Memphis. And we can get to the Bryan Christopher, because Bryan Christopher is here and he is a big babyface. So I guess in the rich tradition of Memphis, you know, we saw him as a
Connor,
heel.
You've forgotten about the most major storyline in this entire thing. Jimmy Hart has a fake Mexican bodyguard who wears a sombrero. I love that. Like I kind of couldn't really even pay attention to this story, but I just loved that they were like, okay, what else could we have Jimmy do? Okay, he's got a fake Mexican friend.
Oh well, you see, it all goes back to Reggie B. Fine, the comedy wrestler who we all love to laugh at. But he wants to be a serious wrestler now, and Jimmy Hart is like, no, you suck, and I hate you. And then after one match, he disappears forever. And then Jimmy is like, oh, hey, baby, if you want to get $5,000, then call this number and report Reggie B. Fine to the police for having sucking. And he then goes, I'm going off to Mexico. With my bodyguard El Poncho, and El Poncho, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know why they do this story because it's so stupid. Barely results in anything.
But they need a way to get Jimmy Hart on the show. There haven't been enough Jimmy Hart segments.
Yeah, and so like Reggie B. Fine, yeah, they say he's in Mexico. And Jimmy Hart records these vignettes of like he goes to a bail bondsman, and like by this time Ian Harrison is suspended, so the spellbinder's there with him. He's like, "Oh, we should use a bail bondsman for all suspension." And then like he goes in and like gets a shot at Lawler and Corey Maclin. He goes like, "Oh, hey, listen, baby, have Jerry Lawler and Corey Maclin ever used a bail bonds company?" And she goes, "Yes, they have." I told you, Lawler. And then, then they go off to Mexico, where, like, I'm not sure whether they're in Mexico City. They might not be. And him and El Poncho, who is this guy wearing a poncho, sunglasses, and a sombrero. They go into this restaurant named Poncho's, and then Jimmy Hart is like, "Hey, Poncho, do you know the people here? This is your restaurant, isn't it?" And then Poncho's like, "No, I don't speak English. No." And then he doesn't pay the bill, so Jimmy Hart has to pay the bill. And then Jimmy Valiant says, I tell you what, if Reggie be fine, it's not in Mexico. And then he brings out his brother, French Valiant, and yes, I think it's meant to be Prince Valiant, but just to autocorrect, I always thought it was French Valiant. So Prince Valiant is Reggie B. Fine wearing a hoodie and a cowboy hat and a mask, like a masquerade mask. And I love it because he comes out to, I think it'll be Birthday Song by 50 Cent, and Corey fucking loves it. He's like, oh, how about a little more 50 Cent? Pipe it up! It's just really good. He gets along well with Reggie B. Fine. And Jimmy Hart cannot believe that Reggie B. Fine is here under a mask. And then Poncho comes out to fight Reggie B. Fine, and then Reggie B. Fine wins. Then, like in the final bit of the Memphis Wrestling TV, like it's an interesting TV because it's days after the Mid-South derecho in 2003, basically like a natural disaster that caused a lot of damage across Memphis. So like they're just in the studio, and like literally Corey and Jerry will be like, "Oh yeah, we don't have power at our houses right now." So like they're just like they don't have like a ring. They're just doing promos, and the promo for this is that like Reggie B. Fine is there, and then he gets beaten up by Jimmy Hart in the First Family, and then he is like, "Oh man, I would like to tag with Jerry Lawler to beat these guys up," and Jerry Lawler is like, "Okay, but don't do any of that comedy bullshit. Be a serious wrestler." And then they shake on it. And I looked it up, and Reggie B. Fine turns on him.
No!
So that's unfortunate. The biggest babyface of the promotion turns heel. Yeah, what do you think of all that? What do you think of Mexico and Poncho and bounties?
Great! Moving on. You were talking about Bryan Christopher.
Yes, Bryan Christopher. He's a big babyface now. Obviously, he's had his WWF run and like has a goodwill, but it's also just as I was saying, following on that tradition of when he's a heel, you think like, man, this guy is a perfect heel. I could never like him. Then he's a babyface, and like, wow, this guy's a really likable babyface. At least in my opinion. Yeah, he comes out like to his WWF theme, and he teams with Kevin White to face Shock and Awe, and a fan yells like, "Where's Scotty?" And Christopher says, "The word man's recovering, but I got another word man. Well, your girlfriend told me you were the inch-word man." And Kevin White takes that in strides, and then Kevin White dies. So then we have the bigger rival to Bryan Christopher, which is Doug Gilbert. And like it's
Doug Gilbert back in Memphis.
Back in Memphis, yeah.
After all what he said.
After all what he said, Jerry Lawler was like, "Yeah, come on."
Jerry Lawler was just like, "Okay."
Like I was thinking about it just yesterday, where like the GWE is passed by this point, and like we saw so much discourse about Jerry Lawler from a moral perspective, and like it's just interesting to come away from all that. And then you see, like, because what I saw was, like, Terry Funk doing a promo on Lawler for, like, one of the 100 matches they had in, like, 2,000 onwards, where he just comes out and he goes, like, "Jerry Lawler is a pervert! He's a pervert!" Just thinking, like, damn, they did not consider him in the GWE, his perspective. But anyway, Doug Gilbert is here, and... he is heel now. He is aligned with Jimmy Hart, and the big thing is that after Bryan Christopher, Bryan Christopher gets like attacked as well, along with Kevin White, and fucking Bryan uses like the last minute of airtime to cut this like really fiery promo where he's like, "You should have finished. You should have killed me, because I'm gonna find you. You should have killed me, boy." And like I think it's a really good angle. Then like he comes out the next week, very intense. Usually all his homies get him fired up, but this time he is angry. He gets the mic. He doesn't need Corey Maclin anymore to hold the mic. He will hold mic. And then he starts calling it Doug Gilbert is not a man who never wants to face people face to face. And then Doug Gilbert sneaks up behind him. And Corey Maclin is like, "Oh no, it's dangerous Doug Gilbert." But then Bryan Christopher's like, "Shut up, Corey, I don't need you no more." And then Doug Gilbert jumps him behind and, "Oh, not the cake. Oh no."
Yeah, very, very good angle. They could have played the Jaws theme as he was sneaking up on him.
Oh yeah. Doug Gilbert, a very good sneaker.
Mm-hmm.
And the next week, Doug Gilbert faces King Cobra. We will remember this name later on. Anyway, Doug Gilbert gets a chain and induced King Cobra to win. Very dishonorable. On the other side, Bryan Christopher takes on Mr. Compulsive. What do you think of Mr. Compulsive?
Oh, look at this idiot with a disorder. He's wiping down the... I hate you because you have OCD, Mr. Compulsive. And, this man's gimmick ends as soon as he gets in a ring. It's just an entrance. They haven't thought of a way to, like, flesh it out into his matches.
He just dusts the ropes with a loofah. And then that's it. And, I love when Brian Teaglin tags along too, because like as Mr. Compulsive wrestles, like Corey will explain like, "Oh come on, Mr. Compulsive, dust the ropes. Brian, this guy's got a compulsive disorder or something. I don't know. It's ridiculous."
Boo! When you go switch the light on and off a bunch of times.
He's got executive dysfunction. He should die. So anyway, Mr. Compulsive is destroyed by Bryan Christopher. But here's the thing, is that Bryan Christopher not only does the hip-hop leg drop off the top, but he goes onto the pipes on the ceiling to get some extra height. And Jimmy Hart is like, "That is illegal. He should be suspended." And then they suspend him. And Bryan Christopher is like, I've been suspended. Well, this is not the first time I have been suspended." And what happens then is like, there's a week where, Doug Gilbert is out there and Bryan Christopher just runs in to beat him up. But then there's another one, like the next week, because security's a bit tighter. And Doug Gilbert is cutting a promo. But then there's this noise. He hears a noise and it throws him off his game. He cannot speak. And he starts going around the audience. Who is making that noise? And he walks past the biggest wig I've ever seen. Biggest wig and fake beard ever. And then the man stands up and, oh my god, it's Bryan Christopher, and he beats him up. And that then leads to the big show. It's at Mid-South Coliseum, the first one that Memphis Wrestling runs as like Memphis Wrestling. And we also don't get to that, but I thought like Bryan Christopher really showed like some range here, because like I'd known him as like a heel in WWF. I'd seen him in USWA as a heel, and like I don't really have that many memories of like Grandmaster Sexay as like a babyface. I always thought of him as just kind of like also there, but this really showed me like, okay, yeah, he good ass babyface.
Yeah, he's great. There's some Bryan Christopher moments here, like when he there's one match where he runs out and two kids are like, "Fucking yes, fucking Bryan Christopher, yes," and he hugs one and carries him around, and he's like, "Whoa, get this kid off me!" That's very funny. I also liked when there's a main event of Doug versus Bryan Christopher, and Doug says Bryan Christopher probably won't be here because he's in the hospital right now. And then Bryan Christopher's music hits, and Bryan Christopher runs out. All right, that was fucking sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, and the disguise that Bryan Christopher had, Jimmy Hart tries to investigate this the next week. Just bursts into a joke shop and starts accusing the owner of selling the disguise to Bryan Christopher. And that's where we end it.
And he points at like a crown in this like joke shop. He goes, "Ah, I know where Lawler gets his crowns." So that's nice. Anyway, the Moondogs are back. and you wouldn't guess who the main rival is. Why, it's the Naturals from TNA.
You see Andy Douglas there? That's a Gwen nominee right there. You see Chase Stevens? Not interested. they had like nearly identical careers.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I did actually know that. That's fucked up. So yeah, the Moondogs, like they get summoned by the whistle. They get fed the dog food. This is ridiculous. You got the dog food. I don't want to smell this dog food, for crying out loud. But on the other side, the Naturals are here as heels. Like, they're just here to, like, defeat the likes of Flex and Kodiak, or Sir Timothy and Rick Sexton. And, we're meant to boo them. They get on the mic and say, "Naturally, we win again." And you think, boo. But then, like, in the middle of this, they, like, are just out there, and Jimmy Hart goes, "You guys remind me of the Rock and Roll Express." Because Jimmy Hart needed to be on the segment. And he goes, "Oh, you know what the biggest test for the Rock and Rolls was? The Moondogs!" Blows the whistle. And then the Moondogs come out and they have this big brawl that goes to like a disqualification. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's very cool. And then they continue having the brawl of the Moondogs. And then they turn heel again. And the Moondogs are nowhere to be seen. So how about that? The Moondogs!
The Moondogs!
I mean, like, the son of Moondog, like, I don't think he's got it, but like Moondog's spot, he sure is able to walk around and doof people with objects. I'll give them that much. Yeah, we've also got like we've also got a brand new star in Memphis wrestling. VAD.
What a name.
Yeah, so Bad is here. Mr. Bad.
Hello, I've seen your CV, and I've decided that we will call you Bad.
Yes.
And how about, I think he has like a match or something, but then we properly introduced to him when he confronts Jerry Lawler, and he walks over.
Yes.
And he takes ages to actually say something, and Jerry's just like, hello, and waves to him. Bad's like, just because you put that crown mask on, you call yourself the Crown Mask. You mean the crown? Anyway, needless to say, Jerry feels this fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's the best sort of match to like really cap off a great promo where he pins Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler gets a foot on the rope, and then Bad gets up thinking, "Yes, I won." So then Lawler schoolboys him like a prick. In better news, we have some TNA legends here. How about that Wildcat Chris Harris?
Yeah, Chris Harris. Bit of look at Big Justice. It's Abyss Sans mask, and with gear that doesn't really hide his pudge.
Got a big old dick, does Abyss, and you see all of it as he as he takes it to the likes of Flex and Reed Richardson, and he still does the Black Hole Slam. Yeah, I remember like I think the first I saw of like Justice was going onto Brian Turner's channel and seeing something from the Tennessee area where it was in 2001, and he was a manager for, it may have been Chris Harris actually, and I just remembered it so he was just like this big fucking 300-pounder who was just like a wimpy manager, and it was like, oh, Chris Harris has just been signed to WCW. Good for him.
WCW dies in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, and yeah, we also have just like the rest of that last TV at the Weather Center, which is it's a lot like when they did that. I'm sure we've talked about it, like the Raw after Royal Rumble 2015, where like they were just like snowed in, so they couldn't do anything, and so it's just a lot of like promos and trying to creatively fill time. So the Naturals, before the Moondogs thing, right? They were cutting these promos about the Rock and Roll Express, but then the Moondogs come along and they fight for a few weeks. But now they're back to wanting to beat up the Rock and Roll Express. So now they've renamed themselves. They're not the Naturals anymore. They're the Alternative Express, and they have face paint on. And they come up to Corey and they go, "Have you ever heard of Korn?" And Corey goes, "On the Cob?" And yeah, like it's funny, like seeing like the music taste of Quarterback, and we're like, oh hell yeah, 50 Cent. What's Slipknot? I don't get what these kids are talking about. And they're like, oh, the rock and rolls, they suck. We don't like them. And then it's just a lot like we saw like in prior things where like Corey just goes like, I think you guys should read your history books. Here's a music video of the Rock and Roll Express. And fuck you guys, you're going to lose. Then, unfortunately, misfortune befalls Corey Maclin because Jimmy Hart and co. They take some flour and just fucking pour it all over him. And he looks so pissed about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was not discussed.
Yeah.
But how about that? The mixed 6-man tag featuring the Naturals, where because they're accompanied by the blonde Lollipop, who's feuding with another blonde called April, who hangs out with Rex Sexton and Sir Timothy. And Lollipop gets on the stick and basically says that April is a dumb fat bitch. and then Burt Prentice, he interjects. He's like, yeah, she looks like something that escaped from the zoo, right? And Lollipop is like, yes, and in fact, she looks like an orangutan that escaped from the zoo. just reuses the same line.
Yeah. A fat, disgusting piece of shit like April who looks just like me.
So this mixed tag ensues, and then Lollipop comes in and chokes Sir Timothy, and then it cuts to two guys in the crowd standing with their arms folded, and we're forced to look at these men for like 10 seconds. I wondered if there was like some kind of like Jenna Maraska-esque offense going on here. They were like, let's cut that bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this match is where like Burt Prentice really shines as a color commentator because Lollipop is in there beating up Sir Timothy, and Burt is like, oh, you wonder why chubby April doesn't get in there? Because she's scared. And then like 2 seconds later, April runs in and tackles her, and Burt goes, well, that's not very ladylike.
And then there's a fucking rapturous ovation for Sir Timothy spanking Lollipop. Like, people come unglued like they do for nothing else here. Like, jumping up and down for this moment.
Yeah. And then I think from that moment, Sir Timothy got a phobia of germs and became Mr. Compulsive.
So yeah, more TNA legends there, and we mentioned earlier we saw Triton. It was just a hilariously uncoordinated wrestler.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a bit where Lord Humongous just has to run the ropes and do a spinning back elbow. And I've never seen that spot done with so much peril. Like he's so he's so lost out there.
Like, you know, we saw how Triton is like 2 years after this. Imagine that, except now he has like a mask that like probably obscures his vision. He probably doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, 2 years less experience. Great stuff. There's a long vignette for a wrestler named Cyborg, who's 7 foot tall. He had 2 matches in Memphis, retiring a year later. I bet he was awesome. I can just picture him now. Well, I'm picturing Triton, but but it's a different guy.
A different guy. And he's the Cyborg.
Yeah, but that's fucking fantastic. Yeah, I wish so much that Memphis adopted like a DVD model, because here they're building the arena supercard. It stings me the most to miss. Jimmy Hart versus Jimmy Valiant. Loser eats dog food. K. Malik Shabazz against the Moondogs. 3 untrained women in a triple threat. They've chucked Triton in there with Abyss and 3 guys dressed like horror movie villains in a Buried Alive. And best of all, a battle royale in a cage. How does that work?
Tag team battle royal in a cage.
I want to see that so bad. And yeah, I think at the end of the episode, they're like, "Oh, the main event's gonna be Jerry Lawler versus Terry Funk." They just kind of dropped that casually. I'm like, "What?
Yes.
Oh my!" It's just the last few minutes of a match that they had in Jersey All Pro that year. I assumed that it would be the 3PW one, which has a lot of acclaim, but I didn't even know about the existence of that one. But it looked very like it was very good. So Gem possibly. It's on IWTV, so I'll probably try to get around to that soon.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed those last couple of minutes. It's insane that the way they put it, because like how else are you meant to interpret it?
Yeah, they don't say we've got footage from Jersey Hall. No, they just say the main event will be Jerry Lawler's Terry Funk.
and like I remember feeling such an anxiety because like Corey's bad at timekeeping. Bless him, he's bad at it. Like there's no little time for the main event in the best of cases. But this is like 5 weeks in or whatever. I'm like, oh come on, there's like 4 minutes left. When's Terry Funk coming out? Oh come on. And then it turns out it's fine because it's 1 minute of footage.
Yeah. So yeah, so I had some. This would be the first Memphis wrestling I ever saw in the Wrestling Channel in the mid 2000s, and so I had a degree of nostalgia for this stuff. But I think even without the nostalgia, it would be one of my favorite things here. Do not be fooled by its pitiful presence on the Twisty Listy later on. This was the second best promotion.
Yeah.
It's just it's so funny and very charming. Jimmy Hart is fucking on fire like few others have ever been.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, like we were saying, like this is fully formed Jimmy Hart, and that makes it even better because there's no reason that he is here. You know, like there's no sensible, logical reason for him to like be on this like little rinky-dink TV show doing his little Memphis angles. He just loves it, and you can tell, you know, because he puts his all into everything he does. And Corey Maclin like just fell in love with this wrestling thing and is doing it to his best. And you know, even if like the young talent doesn't particularly stand out, like they're giving it their best. Like guys like Bill Dundee, they'll just have Bill Dundee will just have matches, and like they'll go like a fair amount, and like you think like, wow, that was a nice wrestling match, you know. And altogether, it's like an incredibly pleasant wrestling experience that then gets heightened by some stuff that like really toes the line between like comedy and the feeling. It's like harder than like the other ones to like properly capture, but like I guess in a way that's just like, man, you just gotta like see this as a collective, you know, and just like watch it, and it's on YouTube and shit. So yeah,
yep.
just a wonderful experience. Thank you, Corey Maclin.
Thank you, Corey Maclin. And if you loved Memphis wrestling, you'll hate Memphis wrestling 2020s.
Oh man,
because there really isn't very much in the way of Memphis between Corey Macklin's place shutting down and then this run by Dustin and Maria Starr.
Dustin Starr.
Looked for other stuff like 2010s. There's a big gap. Apparently there was 3 episodes taped of Jerry Lawler's Memphis Wrestling in 2010, but I couldn't find any trace of it beyond Jerry's Wikipedia entry. So that's a bit of a white whale in this scene. Yeah, this stuff is from 6th of April 2024 to the 25th of May.
Yeah. So Dustin Starr, like someone who had worked in, you know, as a wrestler in the territories like Memphis Wrestling 2000s, and you know the promotion itself is associated with like WMC TV as well. So like, you know, I kind of went into this thinking like, oh man, what the hell? There are no ties at all. There kind of are. You know, like as far as like keeping a tradition of like some little less TV station in its local wrestling, it is. And like as you see, even has like, you know, like a sports guy, Pete Pranica, voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, on commentary. But like as far as like the presentation of the actual wrestling, it is kind of like indistinguishable from like Beyond Wrestling or Wrestling Open or
I mean, kind of, but not really. They don't really pick a lane, is my thing. They don't go into like very storyline and promo driven wrestling, where, you know, the matches might be secondary to it, but you can still have a charming time. But they don't really go into work rate either. The matches are still quite short. Like everything feels nondescript. It's the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It just feels like it's like went away like so far from like, you know, because like with say like Power Pro, stuff like that, they're already like a developmental thing, and they're not working like they would in the CWA. They've like went away from like the amateur base or whatever, what have you, but they at least have like some people around who will be good influences or good contributors. Meanwhile here, there's like just like there's old ass King Cobra, you know, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, I mean, I scanned the cards as you know, to help me pick what kind of selection I want to choose for this, and I saw, you know, 2 or 3 familiar Memphis faces still in the scene. Derek King, good to see.
Yep.
And there was some younger people who I'd recognized as having done jobs on AEW TV, so I thought it's looking like an interesting mishmash here. And then I don't know, it just didn't. Nothing that they did really grabbed me in any way.
I will say that you know, like I began watching this particular block, and like, you know, I really wasn't impressed, and like, you know, I just missed like you would be messaging me like, oh, maybe we just like cut off at halfway, and I'd be like, yeah, fucking do it. I can't stand our fucking second of this. But then I kept on, and you know, by the end I was like, I was glad I gave it like a chance. It didn't impress much, but you know, I stuck it out instead of like having nothing to talk about, at least, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether I was like easing up on it, but like I just got through like 5 episodes of it in a day. I think that was mainly though because it's taken us a long time to watch all this stuff, like longer than it usually does to watch stuff, and I was sick of it hanging over my fucking head.
Oh yeah.
So I just got it done. Whatever I could pay attention to, I made it do it on.
So I'm just taking a count here. 11 storylines that I have noted down for Memphis Wrestling 2020s. I was really quite surprised by how much shit happens.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think eventually things start to get clarified a little bit, but at first they have too large of a roster for what this is. They're just throwing wrestlers at you, and I think like in this whole 2 months, like only the women were in more than like 4 matches. Everyone else worked like 2 or 3. It's not. Just choose some people to focus on. Do you really need that fat bomb?
Yeah, and look at us, we've been reduced to refusing fat people. Yeah, and that is a good point to bring up as well, because obviously I'm coming at it from like having watched a whole bunch of weeks, but like at first impression, you see promos from people, and you're like, okay, who is this? And they don't say, and they just trust that you know.
Yeah, it felt like because the crowd are very they're very enthusiastic. It feels a bit like a bit of a mates club, that kind of indie that you've probably seen before. Because they're just a heel will be talking, and they'll just have a very consistent, perpetual. It's like, how do you have the energy to boo this? I don't understand what any of it is. Have you all been watching since episode 1? Have there been a new fan since episode 2?
Yeah. And considering like the attendance of the gender reveal, like I don't know if they ever have, but let's get into like the main storyline, which is Jimmy Blaylock and Van Vicious versus King Cobra and Michael.
I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what the fuck this is.
So this big fat man is here talking to a guy about King Cobra. Hey, do not listen to Michael. We are the Hollywood clique. You must not listen to Michael. And then Michael and King Cobra are here. They are assistant matchmaker and matchmaker respectively. They book the matches. King Cobra will sign a piece of paper and be like, here you go. And the wrestler will be like, thank you. That is match booked now.
Oh, those guys, man. I never learned those guys' fucking names.
You didn't? Oh, man.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine you watched like 2 months of 2004 Raw and you never learned Eric Bischoff's name. Who is that? What?
So in the previous weeks, Jimmy Blaylock had this big old ceremony for his re-signing with Memphis Wrestling, because Memphis Wrestling does exclusive contracts, you know. And it was disrupted by the Cowboy James Storm, who ruins the cake, and he like put his face into a cake, and Jimmy Blaylock comes out with Van Vicious and the Secret Service for an interview. And Dustin Starr, it must be said, Dustin Starr feels like almost like a Byron adjacent type. It's like this very sort of like chipper, sort of geeky guy, and he's like putting on this like really, what a voice! Oh my god, I'm so happy to be here. And like Blaylock comes out and he goes like, oh, you clip pretty good of all that cake all over you. And Jimmy Blaylock, he rants. He says like, because I got put into the cake, now I got diabetes. And it's like, haha, you already have diabetes because you are fat. And then they blame King Cobra, because King Cobra's always out to get them. And so the Jimmy Blaylock says, I have done something devious. I've went above you, King Cobra. And then they play like this fucking like crazy ass like copyright free Star Wars music, and King Cobra and Michael come out. So, King Cobra is this old guy, very heavyset, and Michael, he looks so odd. He's just a guy, right? He's just a guy with like kind of fucked up hair, blue eyes and shit, and he's just around, and everyone's like, yay, Michael! They love Michael. Anyway, Blaylock has called the championship committee and he said King Cobra and Michael are not good at their jobs, so now they're under investigation. And Michael is like, "Fuck you, Jimmy Blaylock, I am Michael." And so he then books himself versus Van Vicious, the star pupil of Jimmy Blaylock. And then the next week, Van Vicious versus Michael happens. Van Vicious gets a chain that hits him for the win. This is disgusting!
The only person that you've named in the last 5 minutes who I'd know if I walked past is James Storm. And he does not appear on any other episodes.
Yeah, so many guys just like pop in, just to pop in and then leave forever.
Yeah, the first thing you see is like Lance Archer killing a bunch of dudes, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Nice. Oh, never mind. He's never seen again. And then they have a match where this guy, Will Allday, is being booked in title match with Booker T, who's not even seen. Booker T apparently really wants him to lose his whatever the fuck championship.
Yeah.
Booker T is never seen. Will Allday is never seen again. And then fucking what's his face? Zay Washington wants to challenge Blake Christian for Blake Christian's GCW championship. What about I'm watching this. What about this? It feels like it's always like desperate for like outside clout.
Oh yeah. Oh totally.
To the complete detriment of like USWA with a new Lawler main event building every week made a lot more sense than this. But I guess there's no Lawler, and there's no one who can fill those shoes. So I could sympathize on that at least.
Yeah, and in the absence of that, like they've kind of just got like stuff that would be the undercard of that model, and you could just kind of pick and choose which main events each show. And so Michael.
Michael what?
Michael nothing. He's just Michael, okay? And he's doing a great job. We love Michael. He is here to call out Van Vicious for the very dirty way that he won what he did. And Jimmy Blaylock comes out to yell at him. "Don't you call him a coward," Jimmy Blaylock says. And Michael says, "He a coward." And then Van Vicious like, "Call me coward one more time." "You're a coward," Michael says. "Oh, doof. That's a sucker punch." And then they spray paint his back yellow. And there's a very important Dustin Starr moment here, because this is where I realized that wasn't really his voice, because like he's the setup here is that him and Terrence Ward, the commentary duo, are like at the desk, and like when they need to like have the microphone, they just like put their headset up. So like they're always having to navigate all this shit. So Dustin sees this happen and he goes, "Come on, security!" And then he goes, "Hold on. Get these guys out of here!" Like he briefly goes into his real voice, which is really funny. And sure enough, King Cobra is really mad about this. The next week, he warns Blaylock, "I have signed the match most diabolical as retribution for this." And the match is King Cobra and Michael versus Blaylock and Van Vicious. We don't see that match because it happens like the next week after the one. Great! So that was really good. That was really good story. Now it's time for an epic return of an NWO legend, Buff Bagwell.
Hey, Buff Bagwell, it sounds like you shouldn't be ever anywhere near a wrestling ring again. Would you like to return and the ring at my piece of shit promotion? Yes!
Oh man, so it all comes to like one of the rising stars of Memphis wrestling, Big John Dalton. This big kind of like chubby guy, and like Lord Gaston and Sir Matthew they are the tag champions, and they shit talk John Dalton while a TV plays SummerSlam 2002.
Yeah, so that I was like, oh man, I wish I was watching SummerSlam 2002. Fuck.
And Michael's here. He helps John Dalton out. He's like, "Oh, you will face Lord Gaston with Sir Matthew banned from ringside." Yes, thank you, Michael.
Fucking yes, Michael.
And so, like, the whole idea is that, like, like John Dalton, he's a bit of like a loser nerd or whatever, but his hero is Buff Bagwell. And that's the premise that I just cannot accept.
Like everyone else's age. That's his hero.
Like, Buff Bagwell's fine. I probably like Marcus Bagwell a bit better. I've never seen him as a cool guy, a cool character, and yet Memphis Wrestling you watch is like, oh hell yeah, Buff Bagwell. Oh, I see you got the Buff Bagwell top hat on. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, they're treating him like he's fucking Sting.
Yeah. And as you were alluding to, the next thing we see of this storyline is a clip from a Zoom interview that Dustin Starr did with Buff Bagwell, where Buff Bagwell details the terrible surgeries he's going through at this time, where, like, I think it was like a motorcycle fell on his foot. It's like his foot is absolutely fucked, and he's having multiple surgeries done on it. And in a year, his leg is amputated.
Yes.
Oh my god, you better buy a ticket to this shit! I'm so hyped!
So he has this fucking match, and he's wearing a special boot, and he's just hobbling about. It's like, why is he here? Like, obviously it's a basic match, so they don't really take many risks, but like, you could have made that worse quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a point where Buff Bagwell comes into the studio where he throws down the challenge. Me and John Dalton, my mentee, versus you two, and they point out the boot he's got on for his foot that will soon be amputated and say, that's not a good idea. And he goes, oh yeah, one more thing. It's for the titles. So he doesn't care. And like, I grew up on this for Lord Gaston and Sir Matthew. I thought they were pretty good heels. And then like episode 169, the match happens where it's like the show opens up with Dustin Starr wearing a I'm a Buff Bagwell guy shirt, which again, like, there's such a big world out there. I didn't realize there was such a fucking fan base for Buff Bagwell.
I like Buff Bagwell so much that my personality is defined by him.
I tried to be impartial here, but I fucking hate Gaston and Williams. I hope they lose and die, and I hope Buff Bagwell remains forever. So, Buff Bagwell's last match, he's not wearing ring gear, he's wearing overalls, just like Big John Dalton does. It's just that the way he wrestles here is like he pushes Gaston off in a collar and elbow in a way that suggests, like, I cannot use my foot. Because that's true, he can't use it. And then he eventually gets a hot tag where he stands in the middle and they run into his arm, and then he tags out. And it's like, what is even the point? It's like you say, like, who's to say this did not worsen their foot, you know?
Yeah. This match features one of the coldest tags of all time. And then they win the titles for some reason. Buff has not wrestled since. Surely never will again.
Yeah. That was his last match ever.
But hey, let's have a title celebration. Hey, this belt's instantly stripped from the GM guy. Is it Michael?
Michael!
It's Michael. He's like, oh, fucking foot, mate. Title's vacated. It's like, yeah, I could have told you that last week.
Yeah,
Why'd you put the match in the first place?
And so they're pretty take it in strides, and Michael is very apologetic. He's like, I'm sorry guys, you have to vacate the belts, and Big John Dalton, you have 2 weeks to find another partner. And Buff is like, oh, don't worry, I have a partner in mind. Let me just say, WCW. And I don't know who the partner is, I didn't care to look.
I reckon it's
Goldberg.
Yes, Goldberg. So that was that. Great.
Yep, and then next storyline, Mike Anthony is a loser.
Very true. Next storyline.
Kituma in the Evil Circus.
Oh yeah, this is the Kazaniism. Kazani's not actually here, but they're very based on it.
Yes, so we have a main title here in Memphis Wrestling, which is called the Heritage Championship, and like it's held by K-Tuba,
The Master of Fat Jitsu.
Master of Fat Jitsu, and I don't know how he came across his name, but he had to imagine that people would just think it's not a Tuba every single time you saw him. But in any case, he is feuding with the Evil Circus, headed by Barnabas the Ringmaster, and so you know he comes out to like circus music, except it's fucked up circus music. And I really didn't like Barnabas the Ringmaster much at all. I think he's very long-winded with his promos, and there's not much there.
I mean, it's kind of like funny conceptually, but then to actually watch it, it's like. It's like it really did not make a good first impression on that first main event, where it's like 45 seconds of action and then an interference, and they put this grey filter over the screen and start playing.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because like you know that main event. Like, both times there's Maurice is Strong versus K-Tuma, there's like 3 minutes left in the video, and then like a minute of that is taken up by like Barnabas taking the mic off the ring and going like, "Ladies and gentlemen, blah 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 blah." You know, it's like really bad.
It's weird. Like the matches are generally quite short, but they're a bit longer than the average studio wrestling matches.
Yeah.
Yet they still have the same timekeeping problem where the main event is nothing.
Yeah, totally. So, Maurice the Strong, a big guy who has muscles, versus K-Tuma, fat man. And K-Tuma is not capable of much movement, but he's charming in his way. And I'd kind of like to see what he's doing other than this. Unfortunately, this is all he does. DQ when the twins of Salem, Jackson and Abel, join the circus and beat him up for the DQ. And Maurice the Strong won this title shot in a battle royal, and he's very happy with the title shot ending in 90 seconds. And then they leave, and they stole the title, did the circus. And K-Tuma, from his purple room in his Discord webcam, tells the circus it is on site, meaning he'll beat them up when he sees them. And so he then fights K-Tuma, the twins of Salem, and they try and beat up K-Tuma, and then Maurice comes out, and the twins run away. And then Barnabas pulls Maurice off the apron because, oh no, this is not going to happen today. Okay. Anyway, next week, K-Tuma wants to see the circus in the ring. He challenges Maurice the Strong to a title match, which already happened and ended in DQ for no reason. And Barnabas cuts a promo challenging Tuma himself to look within himself. And he says, "You should be in the circus instead of playing to the Mezarks." And I was done with this. I was done with this whole thing after that. Like, what the fuck? And like, there's a point in the next week where Dustin, in talking about it, says this has been going on for a year, and I think to myself like, how? I've been watching it for like 3 weeks, and there's like negative stuff happening, and then fucking they do the match, and oh my god, it takes 2 penalty kicks from Tuma to win. Good job from him.
Yeah. Derek King.
Derek King is still here. He is
Yes.
still here. And he has his best friend, Ray Sanders. And, you know, like, their enemies are the LA Hustlers. And the LA Hustlers are going up against the O'Neill brothers, who are chubby men. And then Derek King and Ray Sanders walk out, and they wave at the Hustlers, who are like, "What the heck? Why are you here?" And then the O'Neill brothers roll the Hustlers up to win the match. Next week after that is spring break. presented by Hempville CBD. And there's a spring break tailgate, a nice party out here outside, food and all that. Derek King and Ray Sanders are there. But then, oh no, the LA Hustlers show up and beat them up and destroy the food. No, damn it. This is a disgraceful display, and what an angle it was. So, the next week, Derek King and Ray Sanders talk to King Cobra. They want a match with the Hustlers. So Michael comes along and says, I couldn't help overhearing your dilemma. How about a tornado tag match? And they say, okay. Then, next week, Dustin and Terrence Ward are just like talking at the start of the show. But then they get interrupted by the Hustlers' music. And it's one of those cases where like it's hard to imagine that you could get interrupted when the Hustlers' music is like boom, boom, boom. But then the LA Hustlers come out, and this is when we actually get their fucking names, Bradley and Lamonte. And they face Derek King and Ray in a tornado tag. And then the LA Hustlers are like, nuts to this, we will walk away. And like there's a funny moment where Terrence Ward says that, oh, Derek King and Ray win by forfeiture. And Dustin Starr asks, is that even a word? Yes, it's a word. And then DK and Ray go up to the desk, and Dustin has this like habit. Like I never actually noticed this before, but like, you know, someone like Gene Okerlund, say, might be addressing like multiple people, but he'll like make sure to point at someone and be like, Sting, I know you gotta be really mad about this. But Dustin does not do that, so he just goes like, guys, what about that? How do you feel about LA Hustlers? And he's not addressed one particular person, so he just starts like weaving the mic rapidly between both guys, waiting for someone to speak up, which isn't ideal, I think. Anyway, then 2 weeks later, there's now a lumberjack tag team match between the Hustlers and DK and Ray.
More lumberjack matches in intimate settings. Just wrestlers getting in your way.
Yep, that's right. And the lumberjacks fight each other. Oh no! And that allows a dive to happen. And then, like, Ray hits his finisher. It is a splash, and it's called It's Time for a Slice. He hits It's Time for a Slice to win. And, you know, a week goes by with no news. It seems like everything has been settled. But then, episode 170, the Hustlers got a promo on DK and Ray. Nothing has been solved. Next week, we will have a match in the outdoors. And that's where we leave that storyline. So it's nice to see Derek King. It's nice to see that I saw that he eventually has like a retirement match in this setting. So it's nice that someone with like a fair bit of tenure manages to have like a send off that is on his own terms. I also don't care at all about the story.
No, I tell you what, the only story I've got like more than one note on is the Mike Anthony, so I can go back to that momentarily. Denzel Rollins has shocked the world by getting one over on Mike Anthony. No, he hasn't. He has not done that.
Oh man, yeah.
He's not. You've given even the match itself didn't really suggest that it was like two guys of like vastly different hierarchies.
Yeah.
By the way, it's not the same Mike Anthony as was in the USWA.
No,
it's just some old guy.
just some dude with like trying to enter the common lookalike contest. But apparently, in the months and years before, Mike Anthony was very accomplished in Memphis wrestling. He was an ace type figure who had won the Heritage Belt, but it's not been going good for him. He's in a slump because this is fucking WWE Raw, and he cannot buy a win now. He lost to Will Alday for the Reality of Wrestling title, and then him versus Denzel Rollins. There's a hard fought battle, And eventually Denzel Rollins upsets the world. Upsets the world by beating Mike Anthony. And then 2 weeks later, Mike Anthony comes out versus Ray Collins. And Ray Collins, he looks like my SmackDown versus Raw CEW of Drew McIntyre. And Mike Anthony he is now disturbed mentally by the losses, because the fans who have followed his journey and feel no sympathy for him, they are giving him shit for losing. And he's like, shut up! And so while he's distracted, Ray Collins hits the sliced bread on him and wins. And then Mike Anthony gets up and is like, I bet you can't do that again. And then Ray Collins does it again. And then he powerbombs Ray Collins and then calls for the bell, a third rematch. Apparently Michael authorized this. And then Ray Collins wins that as well. So at this point, it should absolutely not be a shock for Mike Anthony to lose.
Yeah.
And then the next week it shows this video package, and Mike Anthony in black and white, talking about how big a loser he is. It seems like my greatest dreams are becoming my worst nightmares. And then the next week, he faces Zay Washington, and he also gets beaten very quickly by Zay Washington. And that's it for Mike Anthony. He is a loser.
And then he dies.
And then he died. And the world said, okay. So let's see. We'll go to the ladies' time. The women's division is on fire right now in Memphis wrestling.
Do they do anything except have matches? I got one woman's note here.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4 women's notes, so 3 more than you.
Well, my note is that there's a match and a woman named Cassandra Gordon joins the commentary, and they don't even have another seat for her. So she's just standing there. Shoddy show.
Yeah. So Cassandra Gordon, she used to be best friends with Mackenzie Morgan, otherwise known as MKZ, to the fans. And now they are not friends anymore. Mackenzie is very impassioned about defending the belt against her, and Cassandra Gordon is being a heel about it. So Mackenzie Morgan wins her match against someone, and then they stand off at the desk with Dustin between them, and Cassandra Gordon points at the title belt and says, I want that. And then MKC calls her a coward, so Golden slappy her, and Dustin Starr goes, oh my goodness, what a sucker punch, get her out of here. And then we proceed on to the fucking New Japan booking, where it's just trios matches for weeks of the women together. Mackenzie Morgan and DDT Diana Taylor and Macari Candy versus Cassandra Golden and Nixie XS and Raven Black. And Cassandra walks out of her heel team. And so they are defeated. Did you like it?
Yes. And then they all died. But that's the end of some lives. What's important here is that a new life is beginning. A new life has been spunked into Maria Starr by Dustin's peanut.
Yep, that's right. The gender reveal.
You are invited to their gender reveal event. Thank you so much for the invite. If you're on Team Blue, you bring diapers. If you're on Team Pink, bring baby wipes. This might be even cheaper than fucking fans bring the thumbtacks.
Yeah. But the thing I find really interesting here is that it necessitates a healthy divide between Team Blue and Team Pink. Because if everyone votes Team Blue, then you just have diapers with nothing to wipe your baby's fucking shitty butt with. So...
And if everyone's Team Pink, you're using the wipes to pick it off the floor because there's nothing to catch the shit. But yeah, Dustin Starr is a man, so he's Team Blue. Maria Starr is a woman, so she's Team Pink. I want to jump into a fucking well. What if you have a son and he doesn't like blue and he doesn't want to fucking play baseball? Huh?
Yes.
Forget, the possibility of being trans and everything, but that's what really pisses me off about the gender reveal stuff. You're already putting them into a box. They haven't even fucking been spurted out of you yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly heteronormative.
Yeah.
Like you see it in just like the dynamic between like Dustin and Maria, where like Maria's like, oh, we got enough boys here. I want a girl. We see some build up for the gender reveal. Like see when you first showed me like the framework for this, and I saw Dustin Starr gender reveal. I didn't think about it. I thought it was like, oh, this is some like poor taste gay character, and they're going to capitalize on like the woke culture thing by having him do a gender reveal. It didn't cross my mind that like, oh yeah, it's for a baby, for an actual baby.
But yeah, this is, like we were saying earlier, this promotion feels like a big sort of mates club. And, there's really not much reason to watch it on tape if you are not their mate. It's like, you might as well watch somebody's block party.
Yeah.
You can go to the pay-per-view watch parties that they host at, Dave and Buster's?
Dave and Buster's.
And you can share pizza slices with Big John Dalton, I'm sure. And I am so happy for you. I just think that when this is apparently on some form of television and your promotion is titled so as to associate it with cornerstone part of wrestling history, I think the appeal should be a bit broader than eating pizza with Big John Dalton.
But you don't understand. Like, I can share mozzarella sticks with Kate Woolma while watching WrestleMania.
To be honest, haven't seen that roster. I don't think you're getting many of the snacks.
Oh no! Oh no!
You think Psycho Simon's gonna give you the last burgie?
Oh man, I like Psycho Simon on the gender reveal show eats a shitty diaper.
Yeah, that's how hungry he is. Goes rooting through the trash can, pulls out a yellow stained diaper, and then he gets it kicked into his face by opponent that he had in the match.
It was Derek King, thank you very much.
Derek King!
Derek King! In the house.
After that match, let's ask all of the Memphis wrestling roster who they're rooting for, all of whom have a microphone inside their throats as they answer. So they're like, I think it'll be Team Blue. I'm Team Pink!
Yeah, and like, I remember Q2 having an odd one where it's like,
I just don't get that backside off, man, I'll tell you what.
And then we come to the actual gender reveal match. This match between Tim Bosby, a blue boy, and Mackenzie Morgan, a pink girl, will transform whatever the fuck is hanging out in Maria's uterus right now.
That's right. This decides it. This decides.
Because wrestling is real, right? I can't make sense of anything else. Don't tell me it's not real.
Yeah. And, like, Dustin Starr is trying to put his thumb on the scale here because he wants a boy. So he takes blue powder and gives it to Tim Bosby, who then throws it in Mackenzie's face, trying to get a pinfall off of that. But then, Maria gets up and has her own pink powder that she then throws at Tim Bosby, and then Mackenzie wins, thus sealing the fate of this collection of cells inside Maria Starr. Oh man,
not an entertaining match. I mean, Tim Bosby, quite a lot of people like him. I've seen his name bannered around. I'd like to see him. I just saw him have a brief collision squash. Actually, with Lee Moriarty. But I'd like to see him have like a solid length match elsewhere because he's a good athlete. Don't know what the fuck he's doing here. Looks like he works out.
Yeah. Like, so I've seen him against Slim J. I was really impressed by that, and so I came into this with like some goodwill.
Was that a Ring of Honor or something?
No, it was DVDVR, the Dean show, the action
show.
show.
Right, yeah.
So like I'm not gonna get into it because like we've gotten to like the WrestleMania of this Memphis wrestling life cycle, like, and the other storylines are immaterial basically, but he is in the mix for the internet title, and you get the feeling like, yes, pretty good, but this is not a good environment for his work rate.
Yeah.
And then also Jay Webb, like a big lunatic, foils the stinky boy, Big Nasty Phil, and we love it. And then also fucking Psycho Simon, not right in the head. What a crazy guy. And then you can't forget the gun show. Boom. He beats up the Reverend Taylor's stable, the Righteous Path, and he lariats them a lot.
Guncho is one of a couple of guys who like don't seem to have that much experience, but they look old as hell. Like he looks kind of like old ass Bob Harley, but less cool. It's like, why do you look so old? What are you doing? You drinking old juice? Anyway, a lot of this show is made up of advertising. How much extra business is fast food outlet Sonic's getting for their crispy chicken tender wraps from 2020's Memphis Wrestling? It seems like such an unnecessary advertisement. And also, all your faves are heading to Memphis Wrestling, presumably for signings, because we don't see any of these guys. But the Beer City Bruisers coming, AJ Francis is coming, the Brooklyn Brawlers coming, James motherfucking Ellsworth is coming. Don't you want to attend all these events?
Oh yeah.
I want to be there so bad.
The ads are crazy. Like, there's the Sonics one for like their $1 fucking chicken piece of shit. And then I remember there's this like replay of a Psycho Simon beatdown they do, where like as it starts, like the first thing you hear is Dustin Starr going like, "Oh, and make sure you download the McDonald's app. Get you some free food."
Thanks, Dustin. Imagine you found out about McDonald's from Dustin Starr.
What? Berkey? Oh my god!
What is this delicious slab of meat in my sandwich?
And then they advertise like the actual shows they do, like charity stuff. And there's this one that has like, it's a spot for a charity run for like cancer research. And there's this like sincere clip of a guy going, "Oh, this kid I knew and loved, I lost him to cancer. He was so young. I wish you could be here to see this." And the music is like the usual trap song, like wham, 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 wham.
Yeah, they have no variety with the music at all. Guys, it's supposed to have selected Plinky Piano for that segment.
Yeah. And I want to give a big shout out to Memphis Wrestling by the numbers, which is something that pops up here and there. And what do you think? What could this mean? Well, it means that they show you a Facebook short of James Ellsworth hitting a woman, and the caption says, "She didn't think he would." Skull face emoji. And they say, "Look at this! It's got 1.7 million views on Facebook." And then
just imagining Dustin Starr putting his phone in front of your face, like, "Look."
And then there's this crazy one, they do another one, but they show a couple. One of them is like the undercarder main event Bradley getting his haircut. They say that got 100k views on YouTube. Meanwhile, the Lady Candy getting shield bombed, 836k. They love violence against women on YouTube and Facebook. Oh.
So yeah, that was everything.
Yep, that's the final word on Memphis Wrestling 2020.
Are we doing Twisty, Listy, and then sort of ranking promotions?
Let's do it. Yeah, you go first, then with Twisty, Listy.
Alright, my Twisty Listy begins with all the way back to Norvell Austin. That's Steve Kern, CWA. Fun stipulation, and Norvell stitches up Kern very good. It kind of reminded me of that Christian versus Randy Orton match.
Yes.
Where Christian spits on Randy, and Randy fucking flips out. He goes mental. Yeah, I loved the off the cuff nature of it, and Kern's natural reaction to the sequence of events. Then I got Dutch versus Jerry Lawler from the 1st of March. I think they showed it in clipped form on the TV, but still got me excited.
Yeah.
And Lance Russell is gushing with enthusiasm during this.
Yeah, there's something about like Lance, like, cause like he's like right there, like in amongst like the sold out crowd, you know, like so he like he has to raise his voice, which is awesome.
And then it's Dutch and Jerry's no DQ match. The thing I love most in this one, aside from the just general seamless brawling, is when Dutch hurls a chair into the ring in a completely uncontrolled manner. He couldn't possibly have been aiming for much other than just to throw it in Lawler's general vicinity.
Yeah.
But it hits Lawler in the leg and he sells it big time. And then Dutch immediately goes to work on the leg.
I fucking loved how Lawler bumped off of that. It just looks so violent, you know? It's just so chaotic.
Yeah, like the reaction timing to just do that. It's great. Then it's Dutch and Jerry from the 29th of March, the barbed wire match. It's like a kind of inferior camera quality and dark in there, and it's just one hard cam and clipped. So there's a lot going against it, but despite that, it's just looking great.
I'll just cut in if I have the match as well. Like I love how the wire works in the barbed wire match, where like because they really explore like how it changes everything. Like Jerry Lawler goes off the ropes, but he's distracted by the barbed wire, like physically and mentally, so he doesn't see Dutch coming right in with a punch. He gets blasted because he takes his mind off it. So like there's that aspect of it, and then there's also this similar sort of wire work we saw in WWC. You know, just like putting his head against the wire. And I think this and the other Dutch matches, like I think they show a great combination of like, you know, the pageantry you associate with wrestling, like the pantomime, like, oh no, don't punch me and all that, but also just like enough stuff there, like say the chair throw that you mentioned, and just like the way they are punching each other, that like it combines perfectly. And you know, there's a point where Lance invokes the Ali Frazier fights, like, oh, you know, the pride driving these fighters to withstand punishment, and it's like it makes total sense because they're fucking beating the shit out of each other, you know?
Yeah, and they sell the exhaustion of it so great.
Oh.
The finish of Lawler just kind of flopping into the pin, so well done. And added bonus, Dutch almost breaks his leg Page style from a missed elbow drop. He did the Page in, what was it, Shine or Shimmer elbow drop?
Yes, in Shimmer, yes. Oh, fuck.
Then I got Dutch Mantel versus Gypsy Joe. Yeah, Gypsy Joe, I was surprised at how quickly, you know, loses his matches in the stretch of TV, but they got a pretty satisfying amount of stuff done in this one. Gypsy Joe is just kind of a proper wrestler, you know? Everything he does looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, totally.
Then I got Norvell Austin versus Roy Rogers. Norvell is a nice and vicious heel, gets a jump start in this one. I assume there that it's going to last for like 47 seconds and be a squash. But this Roy Rogers guy keeps getting the odd shot in from underneath. Nice little spurts of comebacks.
Yeah, I love just how much there is like a sense of like, come here. Just like they fucking like break people over their knees, these Memphis heels. Like there's just like, such a ruthlessness to it. I think, you know, like it's a bit of a inevitable evolution that like nowadays in wrestling, you do shit like neck breakers and pile drivers because it's a cool move, and like that's fine, right? But here there is still a sense of like, oh, you could do that if you want to be a dick and paralyze someone, you know. Yeah. And these guys, they're dicks, they want to paralyze people, so they're gonna fucking kill you.
Then I got Jerry Lawler versus Andy Kaufman, of course. I was so pleased that I was able to, because you look for this on YouTube, and it's just clip out all the stalling. The fuck are you doing? That stalling is the match. It's the reason that you're happy that he gets beat up. Whatever. But yeah, thankfully we saw it in full on the TV episode. Yeah, the stringy Kaufman in his ludicrous gear thinks he's so funny and fucking smart, constantly going for the rope break like Yano.
Yeah, and like he's taunting Jerry Lawler with the chimpanzee pose, and Lawler's like, I'm no chimpanzee, and like then he'll try and go in for like a lockup, and that's when Kaufman does the break. It's so smart how Lawler does it, where like he baits Andy in. He is the smart one here, because he goes like, go on, one free shot, you get a headlock on me, and Andy like very tensive was like, okay. Oh, Lawler, you're so stupid. Okay, I'll go for the headlock. No, I won't. Okay, I will. And then it like senses it on.
Fucking bam!
Goes up for an incredible bump.
The best back suplex ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Lawler signals for the pile driver, and he hits it, and he is disqualified for using the pile driver. And then he uses the pile driver, and then he uses the pile driver. And like it's a great thing of like, you know, Andy's manager is beside himself. Oh, this is going to compromise all his deals. And I don't think it was included in the clips that I took out of the Austin podcast, but Lawler explained how you know, he would like send Jerry Calhoun, the referee, over to Andy Kaufman to tell him like, okay, get out of the ring now. He's like, no, I want to leave in an ambulance. And he gets told like, oh, well, we have to pay for that. Like, don't worry, I'll pay for it. And so he did. He paid for the ambulance and got taken out and did the whole shebang that leads to the Letterman clash that we outlined many years ago.
Yeah, that match is everything everybody wanted to see. And we got Norvell Austin and Dennis Condrey versus Dutch Mantel and Joe Stark. This was quite a lengthy match for TV. Imagine Joe Stark was actually Jerry Lawler. Purchase arena tickets accordingly. Like he's the placeholder guy in this thing. I don't know anything about Stark, but he does well getting some comebacks in.
Yeah. I really like this match too. So the function of this match is that Jerry Lawler and Dutch Mantel still have these tensions going on, and there needs to be a pretense of like, oh, the Midnights are beating up Dutch Mantel. Here comes Jerry Lawler, and then, oh, he refuses to help this Dutch. And this match here is meant to be like Dutch Mantel, like, you know, it is that pretense, but I think it's a really good pretense. Like, I think Dutch Mantel works really well as a guy that you can plug into something like this, where like, oh, they were picking on this young guy. Try picking on someone your own size, you know? Because like people really like him as a babyface. Yeah, like he's so hateful to the Midnights, so like hostile, just like fucking scrapping. And like Joe Stark for his part is a really good young babyface. And then like Norvell will like tag out, but then like sit himself right in front of Joe so he can't make over to Dutch. You know, just like perfect tag team psychology. And then like, you know, just a sense that like rather than them just being like brilliant, they're doing it because they're like wanting to maximize the amount of pain that they do. Like they're just plain malicious bastards. And I think that factors into to like how they do the over the top finish, because, you know, as we've talked about, it becomes so like just like a way out. But I think stuff like this, where like it feels like a big chaotic throw, and like you have to commentate going like, oh, there's no damn reason for it. They're trying to end his career, throwing him like that. Like it works for me. It works. It's like a big physical asshole move. Yeah, Jerry Lawler runs out after Eric Embry fails to save, and yeah, just a really good TV match. I wish, because, you know, as much as like I might ascribe the qualities of this to like the time periods and like the lack of evolution in wrestling, I suppose, I wish that like studio wrestling actors could have taken lessons from this, because like I would have been so happy if like these fucking no finish meaningless matches were this good all the time.
Yeah. You can sell the show and give us a good match on the day, Memphis. Oh, you don't want to? Okay. Yeah, my last CWA pick is Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar, aka Coco Ware, against Robert Gibson and Eric Embry. Eaton and Ware team are another great heel team, and this was my favorite shift I saw them put in. And Gibson, due to the aforementioned storyline, is just fucking swinging with piss and vinegar here. And Embry is also a good fiery mid-card babyface.
Yeah.
This is one of those 2 out of 3 falls matches that just kind of gets abandoned, but it's definitely the best one of those, I think.
Yeah. Now time for USWA!
Yeah. Brian Christopher, Mitch Ryder.
Yeah.
Brian Christopher being a great piece of shit heel. Mitch Ryder is not a name of any real recognition in these pre-AWAMS days, but his comebacks from underneath are really good. Getting good fan support. Good to see him. Then I got Scott Taylor versus Leon Downs. It's not always the advisable approach to give someone seemingly a no-name guy a bit of stuff, but like in the previous Christopher versus Ryder match, I think it worked well here. The future Scotty Too Hotty got some good stuff. Good white meat face, good fan support. Battling a fairly big guy who looks pretty okay. So when this no name shockingly kicks out this drop kick, I was like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Kick out! You just kind of assume everything over a certain level of bump is going to be a finish in these matches. And so when you see something kicked out, you're like, ooh!
Yeah, sure.
Brian Christopher and the Vampire Warrior versus Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Lawler.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually best not to get your expectations get the better of you when it comes to matches in studio wrestling. Even if it looks really awesome, I'll be like mentally prepared. Like, oh yeah, this only needs to go like 3 minutes or something, and I could put it on the listy, and then it will go 39 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. But here we have a rare, very substantial tag match. Great heat and character work. The kind of thing that reminds people why they should actually go out to these arenas to see these guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I lied earlier because this was actually my favorite 2 out of 3 falls match that doesn't get finished. But those two falls are good.
Maybe it's because this is one of those ones where, like, in between falls, Jerry Lawler is like, please come to my softball games.
Yeah. Brian Christopher versus Mike Anthony. Yeah, pretty great one here where they the commentators say they don't know much about Mike Anthony, so I'm expecting another routine victory for Brian Christopher, sorting out this faceless job boy. And it starts off looking this way, but this Mike Anthony, the young blonde dude, decides that he's had enough of Brian's arrogance. Has good comeback stuff that fans instantly sort of buy into. Like that does help quite a bit. And enrages Brian by planting kisses not only on the maid Miss Robbins, but also on Tony Adams as well.
Oh no!
Is able to secure a roll-up victory. Very nicely done.
A star is made.
Now I'm into KW. And well, I've got Motley Crue versus Terry Golden.
Why?
Shamelessly adding this because there's a flame and table spot. I was like, oh, nice.
No, wrong.
Dude, are you serious? You see fire and you're like,
I am like,
dude, are you serious? You're like,
and then the
dude,
poop,
what?
then the poop goes on fire and stinks even worse.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good fire spot. I've seen worse fire spots in this than the one in this weapons match. They take so long setting up the power bomb that the fire almost goes out, and that would have caused the match to be a dud. But they put him down in time so that he lands on the fire, is briefly on fire, and therefore it is fine. I don't make the rules of wrestling, Colin. Oh, this match also featured a midget doing a Bronco Buster to a woman, which is the most 1999 thing I've ever seen. And the midget is the same dude that was jorking it in the trash can in TNA.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Speaking of Hollywood, this is midget D. A giant battle between two little guys. And then the commentators are like, hey, they can beat each other up if they want, right? We're not allowed to do it, but they can.
Oh, man.
Fuck it, I'm putting the midgets in here. They go pretty hard. Good weapon shots. Bump pretty well. It's not as good as the 1970s lady midgets in Alabama. DM for more details on that.
Wow, tantalizing. Ooh.
Yeah, put that in. And then Bull Payne, the Soul Taker in the women's prison. Yeah, this was a bonus match we watched.
So yeah, like in a women's prison. So already, like there's no like fucking like rock music playing, and I don't know if I'm speaking honestly, like if Bull Payne, you know, because Tracy Smothers was there, so would Bull Payne have saved KW? Maybe not, but I'm really glad to see him here. He's really good, and Soul Taker is just a jump boy.
Well, the Soul Taker, you know what he's also known as, right?
What?
Oh, don't make me say it, Con. the N-word Taker.
Oh, okay.
It's the same guy.
Good for him.
Oh, I almost came out and said it.
Here's the man with the worst SEO ever.
Did you appreciate that I sent you a YouTube link that was perped out? Like I looked up the match on YouTube, and there was a couple of uploads of it, and one had a purple filter on it, and the description just said "perped out." So I was like, okay, I'll use that one. Did you appreciate that?
You know, I did. I perhaps would have preferred if it was chopped and screwed as well, but I would be too greedy.
Yeah. But yeah, this is quite a famous match, considering where it came from. Every couple of years, someone will clip this up on Twitter and collect their likies for it.
Never forget when Bull Payne was in women's prison.
Never forget. But yeah, I've seen it before. It's very good. So I click the likey, and you collect the likey from me when you post it. Bull Payne is just, it comes out to Back in Black, and it gets a bit of a scream pop, like, oh, these ladies love that song. They've not heard it in like 3 years. And you can see fans dancing along to it. And then Bull, once he actually gets to ringside, he just can't resist. He was born to do this, though. He's making all these insane gestures. You got all these rowdy women doing the suck it taunt, and properly like 1999 suck it, like more emphasized movements, more detail in the sucking.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost think part of it is just like literally, you know, like the like entertainment for prisoners. It's almost like you're maximizing their stimuli. So like you get the big entrance pop, but then when it comes down to actual interaction with them, you just like go like, fuck your mother. So you go like, oh fuck you, man, fuck off, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah. And there isn't a single one of these women sat still. They're all having like an amazing time cussing them out. You can tell Bull's probably having a blast as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Not many people can say they flipped off an entire cell block and come away unscathed.
Yeah. Like Bull Payne is just a god here, and it's just a really cool experience. And as I say, Soul Taker is just like the man who Bull Payne bops off a chair before getting back to flipping off the cell block.
Yeah, it's very simple wrestling, honestly, but it's some of the best crowd work ever. No exaggeration.
Yeah,
one of the best atmospheres ever.
Like Bull Payne wins, and then he looks at a lady and goes, "You stink."
He finds the one woman actually sat in a seat and then just sits on her lap.
Yeah, and
And
twerks on her.
Everyone's like, you can't.
Yeah.
This is a classic. Mega Twisty.
Mega Twisty. And I love when when Jet on commentary is like, oh, well, thanks everyone in the facility and good luck to you in prison.
Then I got Doug Gilbert versus Vic Grimes, Power Wrestling. Nice wee hardcore match. Solid do thing. They go outside and throw each other into a news van. And then there's a suplex on that hot Memphis pavement.
Oh, it's summer. That is burning. You could cook an egg on that.
Then they're getting back in the ring.
Back in the ring, guys. Come on.
Then I got Kurt Angle versus JR Smooth, aka Rikishi.
Oh, wow.
Kurt Angle wins his first pro wrestling title with a cool top rope belly to belly.
Damn, Rikishi, when's the last time we talked about him?
Probably like 18 fucking years ago. Yeah, definitely an interesting showcase of learning wrestler. He's got quite a triumphant finish. And the fans are ecstatic to see the title away from Rikishi's large ass, in which you can smell what he had for dinner. Then we got Kurt Angle versus Vic Grimes. His first defense. He's having a good run. Yeah, Vic Grimes, who'd recently invaded Monday Night Raw, had attacked Angle earlier in the night and injured his ropes.
Yes.
The intrigue was built up nicely, though I did feel a sense of dread looking at how long was left in the video and seeing that there was only 4 minutes left. Once Angle got in the ring, I was like, oh man, he's doing it again. But here, 2.5 to 3 minutes felt fine. Angle just gets stuck in, cut a couple good cut-offs from Vic. I'll take it. Didn't end in a shitty DQ. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take that right way.
And remember too, as we would have touched on, that Power episode was the one that was shorter because literally the tape didn't tape all of it. So we didn't see Vic Grimes attack him. We were just told because the commentators are professionals. Unlike some people I know.
They explain what happened.
Explain what happens.
There's more Kurt Angle. Wow, at this rate, he's going to be #1 guy. Kurt Angle versus Steve Bradley.
Dave Meltzer, why don't you give him 5-star?
Yeah, why didn't you give the Steve Bradley match 5 stars, you fucking idiot?
Oh, man.
This is probably the biggest showcase of Kurt's abilities yet, and the best testament to how his peers have always said how freakishly quick he adapted to pro wrestling. And it's quite un-Memphis TV-like because it goes decent length, features some big bumping, and spurts of athleticism from both guys. I really like, Bradley was showing this stuff as well. I really liked him landing on his feet from the hip toss attempt, and then just turning straight round with a spinning lariat. That was nice.
Yeah.
Also, Cornette is the manager here of Bradley, and I don't know when the last time I watched him as a manager was. He's pretty great.
He gets in a fucking workout. He runs like a whole lap around the studio.
Yeah. And it was so funny when Bradley gets thrown out of the ring and Squim gives him a little kiss on the head.
Yeah. He's quite Jimmy Hart-esque in that, like, once you're his guy, like, you're his guy. Like, he really puts his all into trying to get you over. Yeah, I really like that match as well.
More Kurt Angle, fucking hell. Vic Grimes, has another match with him. Yeah, you get a rare bit of amateur wrestling flavor.
Yes, that's right.
Where Grimes offers the challenge of the palms on the mat position. Don't know the technical term.
Doggy style.
Doggy style. And yeah, Angle quickly bumps him doggy style. He challenges Kurt to take up the same position because he fancies topping now. But instead of mounting him and inserting his penis into insane, he dishes out a swift kick to the ribs. Yeah, that was a good beginning to the match.
And then Kurt inserts the penis and then comes, ding, 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 ring that bell.
We have a winner.
Here's your winner by ejaculation. Oh, man.
Vic also takes a sick belly to belly in this match. Vic Grimes not good enough to be in the ring with fucking Al Snow, apparently, but he's doing a good job with this actually valuable commodity that he's been put with.
Yeah.
It's fucked up how that kind of works.
Yeah. My God.
Onto MCW now. Kurt Angle time.
Wow.
Kurt Angle versus Chris Benoit. Did not expect Kurt Angle to be the king of Memphis, but that's the way the cookie is crumbled in this case. But yeah, you can just tell from the first lockup here that this is, neither guy knows what a fucking house show performance is. They can't half-ass it like Raven or Stevie Richards or someone like that.
Yeah.
Just they'll just bring you that gritted teeth shit. Okay, finally away from the Kurt Angle matches now. It's William Regal versus the American Dragon.
Yeah.
2001 Regal was his most inherently goofy period, apart from maybe the real man-to-man. While I've always thought he's amazing at this role, I don't necessarily get as excited as I would normally do for a Regal match during this period, because a lot of them are just kind of means to an end stuff. But here's the perfect version of Regal for this rookie Bryan. And yeah, it would be cool to see them have a mid-90s New Japan style of match, or if they had a more extended meeting during Regal's veteran winding it down period. But this works beautifully, I thought.
Yeah.
Regal making his entrance here is really sublime. He encounters a man doing the most exaggerated suck it taunt you've ever seen and just brushes him off. But then one guy psychs him out after offering a handshake, and Regal makes the best Oliver Hardy face anyone's ever done since 1937. And then he just keeps speed running his best Oliver Hardy faces throughout the entire bout. Sensational performance.
Yeah, I think they strike a perfect balance of these deft technical moves, but then Regal's immediately a shithead about it afterwards. It's something that I'd like to think that even in those contexts you mentioned, say New Japan or even something like World of Sport, that that would still be there, that character dynamic. And I think they gel really well together like that. And Bryan, it really is one of those cases where the heel is doing so much of the work, and it could be anyone, and it has to be Bryan Danielson, who is really good at going along with it. And it felt very important as well that Regal is doofing Bryan a lot in the corner, and then gets pulled off by the ref and goes, "I have till 5." And Bryan's like, "Aha! I will steal that forever."
We've seen enough 2001 Bryan to see that he was obviously already great. Has the skills to match and impress Regal, while Regal at this stage has to bring the crowd work, not remotely afraid to look like an arse, and probably quite appreciated the job of putting him over here. And then we mentioned this match. I almost wish it wasn't so fucking good.
Yep.
But we got Joey Abs versus Lance Cade. I wasn't really overly familiar with Joey Abs or any of those guys, really. I've seen Shane versus Test and stuff, but I haven't seen them work singles matches of any kind of substance, really. Joey is a very gristly looking motherfucker.
Yeah. I'll tell you really quickly what I always think of with the Meat Street Posse is there's this one promo Test cut where it's after he has murked the Meat Street Posse, and Michael Cole is I bet you're pretty mad that the Meat Street Posse keep fucking with you. And Stephanie is fucking damn right, Michael. I beat up a Meat Street Posse, Rodney. I broke my wrist. Tough luck, buddy. Why'd you go at the back? And that's Joey Abs. How's ribs war? And it's a really bad promo. And so even now, when I was seeing Joey Abs and what is absolutely the height of his career, I just keep thinking Joey Abs. But yeah, I loved this match.
Yeah, it's It was fucking incredible. Yeah, these chair shots that Joey Abs dishes out, like pre-Benoit chair shots, and it can be kind of an overused saying to say that hitting somebody with a chair is akin to a gunshot. But here, I don't know if it's something to do with the audio production, like however they've got that set up, but it actually fucking did. It sounded insane. Yeah, like 3 massive chair shots from Joey here, bending the seat. Kate's got this great color writhing around. Somehow, like this perfect seller already, like grasping at thin air, having the fans willing him to find a chair that's so close yet so far. All he's really managed to do is survive, but then he manages to. Well, actually, Joey Abs also decides to fucking cream that hardcore ref, alcoholic, with a chair shot to the head. Because we needed another chair shot. And then Cade starts getting come back in. He can dish out the chair shots as well. Turns into a double juicer. Ends with a very satisfying leg drop through a table. The table breaking in half at the perfect angle to cap off like a really amazing match. You should go watch it and then just make sure that you don't watch anything that happened afterwards in MCW history.
Yes, and then burn it after watching. Yeah, I think like the blood adds such like a great element to this, and I was incredibly impressed with how Lance Cade dealt with it. Like the camera's getting right close up to him, and this is just like when like he's just like before the chair shots even, where the camera gets right close up to him and he like shakes his hair around so that like blood gets just like splashed into the camera, just like little drops of blood, and it looks incredible. And then, as you say, just like an awful sounding chair shot, just like disgusting, and like then Lance Cade spills to the outside, and like they've got this green mat, and he's just like face down on it, and a pool of his blood. I thought it was just an incredible visual to see, like, and like it's something that like the old Mid-South Coliseum camera wouldn't have afforded us, So like it was literally like this is like something that was like giving you something more than even that. And then I thought it's just the most simple concept of having like a guy fight from underneath against adversity, against someone like Joey Abs, who he's just this big, beefy, pumped up guy who just seems so unstoppable. But then like Lance Cade, like fights and eventually manages to win. And this should have been like with Kurt Angle, where Kurt Angle has these like babyface performances where he really shows that he's got something and he can like give as much as he can take, and then that leads to him being on the main roster and everybody loves him and he has a great run. And that should have happened to Lance Cade. Why didn't it? Why?
Yeah, it's so annoying. And that match put me on a high where I was, MCW, this was pretty fucking good, So for the next, and then 3 weeks it was beaten out of me brutally. But in those 2 weeks of being on a high, I gave it a few more twisties. I don't know if I'd stand by them now, but I got the American Dragon. That's a 7. Bit of a styles clash. It's a hardcore title match, but it's more of a big versus little thing than anything hardcore, and that's fine. Bryan takes some nice power moves. I always thought Mordecai looked pretty solid. He goes pretty beast mode towards the end. Boots a chair into Seven's face, which looked pretty brutal, before submitting to the chicken wing. Then I got from the next week, American Dragon versus Spanky. I find it's always quite fun to watch good wrestlers at a stage of their career where they're getting adept at wrestling with a certain chosen opponent who is like their wrestling soulmate.
Yeah.
Like those early JMR matches and stuff. That's kind of what you're getting here. Good fun matchup straight out of the training school.
It does make you think too of how it ends up with Bryan commentating the Cruiserweight Classic with Brian Kendrick having the fight with Ibushi.
Yeah.
That very emotional moment.
Yeah, and then he went and got cancelled, silly boy.
I bet Eye Patch Bryan was right there to give him a talking to.
Final MCW Twisty it's the Island Boys versus the Haas Brothers. It's a bit of a funny inclusion because it's basically just a segment and not an officially sanctioned match.
Oh, the training facility?
Yeah, what happens is that they're at the training school located at some kind of warehouse. They beat on this rookie until the Island Boys walk in, and it gets hectic, and it's a nice little brawl in a cool environment. They do a few fun little spots in these surroundings. Ends with Jamal's incredible splash off the top to the outside, and a Rikishi driver from Rosie through a table. And the only reason that I've included it as a match rather than just a segment that happened is because I believe the aforementioned rookie gets down and counts one of the Island Boys pinfall. Match! 1, 2, 3, that was match!
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yeah. I mean, every other interaction these teams had was shit. just to clarify.
Yeah. It was like a lot of MCW is one of those things where like you're watching this stuff that like you're not interested in at all, and so you're watching it and you're like, oh, that was a nice punch, and then you think like, I don't care if it was a nice punch, you know, like I cannot deny that these guys were working hard to try and make something of themselves and get into the WWF, but also, oh man, it sucked.
It's funny, like most of these places have like evenly spread out twisties, but that was just kind of everything dumped in the first half of what we watched and nothing from the second half.
Oh yeah.
I've only got one from Corey Macklin's 2000s Memphis Wrestling. It's Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee. That's Shock and Awe.
That's made as well.
It's 2 out of 3 falls and it gets a finish. Even if it is a DQ. It's really pleasant though to see these legends doing their thing. Lawler and Dundee are not bad as well. I'm saying Ian Harrison legend.
Yeah. I think like Lawler is Lawler and Dundee. They're people. I mean, like we saw like the sort of assignments they got of like say like Giant Gonzalez and stuff like that, and I'm sure there was like some sort of deal with that. Like Sid Vicious comes up in Memphis, or say even like someone like say like Bam Bam Bigelow, where like they get their breaks being put against these very reliable hands of like Jerry Lawler, who can like get the most out of someone like who is like really big, and maybe they might presume a bit like, oh, they're probably not the slickest. Ian Harrison looks really good here.
Yeah, but I mean, credit to those old lads for getting in there, because ages ago I clipped out something from the first episode, Memphis Wrestling, where it's meant to be like a 3D type finisher or something.
Oh yeah.
And Ian Harrison is like 6 seconds long. And then a balloon dribbles from the ceiling. So if I was like 55 years old, I would probably not be rushing to get in the ring with them. But hey, good on them.
Yeah. All right, and now time for your Memphis Wrestling 2020's Twisty Listy.
Did you watch Peter versus the Chicken?
No, I didn't. I forgot Peter versus the Chicken.
I forgot to clarify that I was going to watch that.
Oh.
You could watch it right now. It's that short. Go and do it.
Yeah, let me watch it right now. Let me Peter versus the Chicken, Memphis Wrestling.
Looks like it might be a fight if you ask me.
What? A cunt fight.
I mean, you got Peter versus.
Never seen Big John Dalton dominate like this before.
Who? That's Thor.
not seen Peter this combobulated in quite some time.
Well, I think we lost a
I ain't been this discombobulated since the time.
nicely done. But is under that
Oh,
mask.
the leg work.
This is why I put it in. Yeah.
That's exactly right. And we have to understand the chicken may not.
Yeah, that was lovely. We see a new Nachos Grande champion crowned there.
Oh my
And yeah,
God.
I put that in because it had the
Wow.
that makes it immediately better than 50 fucking matches that I watched prior to that from that promotion. And that's why I placed it in the same list as the Lawler Dutch Mantel. So before we get to ranking the promotions, I assume you probably got a few that I didn't get to there.
So the exact Bobby Eaton Sweet Brown Sugar matches I chose was Sweet Brown Sugar and Bobby Eaton versus Rick McCord and Roy Rogers, and also Rick Gibson, Robert Gibson, the Gibson brothers. Which I thought both of them it just had that strong sense of amateur wrestling where I think it's a great thing that Steve Kerr and Norvell Austin did too, where even with that having the thing of, oh, you better not punch, you didn't need punches to convey animus and tension. And I thought whenever Brown and Eaton were beating up a face, they were really mauling the fuck out of them. And then, I think, Robert Gibson, like you mentioned, even before Rick Gibson has been murdered twice, he is just, pissed off like nothing else. It breaks into a fracas and, top rope and all that, but it all feels so natural. And I also liked, too, the earlier match where Rick McCord, gets hit with an elbow drop and he's just, seizing and jolting as if he's going to die. And I also rated as a Twisty the Hawk versus Mario. That's Mario.
I didn't know what that was. That was every star rating of once. 3 3/4, 1 1/4, you name it.
5.
Yeah, that one too. Dud.
Yeah. I mean, a few other things in this watch through could approximate the feelings I felt watching this orb of a man do his thing.
So, are we doing this ranking? Do it joint, how we rank the nights, I guess.
Yeah. I think what we'll do is we'll rank it like we did the nights, and then we shall use the grapplometer in its official form to rank every single promotion and compare our results.
Okay, so bottom of the list, I got the 2020's Memphis. I just didn't really get anything out of it at all.
I myself would put MCW last, because Memphis Wrestling 2020 is it's not good. I think by the end I was like, oh, okay. I'd kind of at least gotten used to okay, there are these fucking shitty stories that don't really go anywhere, but it's at least it's slop, right? As opposed to just being this thing that I know could be more, but isn't.
Yeah, I mean MCW let me down the most, but I don't know. Those first 2 episodes with the arena stuff on, I think I gotta put it above 2020's Memphis.
That's fair.
So we're going our own way now. We can't come to a conclusion.
That's why we need the damn grapplometer in here.
I know. That's why I fucking painstakingly built this machine for situations exactly like this. People arguing over the squeeze. Stop arguing. Put it in there and see what comes out. No need for these debates anymore. Anyway, second from last, I put KW because it's KW.
Yeah, KW really fucking sucks, and there's very little good about it, and like it's a really bad environment for wrestling, and they reject a bunch of stuff that I think is vital structure, including morality.
But hey, there was a flaming table bump, and there was a midget doing Bronco Buster to a woman. Now it gets quite difficult to rank, assuming we just got our bottom three in different orders.
Yeah, so next I'd probably go with USWA.
Yeah,
because it was fine, but like it's coming off of CWA. Like there's a definite fall off of like quality.
Yeah, kind of makes me wonder what the fuck happened.
Yeah, and it's nice to have like the sort of like recognizable structure, and like the promos can be like quite entertaining. But like you look at how much it felt like there was stuff going on at other times. Then like getting to these like matches which it doesn't have like the structure of like we're going to do the ring announcements and we're going to have this and that. Like it just feels a lot more loose in a bad way, I would say. But with that being said, like it's a recognizable cast of characters that I love, and like it's quite something to see how the WWF gets integrated into it. And I love all the friends Jeff Jarrett has. Jeff Jarrett has so many friends, and he is the fabulous one.
I'd agree with that being fourth. And then I'd probably go Power Pro. Like I think it's definitely got more twisties than 2000s Memphis, but I think WWE's started to. I mean, it gives them Kurt Angle in the system, which is good. But it's like I was saying with the constant turns and stuff, it's kind of starting to interfere with the natural flow of the television. Feels like if there weren't those fingers in the pie, it could be the second best, but just not quite.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's like it's got good vibes to it, I think, and like that kind of works in its favor when like the actual product itself is like kind of slacking behind. I'd say the most like attitude era of all of them, as far as just like so many fucking angles about like the authority and stuff, but they're fun angles. I love Randy Heels. He's so silly.
Yeah, that guy's funny. Jim Cornette's very good.
Corey Maclin epic vice president reveal. Probably one of my favorite moments of the whole watch through.
By the way, it hurt me that I didn't give a Twisty to Tommy Rich because he's so great. There just wasn't the opportunity to give him one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Tommy Rich, a guy who like age comes for him. He used to be the big young guy who was like the heartthrob, and then he aged into like someone not so much that, and he leaned into it so well and just becoming this like big fucking motherfucker of a redneck cowboy kind of guy. And yeah, he does really good work here, but unfortunately not in between the ropes, between the pill. But we recognize him thusly. And then I would put
2000s Memphis.
Yep, Coreyland is second.
It's very funny promotion.
Yeah, very fun promotion. Like everyone is working hard, as we said. I think it's just a wonderful space. Corey Maclin, tragically died in I think it was 2012. And I remember like a thing about it was that he was still attempting to do wrestling at the time of his death.
Yeah.
So I wonder what it would have been like if like he'd have survived, and maybe what he would be doing right now. I imagine it kind of been like almost like some sort of like Ian case, where he's just promoting wrestling and like well beyond probably the time he should be, but like it's still appreciated that it's there, Really admirable promotion. And then that just leaves CWA as number one. We went through all of this because we had to figure out like is old Memphis really good, and we have decided, yeah.
Yep. Pleased to inform you, after 8 hours, yes, it is. But hold on, that's what we.
Let's hold on here. Let me share my screen here because I have access to the grapplometer.
Yeah, I finally launched what I've been working on for a very long time now. The official Grapply website official grapply.neocities.org, and you go onto there. You got the grapplometer. The grapplometer used to be, only me and you could use it, but now anybody can.
That's right. Yeah, and it'll give you like the. I saw a thing recently that was like, oh, I compiled my own GUI through AI that scraped cage match. Fuck that. We don't need cage match. We just have a grapplometer.
Yeah.
And don't ask where it gets its knowledge from.
And yeah, if you go to that website, you'll see our grapplometer with his luscious lips. The antenna, it's not a dick. Okay, so it's the antenna, and his one little shoe and his one big shoe. And he's slowly oscillating in the air. But yeah, let's first put CWA into this.
CWA.
46 dishonorable.
Oh,
Ooh.
well.
I'm afraid after 8 hours that we're actually telling you it's bad.
Yep, it was terrible, and I hated it. What about USWA?
6. I enjoyed the work of Michael Elkin. Well, each to their own, I guess. I mean, this is objective fact.
Alright, then what about call?
108. Syntax error.
Okay. What about poo?
33. Robots enjoy goatsy too. Okay.
I don't know how that's relevant, grapplometer. Alright, MW brackets 2000s.
187. Please insert grapple. What about MCW?
MCW?
125.4. Disdainful.
And then MW 2020s. 17.
Also dishonorable. So it seems like most of it's bad. Not as good as Michael Elgin. It's the final conclusion.
Not as good as Michael Elgin. What about the concept of a gender reveal? 20. Not grapply. So true. My God. Well, there we are. That's Memphis, Tennessee for you.
Yeah, not as good as Michael Elgin or Goatsy. If you're thinking of watching some Memphis wrestling, please instead reach for some Michael Elgin or Goatsy.
Well, there we go. How did you find that experience, this journey that you yourself architected?
Put this journey that I have architected into the thing, and I'll tell you. 94. My robot wife, robot lessons.
I have a robot wife. She is a robot. She was a robot for vendors.
So yeah, that's all over with now. Ooh, I'm quite glad of that, to be honest. What the fuck is next, though? It's your turn.
Oh my. Well, I have it right here, but wait a minute. I'm hearing that we have a feed up at the graveyard. Hold on. Oh my god. There it is.
Sorry, Mida.
We've seen him die on the stream, but wait a minute. You gotta be kidding me. There he is. Oh. It's Mida. Akira Mida is back. Wow.
Oh my god.
And he's getting down. And why is he getting down? Because we will be covering the year 1994 in Fighting Network rings. Yay!
Wow. The entire year.
Yep.
I guess that's like 6 shows, maybe?
It's about 13.
Oh, okay.
Let me just turn down the rings music here. But yes, we're going to be doing hold on, listen to the rings rap. Hey. let me tell you. Let's step into the rings. So we shall be starting right from because the way rings works is the first show of the year is like the end of the previous year's tournament. So we'll be starting from the second show of 1984 and then going to the first show of 95, which will be the climax of the Mega Battle tournament, which I think should still be the name of the tournament. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. But it's going to be a tournament. And we shall see it.
Sounds good. I've been meaning to watch more Rings for a long time. I watched the first year of it a long time ago, and then I forgot to ever continue that.
Yeah. We're going to be in the Rings of Japan. We're also going to Russia.
They got a show in Russia.
They got a show in Russia, in fucking Ekaterinburg, bro. And we're going there. You and me.
Shit.
And we will see a bunch of cast of characters, including some people you will know, some people you will not know, but you will love, I'm sure. Yeah, so I'm quite looking forward to that. If you've made it all the way here to what is assuredly now a 10-hour podcast, thank you for listening. We have many streams of content, such as our YouTube, where you might be listening to this. We have highlights of our streams, which are dual streamed on Twitch and YouTube, including Press Time published a highlight of us playing UFC for the PS1, which was a fucked up game that was made worse by glitchy controllers. And soon you will see highlights of the other UFC games where you can play as a murderer.
Yeah, we try and do a couple of streams a month. Check out the Discord if you want to watch fucking, what is it, In Your House Degeneration X. It might be good.
It might be good.
It might.
We are aiming. We
don't have a good hit rate for good shows on this on these Discord streams, but we keep trying. We're not actively trying to pick bad ones.
Despite what some fuckers out there might say.
Fuck them.
But yes, come along to the Discord. Many different voices, many different topics of discussion to have about the wrestling, about anything. You can go to Not Grappling, be like, I am listening to music, and you'll be like, wow, cannot relate. Anyway, where is Michael Hilke?
You could be like, I am eating a jam donut, and I'll be like, who cares? Where is Goatsy?
Yep, there you have it. We shall see you next time for a trip back to in Japan. And until then, bong, bong. Oh man, I wish I could easily find the Funk in Japan. I wish I could find that video really quickly. Hold on, is this it? No, it's a different one.
Oh, probably not. This is going to be so worth it, guys. Alright, I got it.
Oh my. And so as we play you out with these sonorous tones, we ask that you have a nice slice of sushi?
Ha ha ha!